formerly an amazing player, but she is still a student of the game very much. You hear her, she's like, oh, I snuck down and I watched, and then I went over there and I checked them out, and then I asked them. She's always going around and watching and asking and investigating. You should be our tennis investigative reporter.
You know what? I try, but I absolutely love it. I mean, I love to watch, and I love the analyst. He's always getting on me to, you need to do more, you need to do more.
That's true, because we know what value you bring, see, and how much you love it.
But I just, it just takes so much out of me. But when I'm in it, and I love to watch it. But I still do feel like I have a little bit of something to pass on to someone else, And I was telling Kathy Rinaldi this about 8 or 9 months ago. I called her. I'm like, Kathy, you don't have anybody I can coach a little bit? Like, just, I don't want to be a full-time coach. I just want to, she's like, I got you, Z. I'm going to call you. I haven't gotten a call yet, Kathy Rinaldi. Give me a call. But, I love what I love, Prim. I love, taking a player, analyzing that moment, and see how that I can help them and fix that. And I my coach used to tell me this, and Billie Jean King used to always tell me, the best coaches are figuring out how you can motivate the player to get the best that they can get out of it. So,
can we have a little ideation, if we will, a think tank, if you will, because this gave me an idea, right? Because there are so many young girls, young tennis players that would love to have your mentorship, and then we're talking about Althea Gibson and passing it forward to other generations, etc. And then also, I was speaking with Stacey Allister, tournament director. This is her final year as the tournament director for the U.S. Open. And I was like, we're going to miss you. But you have blazed a trail for many people and for many young girls as the first female tournament director of a Grand Slam and the first in tennis history. What if we were to develop kind of a mentorship program where people in the game, they actually have this, I think, at the student athlete level, where they have it's similar to like a boys and girls club, but it's like matching up mentors, live active student athletes with young prep athletes.
Well, the WTA used to have that. And I was, and actually, a quick little story, is they used to have it.
Stories. They're so good. On the bus ride home, so many good stories.
But they actually used to have it, and so I got Serena. And when they hooked me up with Serena, I was like, Serena? Like, what? And they hooked you up according to your personality, likes, and everything. Pam Shriver was Venus's.
Oh, my goodness.
And so I remember saying, I really was like, how? But then when I talked to Serena and I was like, oh, my gosh, she's me all over again. We're both very creative. Aww. We're both innovators and always looking whatever. And we're stubborn as hell. She's like, she probably got me beat on that because I think she's a little bit more stubborn. That's why she won. But, just the fight on the court, it was just to the T. So and still to this day, when she was playing, she would always, text me a little something. You see anything? Always trying to learn.
I love it.
Just also a nugget.
So they should bring it back.
Let's bring it back. Right now. We're putting it out into the airwaves. We have some of our fans cheering. They say bring it back. The mentorship program.
Well, through the year, I have to say also that time to time, working, Zena gets in touch. We talk some tactics once in a while. In fact, it was during a tournament in Houston where very good advice that she was talking about a particular player who actually then used that a little bit of the match and it actually helped them. So there we go, just throwing that out there. But it would be some story, for example, if Venus is able to get this win today, but also talking about that mentorship program. And I think we all want.
Oh, wait, I have to say this because I got to go to Prim, but you also should be part of it. Let me just tell you why. Because I was just talking to someone, back in the old day, the Virginia Slims, literally, we took media training. And we learned how to be in front of the camera. We learned our colors. We learned all of that. And I was just speaking to someone, and who was I speaking to? And they were thinking about possibly bringing it back. So, see, we need to put it all back together.
Stacey, I know you're retiring. You're supposed to be retiring, and you're going to start this next chapter.
Get it going before you leave, Stacey.
Yeah, that's right. Let's get this going.
Well, the fine chatter is going to continue. It will continue, but for now, we're going to take a break as we build towards tonight's session. US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Are you ready for the next chapter of Spectacular?
Sensing the moment, approaches the baseline, answers with a backhand missing, cross-court. We're going to a third set tiebreak, and the crowd is on their feet inside Ash.
The next epic match, destined to leave you breathless.
Oh, no, he didn't. What did he just do? It's an ace, and the dream has become a reality.
The next champion.
He winds up flat on his back. He's turned over. He's sobbing. And he is the U.S. Open champion.
Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And a very pleasant good evening as we prepare to celebrate one of the greats of our sport. Venus Williams will be taking to court on Arthur Ashe Stadium, taking on Karolina Muchova in just a couple of minutes on the night that would be the 98th birthday of Althea Gibson. It's Mike Cation here, joined by Zena Garrison. Zena, this is obviously, as you guys were just alluding to, here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Obviously a pretty monumental night to see Venus back in action, and obviously so much history as we're celebrating 75 years of breaking the color barrier here in the sport of tennis.
Yes, it's a lot going on. I mean, the fact that you said Althea's birthday, 98, and then 75 years of breaking the color barrier has absolutely, it's been an amazing tribute to her that the U.S. Open USTA is putting on, and I'm enjoying every moment of it. And just to have Venus back on the court in all of this is even more amazing, and I'm really looking forward to her playing tonight.
Yeah, so am I. You know, don't know exactly what we're going to see here tonight, and that goes for both players.
Yeah.
Muchova struggling with her wrist still, so it's kind of adapted her career at this stage. Two-time semifinalist, back-to-back semifinals. But can you speak to what Venus has meant over the last 25-plus years? That first title, 2000, another one in 2001, but what she has meant, especially to people of color here over the last 25 years, she and Serena.
Well, I think not just to people of color. I think that's what she's done for the entire world as far as tennis. I mean, really coming in, breaking barriers. I mean, 18, I think she was 14 years old when she was playing her first tournament. I still remember watching that in Oakland, California, and remember she won her first match, came into the locker room, happened to be me and her there, and the lady came in and asked her literally to do an interview, and she looked at me, and the lady's like, I'm like, no, the lady wants you. And she's like, my dad told me to only speak to you and Lori. And I'm like, what? Well, I need to go out and find Richard, and so you can do this interview. But just to see how far she's grown.
Yes.
And, I've just been really lucky and really blessed that I had some, great moments with them when they first came. I remember when her and Serena won their first gold medal in Sydney. Just, watching them grow. And then to imagine, or I would never ever imagine that she was going to be back on this court tonight.
Me either. So it's going to be a really fun night. We've also, in just a couple of minutes, going to be talking to Melissa Kobe, who put together the design art for the posters and programs that you're seeing here at the 2025 U.S. Open. That's a really exciting opportunity for us. And on top of it, here in the next couple of minutes, as we are making a big celebration here tonight, there's going to be a video played inside Arthur Ashe Stadium, and we will have that for you here within the next couple of seconds for you before we get to our player interviews and then our player introductions, and then we'll bring Melissa Kobe on as well here on the broadcast here on US Open Radio. There's lots of great tennis that is currently underway around the grounds here. Jan-Lennard Struff, who just came through quali's 4-set win over Mackie McDonald. That match just wrapped up. Peyton Stearns, who we're also going to be talking about a little bit here through the night, as she was the victim of Venus Williams a couple of weeks ago in Washington. She's in action right now. So lots of great action around the grounds, but obviously the focus is very much inside Arthur Ashe Stadium.
I felt so bad for Peyton because it's like you don't know what was going to happen.
Nope.
And Venus came out striking the ball so well, and by the time Peyton's nerves kicked in, it was actually too late.
Yeah, and it was one of those situations, watching a few of the highlights, just feeding spinny backhands into Venus Williams' backhand seems like a terrible idea. I'm not an expert like you, Zena, but That seems like a recipe for disaster.
It was definitely a disaster because Venus was hitting the ball so clean. That particular day, it seemed like the ball to her was like a big beach ball or something.
Yeah.
But I just love the way she was moving. And, I didn't expect her to move that well.
Yeah, and that's going to be, I think, one of the big tests. It's going to be a very different match with Muchova using a lot of that backhand slice in particular, how Venus reacts to that, if she can find that power that she needs to generate off of that wing from a much lower contact point.
And having to get down so low, but also Muchova can also put you in trouble because she can sneak in before. So you always have to be on your toes, ready for a little bit of everything with her.
Yeah, so that will be the tennis and what we're talking about with the tennis here tonight. Just waiting right now on both a pre-match video as well as our player interviews with Venus Williams and Karolina Muchova. We also have Gil Gross, who will be inside Armstrong tonight, Offner and Ruud, followed by Parks and Andreeva. A little bit later tonight here on Ash, Reilly Opelka will be taking on Carlos Alcaraz. Carlos has shaved his head.
He what?
He shaved his head.
Like, really shaved it?
There's just a little bit of stubble. I mean, he's about the same as our own David McPherson, who's in the back right now. Pretty close to bald.
Oh, my goodness.
It's a choice he made, and I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Well, I wonder if it's to shock us all. I hope he didn't shock himself.
He's definitely had a relationship with a barber over the last couple of years, Victor the barber.
Some good and some bad.
Some good, and this one I'm gonna just say bad. That's a personal opinion.
Maybe it started off a little good and it ended up bad. Okay.
Maybe they just
had to do it.
He put on the wrong guard on the razor. Was trying to take off just a little and took off a lot, and then at that point you got to go for the whole thing. But that will be coming up tonight against the big man Reilly Opelka. Looks like we're just about ready for us to hear from Venus Williams.
Venus, you've made this walk many times before. What are you most excited about for tonight's match?
Oh, wow. Yeah, being back in 2 years, so it's definitely going to be a celebration for me, my first slam in 2 years.
It's been a few years since you last faced Karolina. What kind of challenge does she present?
She's so talented and obviously has played well here before, so I'll do my best.
Well, we can't wait to watch. Thank you for the time.
Thanks.
Best of luck. Karolina, the last time you faced Venus in singles was in 2020 here at the US Open, but there were no fans in the stands. What are you expecting from tonight?
I expect it's going to be definitely louder than when you mentioned 5 years ago. And yeah, I expect tough battle, and let's see what's going to happen.
You've been to 2 straight semifinals here at the US Open. What does it take, starting with tonight, to make a deep run in this tournament?
First rounds are always very tricky, so I think just to try to get the rhythm, get in a form, and you never know, so I'll just try to bring my best tennis today and then see.
Best of luck, Karolina.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
All right, so as Muchova puts some music back onto her phone, the headphones go back in. I expect that Venus is going to hear quite a roar here. She's going to be the player introduced first, with Billie Jean King and Arthur Ashe.
New York,
let's
get this night started. Please welcome the players for our first match. From the United States, 2-time U.S. Open champion, Venus Williams. And a semi-finalist here the past 2 years, from Czechia, Karolina Muchova.
Yeah, certainly a bigger roar there for Venus Williams, understandably, with a, I don't even know how to describe what we just saw, furry racket bag? I don't even know how to describe that, but there's definitely
furry racket bag.
I think I've hit it. But there's always a little bit of fashion involved with Venus Williams, and these two players will begin their warm-ups now, and we have a real special treat for us here on US Open Radio as Melissa Kobe joins us here, the designer of the cover art for the 2025 US Open. Thank you for making some time, and I know it's been a really busy schedule for you here over the last couple of weeks. Just seeing the art, I was really impressed just with the depth of thought that went into it, just kind of trying to bring Althea Gibson to life in a way, and just how much depth she had as a person. And I'm wondering how you kind of came up with the design.
Well, first off, thank you for having me. It's exactly that. She was such a multi-layered person, and I've told the story before of how I kind of hit a roadblock with this design because I was really trying to tell Althea's entire story on paper. When I was sketching and drawing, I was just trying to put everything about her into this piece. And I actually took a step back and I realized, like, you know what, this art shouldn't be about trying to encapsulate about everything who she was, because there's just no way, not enough paper.
Yeah.
So I decided to do this kind of like outside looking in, or inside looking out, however you want to look at it, piece that shows a little bit of our story in every single layer. But at the forefront of it, I wanted a few things to be seen. I wanted to make sure she was in a very strong pose, just like that serve, that like very uplifting position I really wanted to put her in. And I wanted to just make sure that she was just known by her profile, because she was just so distinct, you know. And one of the little things I'd like to include in my art is a tennis ball, which represents hope and just like upliftment. And as a Black female representing a Black artist, I wanted that to be included in the piece as well. And I thought it would be really fun to use the tennis ball to represent that.
Well, it was interesting. I had an opportunity to meet you yesterday, and I came up to you and I told you Althea would have absolutely loved it. I mean, absolutely. And she literally looked like she did today. It's just, but I mean, I personally, like I told you yesterday, love the way I could see I could see the strength. I could see, you know, the ups and downs, the battles, but you captured it. And she would have absolutely loved it.
That means everything to me, because when I created this, I was like, you know what? She's not your grandmother, but I'm going to pretend she is. I'm going to pretend this is somebody that I'm personally related to, that I would want to make proud. I didn't know her. I learned of her through, you know, research, but I pretended she was related to me. And I'm like, would my grandmother want this piece? Would this piece just like bring joy to her heart? And to hear the feedback has been, it just feels like, okay, you did your job, and I'm really proud.
Well, I want to know.
Yeah.
When you got that phone call that they wanted you to do, just tell the truth. What did you really say? We want to know the real truth.
So it wasn't a phone call at first. It was an email that came through. I'm like, all right, this is some spam. You need to just like delete this. But luckily, my husband is right there with me, and I just showed him my phone. He's like, you need to open that. That's a big deal. Like, no, it's not. So I opened up the email. It turns out to be an actual person that wanted to talk with me, and we set up a Zoom call that same day. And I promise you, through the entire creative process, I was just operating in a state of incredulity. I was like, this is not real. Do it, but it's not real. And it feels so real right now. It's so big. It's amazing. I'm really happy to be here. I'm glad it all worked out.
What was the most surprising thing for you to learn about Althea's career and what she meant, not only just to the sport, but just who she was as a human?
I actually was more surprised that, you know, she wasn't just a tennis player, because hearing her name growing up, all I knew about Althea Gibson is that she was an amazing tennis player and she was the first Black female. You know, but she was just so much more than that.
Way more.
I read about her past, her struggles, her overcoming so much, just persevering through racial adversity. Singer, like I said, a boxer, and golf. That's incredible. I can't even like walk and, I don't know, sip water at the same time. This lady was just so cool. Like, I wish I met her.
Well, Claude, one of our producers, he knows her from golf. He didn't even know she played tennis.
Really? That's incredible.
But the interesting thing that also, the minute I opened up and saw one of the IGs and I saw that you were this beautiful Black woman, and then I actually saw you when you did the whole 3 and they did the whole thing. How did that even come about, 3D?
Layering, yeah. So I've been a full-time artist for almost 5 years. I started creating art during COVID. I needed an escape, and it turned into a career, which I've been very fortunate to sustain over the years, but I got burnt out from creating digitally. All my client work has been like digital on my iPad, and it was one dimensional. I'm like, I want to do something else. I want to be happy. I want to go back to I want to reclaim my joy essentially. And so I searched and I was like, what else can I do with my art, and how can I push myself to try something new? And I've only been layering and doing paper art for a year. And
wow.
I'm at the U.S. Open a year later.
No, Melissa, you are history.
I am.
You are history. You will forever be linked to the U.S. Open 2025, 75 years of out there gifts. I mean, you are literally history.
Can I just say, there is a hall you guys have here that has the past artwork, and I walked through that hall, and there was my artwork at the very end.
Wow. I just got chills.
Yeah, okay, I'm done. Thank you so much.
I want to end with this because I have an 11-year-old. I believe you have twins?
I have twin 3.5-year-olds, yes.
Yes, as somebody who has twin brothers, I
wow,
empathize
you know
with you.
I got twin sisters.
So, and I also know you're a cat lady, so I need to show you some pictures of
yes,
cats.
Please.
Yeah, we'll
oh,
talk.
Gosh,
a new kitten just came into my life just
All
in
right.
our backyard. So
Cut it off.
We'll
Let's
talk.
do that.
But my daughter is an artist. She's an aspiring artist, and when I was reading about you today, just the idea of how you want to present hope and that idea of uplifting others through your art, and why has that been so important to you over the last couple of years, especially in what's a difficult time right now for the arts, especially here in the States?
It's important to me because I was always creative, but I never nurtured this artistic side of me. It was always like, you need to go to school, you need to get your degrees, you need to focus on art as a hobby. And I made it a career because it was something that brought me joy. And I was able to turn that into something that could sustain a living. And I've never been happier, honestly. It started so later in my life, but I've never felt like truly whole until I stumbled upon this thing that I was running from for so long. So with you, I would encourage your daughter, if it's your passion, don't treat it like a side thing. Nurture it, help it to grow, and it can be whatever you want it to be, really.
Well, I think I speak for a lot of us. We're very thrilled that you did find your passion because we're the beneficiaries.
You definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so mutual. Thank you, though.
Yeah,
and
incredible.
I just say this: they're 3-year-olds, your twins. Okay, girl, get that balloons out and let them just hit around, whatever. Hit the balloons around.
They're very into cars right now.
They might be here. So, thank you so much
for
coming.
You guys. Thank you for having me.
Please go enjoy some tennis. It's going to be a really fun night.
I'm so excited. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Melissa. All right, so we hop inside Arthur Ashe Stadium here for the first couple of points. Venus Williams taking on Karolina Muchova. I'm going to need Melissa to stick around. I got a cat picture to show her just for a second here. This is very important stuff. You can hear, obviously, the crowd settling in as Williams serves in an all-white outfit here from the far side. Toss goes up. Serve is into the net on the first serve. A little bit of nerves, I'm sure, for her at this stage. Second serve upcoming for Venus Williams is good to a Muchova forehand through the middle. Williams back into a Muchova backhand right through the middle. She hit with 2 wrists on that one. That's obviously the very important part. Missed forehand here from from Venus Williams gets us to love 15. We will have Nick McCarville here in the next couple of minutes, joining us courtside. So serve here at love 15. Serve good to a forehand from Muchova. Williams goes inside in forehand, but misses well long. And let's get to the particulars on these 2 players here. Venus Williams comes into this 602 in the world. Obviously getting a wild card here, 1-2 on the season. That win that we mentioned over Peyton Stearns. 45 years of age, going to have the crowd very much on her side through some tougher times here tonight. That's an all-white kit. White visor, white top, white skirt, white shoes here. Misses another first serve into the net. Second serve upcoming here for Venus. Toss goes up. Serve is long. It's a double fault, and it's going to be 3 chances here for Muchova in the opener.
Yeah, Venus is starting off. You can tell very nervous, but she has that Venus stern look in her face, a lot of determination.
And important for her to just kind of be able to settle in here and grab a couple of points, especially with that big first serve. Pulls down her toss here at love 40 in the opener from the far side. 2 minutes in. Toss goes up, serve out wide, lob return. Williams will watch that one slide long.
That was a great serve there by Venus. Great pronation on the ad side. Muchova was not able to handle that. That was 108 miles an hour.
So now 15-40. 2 more chances here from Muchova. Tosses up, serve into the net. Muchova has been battling wrist injuries, both wrists, over the last couple of years. This year, the left wrist, so she's been using a backhand slice a lot more than usual. Second serve, good. Muchova forehand goes cross. Williams forehand up the line is into the net. Sluggish start for Venus Williams, and Muchova will take it. She's got an early break lead here at 1-love.
Yeah, it's interesting because the last probably 3 days I've noticed Venus has been coming out very early and practicing, but nothing is like playing on, center court and you haven't played in 2 years. Those nerves are definitely going to come back.
Yeah, went back and actually looked through the last couple of years. Last year, 2 matches for Venus. She had 10 in 23, 4 in 22. 12 in 2021, but essentially since COVID, she's 8 and 32.
Yeah, that's a lot.
it's tough, right? I mean,
yeah.
that's kind of the stakes for her right now, and that's the thing is I think all of us are thrilled that she's still competing and a part of the ecosystem.
Like DC was probably the best because it's a smaller venue, it's intimate, not too overwhelming. Now here you're putting yourself into the Grand Slam.
Yep, absolutely. So Muchova serving a little bit long, trying to go into the body. Certainly something Venus has dealt with a lot with those lengthy arms. Second serve here for the 29-year-old from the Czech Republic. Second serve, good to a Williams backhand inside out that sprays into the stands. It's 15-love.
Yeah, Muchova did a great job of hitting the ball into the body of Venus. That's exactly what you want to do with somebody with her wingspan. You want to hit into the body to kind of keep them so they're not able to like stretch out. It was great serve.
So 15-love, 13 in the world right now, 19 in the live rankings, defending a semifinal from a year ago. Serve is into the net, trying to go T. Career high for Muchova at 8 back in September of 2023. 8th appearance here, 17 and 7, along with those 2 semifinals. Second serve, good. Williams goes cross with a backhand. Now we'll get a forehand, goes inside out. Muchova there with a backhand through the middle. Williams gets down low for a forehand, comes up with the goods. Inside out winner for 15-all.
Yeah, Venus did a great job there. She was so far inside of the baseline waiting for that second serve. When she got an opportunity, she really just laced that forehand in, but she got so far down, one knee almost on the ground with that short ball, and it was a beautiful winner down the line. Forehand.
Muchova takes a look over at Williams, who's rocking about 2 feet behind the baseline. Serve is good. Williams forehand through the middle, off the net, and good. Muchova in behind a forehand, gets a volley. Williams forehand is into the net. It's 30-15.
Yeah, Muchova did a great job there in fending out that very hard ball right to Muchova when she was coming in, kind of into the body. But she has such beautiful volleys, Muchova does.
She does. She really took after Roger Federer. There's a lot of Federer in her game, and she's very honest about it. She's without a coach right now, which is a really interesting situation for Muchova. Serve T ace, 40-15. Yeah, just split with Emil Miski just in July, about a month ago, and said taking a break right now. It's most important for her to get matches under her belt and just get healthy again, which has been such a struggle for her.
You know what's been interesting? This younger generation, they have no problem with getting rid of coaches right before the Grand Slam. That's like amazing.
I know. Yeah, it's something I can't fathom either. Return through the middle. Williams now going to get a backhand. She goes inside in with him. Muchova back into a Williams forehand rolled through the middle. That lands good. Muchova forehand. Williams goes forehand cross. Muchova forehand up the line, in behind it, and Williams misses the ensuing backhand into the nets to love. And I have to say, Muchova really putting on the attack here and making Williams deal with her pace.
Yeah, she's done a great job of making Venus actually move consistently. Not one of those strokes was in the same spot. She kept her moving around, and Venus had to pay attention to her possibly coming toward the net as well.
We're going to bring in Nick McCarville here in just a couple of minutes. He is courtside for us in the whisper position as Williams serves near side now at love 2. Serve is into the net. It has been a struggle early. 2 of her first 6 first serves now for Venus Williams. Takes a long pause here before this second serve. Looks over at her box as well. Second serve. Now she's pausing. A bit of crowd noise off to her right. Second serve, Venus Williams. Good. Muchova forehand middle. Williams backhand goes cross, but it is into the net. It is love 15.
You know what's interesting? I was just thinking about this also, Mike. Is that it's when you get older, your sight is a big thing, and then playing at night, you got to get also adjusted to the ball because Venus just seems a slight off, like just a little, just a tip, not picking the ball up very quickly.
I think you might be onto something. Serve good. Muchova chips a forehand middle. Williams forehand in behind it. Volley touches into the net for Venus Williams. This is, yeah, just not going the right way here. Love 30 very quickly. Muchova, listen, doing all of the right things at this stage in terms of just making Williams come up with things time and time again.
She's making a play. Venus did the right move by trying to come in, but Muchova did a great job of getting that ball down. Venus had to try to come up with the forehand, was not able to come up with it.
Love 30 serve for Williams. Serve is long, trying to go into the body. Second serve here for Venus. She waits for the ball to be tossed to her from one of the ball crew. Now ready with the second serve. Good. Muchova forehand through the middle. Williams goes backhand through the middle, misses by about 6 feet. It's 3 more chances here for Karolina Muchova.
Yeah, Venus just is not just quite picking that ball up quite quick enough. Feet just seem a little bit slower.
Yeah, tough times right now. Already 1 of 2 on her break chances. It's Muchova. Williams serve, net, and good. A very rare let here on these taut nets at the 2025 U.S. Open. So another first serve upcoming here for Venus. She pulls down the toss. Try this one again. 25th appearance here. 101st U.S. Open singles match. Serve good. Muchova backhand cross. Williams backhand cross. Good angle. Slice back from Muchova. Williams with a volley. Muchova running forehand will be missed wide. Muchova also nearly falling over her own feet there.
Yeah, this was absolutely just beautiful for Venus. She hit that strong backhand to the corner. Notice that Muchova had that one hand off of it, snuck in, hit a beautiful classic forehand volley.
Indeed. Classic also going with the collared shirt, which is a lost art
she
within our
very
sport.
Classic
She does look very classic. 15:40 here for Venus Williams. Serve is good. Muchova forehand through the middle. Williams backhand cross to a slice up the line from Muchova. Williams forehand back up the line. Muchova backhand to a Williams forehand inside out. Muchova drop shot. Good. Williams there with the forehand. Muchova forehand up the line, just missing long. So a couple of good movements forward here from Venus Williams to find off a couple of chances. 30-40.
Yeah, she just seemed like Venus was picking up the ball much earlier there, looking for the short ball. When she had the opportunity, she is not afraid to move in.
And trying to go as well through the Muchova backhand, understandably so. Not really sure what we're going to see from the backhand of Muchova right at this stretch. So at 30-40, Williams from the near side. Serve is good. Muchova chips a forehand to a Williams backhand. Laced up the line. We're at deuce.
Can you say lace again? Like, that was absolutely beautiful. I mean, two-hand backhand just really just knifed it down the line. Good preparation here and leaned in with everything that she had. Beautiful backhand down the line.
Venus is definitely taking long looks at the serve clock. She's got plenty of time, but definitely looking at it, seeing how much time she has before each point. Serve right into the body, gets a short ball, back in from Williams. Up the line is good. So an opportunity now for Williams to get on the scoreboard with a game point.
Yeah, Venus did an excellent there by hitting the ball into the body of Muchova, but when she was looking for the short ball, came in and just absolutely beautiful backhand down the line, looking to move forward.
It is the weapon of choice for her, that incredible backhand. She is 5 of 7 on first serve points, 0 and 5 on her seconds. Here with the game point, Williams serve good. Muchova backhand through the middle. Williams inside-out forehand is netted. Unforced error for her number 7. 3 of them have come off that forehand wing.
Yeah, unforced error there. There was absolutely no foot movement there by Venus. She set it up perfectly. Once again, a body serve. It was right there. Just needed to pick it up a little quicker.
Absolutely. So another deuce number 2 here in Williams' second service game. Pulls down her toss once again. And again, those lights up above can certainly cause some havoc if you have not been playing at night much of late. Chip returned through the middle. Williams goes backhand rolled, just catches the baseline. She gets another backhand, goes cross, and that is perfect. Absolutely clean from the backhand wing of Venus Williams to grab another game point.
It's still amazing how much she is literally hitting the center of the racket, and when she sees her opportunity, just lays into that backhand cross court and getting just on the outside of the ball to pull it even more to the sideline.
Her second game point of the night. Serve long. Again, she has not won a point on her own second serve yet. 0 for 5 in that category. Takes a look over into the stands once again. Just really good with her timing to make sure she is on her pace and nobody else's. Second serve here on this game point. Pulls down her toss.
I think she's doing that in life, too. Nobody else is.
Aren't we all? Second serve is good. Muchova goes forehand through the middle. Williams runs around, hits a forehand to a Muchova backhand line. Perfect. She came over the top. 2 hands there. And again, in Muchova's career, she has, this whole year has been about her adjusting to the pain in her left wrist. She looks like she's ready to go.
Definitely adjusted there. There was a lot of left hand going there. She redirected that backhand down the line, and it was just absolutely beautiful.
Third deuce. Serve tee just catches the outside of both lines of the tee. Wow.
Literally as you said, the tee. Couldn't get any more right on the tee than that.
114 MPH from Williams, her first ace. A third game point. Serve good. Lob return short and good. Williams puts that away with the forehand into the deuce corner. So Williams is on the board, but damage has already been done. Muchova up a break early. 2-1. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. The third member of our broadcast crew here tonight is sitting courtside and doing fashionable work as well. Always is Nick McCarville. Nick, it's obviously a special night as we're continuing our celebration of Althea Gibson breaking the color barrier 75 years ago. But having Venus out there right now, what's the crowd atmosphere like as she's finally gotten on the scoreboard?
There's quite the collection of people, Mike, actually just over my shoulders, who are all greeting each other and hugging one another, and Venus is looking at them like, guys, I'm ready to play. No, the atmosphere, good evening to both of you, by the way. The atmosphere in here has been great. Zena, the support for Venus when she walked out, she was a rock star greeting. And how important was that game for her, having been down man, it just felt like she couldn't find her timing. I felt like that third game was big as Muchova throws in a double fault. I watched both of them, Mike, earlier today practice. They practiced side by side on the practice courts. Muchova working a lot on moving in, so we'll watch out for that. Venus did have her right shoulder rubbed down a few times. I don't think that's anything new for Venus. Of course, a few niggles coming into the U.S. Open. But I thought that third game was really important for Venus to settle into this match.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Nick. He's going to be with us throughout the night as Muchova puts away a forehand cleanly into the deuce corner. And yeah, to Nick's point, I mean, there are a lot of people who want to be a part of it tonight. The celebrity list is pretty impressive, including one Maria Sharapova.
Oh, wow.
Obviously, she and Serena having a coming together party at the Hall of Fame induction ceremony this past weekend, which was truly remarkable, Zena, after how heated that rivalry was for so many years.
Well, I saw a little clip where Serena said, you know, people thought it was even more heated than it really was, but I thought that was absolutely a great tribute. Well done to the Hall of Fame for even holding that for so long until Serena came out. And I think that was really well done to the Bryan brothers as well.
Yes.
And our Dave McPherson also was there. So, and Sharapova. I mean, so it's just a great Hall of Fame this year.
Yeah, and I believe they're going to be having a little bit of a ceremony honoring Maria after this match here tonight, and I believe the Bryan brothers as well. Backhand here from Muchova to a backhand Williams. Muchova backhand up the line to a running forehand Williams. It's good. Muchova backhand cross. Williams there. Backhand middle. Sliced back from Muchova. Forehand for Williams goes cross. Muchova forehand up the line. Misses long. It's 30 all here in this 2-1 service game as it's just gotten incrementally better here for Williams through the night.
Yeah, it definitely got better. And I was going to ask Nick, I mean, it seems like Venus is really hitting the ball very clean.
Oh, she's come alive, Zena, here in the last, 8-10 points. The footwork is better, and the timing, you pointed it out, the timing looks sweet. I think it was just the feet were a little heavy those first couple of games.
Big spot here early in this first set. Serve from Muchova is good out wide. Forehand Williams. Muchova digs out of forehand to a Williams. Backhand up the line. Slice from Muchova into the net, and it's a break chance now for Venus Williams to get us level.
I mean, what a stretch there for Venus. Didn't quite think that she was going to get that return, but it came back with even more power. And this crowd is already geared up and looking for a break here.
And they might just get it. First break chance of the night for Williams. 30-40. Muchova near side. All purple kit for her. Serve. T long. She's just 1 of 4. And not surprisingly, with this New York crowd, a couple of people applauding that missed first serve on this break chance. That will happen from time to time. Second serve here for Muchova. That is good. Williams lost the backhand. Good. Muchova inside out forehand to a Williams backhand cross. Great angle. Slice from Muchova. Williams in behind it. Volley up the line. Forehand from Muchova is into the net. We are level. We've got a match on our hands now. It's 2-all.
Nick, I just had a classic flashback there. The way that she hit that ball off to Muchova's backhand came in. And what about this little pickup that she made right at her feet was absolutely classic.
Zena, can we call that vintage Venus?
You can call it vintage Venus for sure.
Circa 2000, you know, listening to Venus in her pre-tournament press conference too, Zena and Mike, she said that it is important for her what she took from those 3 matches in DC and Cincinnati is she can't just bash the ball. She's got to construct the points. And the last couple games, we've seen some really great point construction from Venus.
Yeah, and on top of it, it's a very clear target where she wants to go through that backhand wing, right? That still is not quite at Muchova levels that has gotten her to semifinals here in New York the last couple of years. Williams ready finally. 21 minutes in here. 2-all. Serve. Out wide is well wide into the doubles alley. Yeah, definitely still has that power, does Williams. Second serve for Venus is good, but it is a let. Yeah, it's a really interesting point that Nick just brought up, that point construction component, right? It takes some time to really rebuild that muscle memory of putting together points. Second serve once again here for Venus. Toss goes up, serve, good. Muchova forehand up the line. Williams digs out a backhand short. Muchova backhand cross. Williams there, backhand cross, off the net and over the racket of Muchova for 15 love.
Nick, we're seeing some classic backhands there by Venus. I even think down to her outfit is so classic, but this is a classic, beautiful, just flick backhand. Got a little lucky with the little net, the ball hitting the net there, but Venus is just really, you can see it in her eyes. She's going for every point there.
And so Williams here, 15 love. You even see it in the pre-match interview. I mean, that was intense as it was. Serve is another lead. I was a little bit nervous for the interviewer out there. So again, another first serve upcoming here for Williams. Really deliberate in her motions. I think we can all agree on that. Tosses up, she pulls it back down. And one of these matches that could take some time because of the deliberate nature for Williams. Serve out wide is just wide. Doesn't quite agree with the call. He's been working with Diego Ayala down in Florida over the last couple of months. As Venus, second serve, good. Muchova run around forehand to a Williams forehand middle. Muchova in behind a forehand. Backhand pass from Williams, clean for another backhand winner for 30 love.
You know, this is so interesting because once you have great fundamentals, you actually never lose them. Venus was so far ahead of the ball, she almost overhit it, but her preparation is good. It's always been good. I know her dad and her mom always preached to be prepared very early for the ball.
Serve, 30 love, good. Muchova forehand off the net and stays on her side. Game points here for Venus Williams. 2000 and 2001 champion, beating Lindsay Davenport and her sister Serena in those two finals. With a game point, 3 of them in fact, serve into the net. Second serve now. Toss goes up here. Second serve is long.
You know, the interesting thing is, especially as you get older, it's can you play consistent enough?
Yeah.
You're still going to have some great shots, and then you're on that high, and but you have to be able to play consistently those same good shots. She comes back with a great serve there. Ace down the middle.
Second ace of the night. So Williams, for the first time, has a lead here tonight. It's 3-2, midway through the first on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Mike Cation, the legend Zena Garrison to my left. Nick McCarville is courtside. Gil Gross will be joining us in just a little while from Armstrong, where Casper Ruud very quickly 6-1 in the first set over Sebastian Offner, who's just making his way back from injury. So we'll be keeping one eye on that one. Stadium 17, a really interesting one. The young American Nishesh Basavareddy taking on Karen Khachanov. They have split sets late in a third over there. Bondar with a 6-2 first set and a break over Elena Svitolina on grandstand. So we're keeping an eye on all the action for you here tonight as Muchova gets it quickly to 15-love here at 2-3 in our first set.
And wow, that was the second serve by Muchova, and Venus just actually lit into a beautiful forehand down the line. That's what she does so well. Second serve, she's going to make you pay, and she's definitely starting to do it here.
Yeah, the score bug that we have in front of us flipped, so I came back and immediately saw that Muchova 15-love. It has now been flipped, so I'm the one who looks silly here. But yes, clean return winner there for Venus at love 15 now for Muchova. Second serve. Williams goes through the middle, misses long off that backhand wing, and looks absolutely disgusted.
Yeah, because it actually was a second serve, but it got up a little bit over, I can't tell over her head, but it got up a little bit higher than what she wanted to, and she knew she probably should have moved up, catch it before it gets on that high bounce.
Muchova pretty deliberate as well with her motion from the far side right now. 2-3, 15 all, serve good, backhand inside out to a Muchova forehand that she hits into the net. And yeah, now it's one of those alarm bells starting to ring here with Muchova starting to throw in some errors as well. And Williams, a big opening at 15-30.
Yeah, I think Muchova is just actually starting to see and realize that Venus is literally hitting the ball really well.
Yep. I don't think there's any doubt about it. She waits for Williams to take her return position about 3 feet behind the baseline. Muchova throws up the toss. Serve. Good. Williams rolls it back and up the line. Lands good. Muchova forehand cross. Williams tracks it down through the middle. Muchova inside out forehand. Clean winner off that forehand wing. Perfect point execution to 30 all.
Muchova did a great job of getting on the outside of that ball, making Venus have to run very wide to the forehand. Saw that it's going to be a short ball. Once a person that's an all-court player sees any ball in the middle, they're going to go forward, and Muchova did a great job of hitting that forehand down the line.
Yeah, absolutely right. So big spot once again. Really needs to kind of get back on track after losing the last 3 games for Muchova. The 11th seed, serve T, gets a forehand, goes inside in. Williams has to roll that back. Muchova forehand up the line, but pushed it wide. Break chance. Venus Williams at 30-40.
Guys, Muchova, Mike, you pointed out that the levels dropped here.
Yep.
The unforced error count is up and was just jumping around in between points, maybe feeling some of the nerves still here, night session. But how about this? A break point for Venus to go 4 games in a row.
Is it starting to get very loud out there, Nick?
Oh, yeah. This is Venus Williams Stadium tonight, borrowing the name from, I don't think Arthur minds.
Yeah, for one night.
Just one night.
Yeah, we'll allow that. Pulls down the first toss. This toss is good. Muchova's going to get a backhand, goes up the line. That is pure serve +1 tennis on that beautiful backhand for deuce.
Muchova just basically said, hold on, I'm not going anywhere. She hit a great 1-2 punch, good strong serve to Venus's backhand. Stepped in and hit a beautiful backhand down the line by Muchova, 2-hander.
Yeah, that's been the part for me. I think Muchova is probably my favorite player to watch just because of how many different skills she has. The fact that she's not been able to hit the backhand as well as normal as Williams misses a return into the net. That's been so hard to watch because you know the full capability of her talent is so immense and just hasn't been able to use it really for the last couple of years. That's why that semifinal run last year was so impressive.
A lot of times when you have so much in your racket like she does, it's sometimes very difficult because you don't know exactly what shot to hit at what time.
You would know that. I wouldn't know that. I'm going to trust you on that. Serve here for Muchova with a game point. It is an ace slider up the tee. That's a must-hold for her at this stage, finding off a break chance in the process to 3-all.
Muchova's doing a great job. That was a beautiful forehand. I'm sorry, a beautiful serve right into Venus's forehand down the tee. Venus was not able to get it. I love to watch when Muchova hits a great shot and she blows into her hand.
Yeah. Gunslinger.
Still,
Yes.
Mike, guys, between the game, there just a lot of shadow swinging, and I think that was an important hold, wasn't it, for Muchova, keeping the body loose and just feeling like she's maybe settled her ship again in this first set.
We will see as Williams has this opportunity here into the ball change, serving near side, 3-all, serve into the net. Again, the big struggle for her has been backing up those second serve points, 2 of 9 now, after starting 0 for 6. Second serve good. Muchova gets a forehand, goes middle. Williams backhand cross. Muchova runs around. Big forehand, inside out winner, clean into the ad corner for love 15.
Yeah, Muchova did a great job of hitting outside forehand, but what she did well is get those feet around where she could hit that inside-out forehand. Good footwork there by Muchova.
We've seen that a couple of times here in the last couple of games. In fact, in the last 4 points. Love 15 serve for Williams. T, good. Chip return with good depth. Williams, forehand inside out, hits the net, stays on her side. So Williams in trouble once again at love 30.
Yeah, Muchova did a great job of making sure she got that return back. Sometimes the ball that comes right down the center to a big server is actually very hard because they're not expecting to get it back, so they don't get their feet out the way.
And also so tough to create those angles there as well, right? Serve at love 30, good. Muchova chips it up the line. Williams has to dig out a backhand. Muchova inside out forehand to a Williams backhand cross. Muchova backhand middle. Williams goes inside out forehand with good depth and draws the air off the backhand of Muchova. 15-30 now.
That was great correction there by Venus. That ball came straight, very strong down the middle, but that time she made sure she got around, her feet around, so she can hit a great forehand.
15-30 now. And again, you feel like this serve clock is going to be threatened a few times here on the night. Williams ready to go now. Serve. She pulls down her toss once again. This is a recurring theme for the night so far. Struggling with that toss. It's up. Serve is into the net. I've been working for a little while with Hugo Armando, of course, with Eric Heckman. Had a cup of coffee earlier this year with Ruan Rulofse. Did Williams. Second serve, good. Muchova big forehand up the line. Williams rolls a forehand cross, and Muchova can't dig that up. She went for everything on that return and was left wanting.
Yeah, Muchova did. She wanted to move around and hit a big forehand. Well, she moved around and hit a big forehand, but she hit it so big that she didn't hit it quite clean, and Venus made her pay for that.
But still in some trouble, under a little bit of duress here. 3-all, 30-all in this first set. Williams and Muchova. Toss for Williams. Serve is into the net. Muchova on her second serve return position, stepping right on top of the baseline after taking the first serves maybe 6 to 8 feet beyond the baseline. Second serve here for Williams. Good. Muchova forehand up the line, in behind it, but doesn't need to come up with a volley. The quality of the return, perfect. Break chance, Muchova.
Muchova did a great job of taking that second serve off the rise, and she was looking to follow it in. You know, when someone's looking to follow it in, you know that they're looking for any opportunity to take advantage of just a little bit, putting the pressure back on the other side.
So 30-40 now in this 3-all service games. Williams serve, good. T, ace. 3 straight games with 1. Fighting off the break chance to deuce.
I am like sitting here in amaze. That was from the same toss. She actually had me fooled. I thought she was going out wide, and at the last second, she curved it right down to the tee.
Williams again pulls down the toss. That's 3 times in this game. Tries again now. Serve, tee, wide. It's a really interesting question because I can point to certain players have had trouble with tosses. Should that factor into the serve clock and that whole component, because it kind of causes confusion for the returner. Second serve is a double fault, but that's for a different discussion entirely.
Well, actually, I think it caused her and double fault there maybe too many times that she couldn't get the right toss. But, you know, that is an interesting discussion because I think you shouldn't, because I think it's enough time. I mean, sometimes people aren't really using it, or shouldn't be. Let me say that. Should not be using it to be a bad sport.
Right. I don't think there's any question that that's not what's happening. Yeah. It's one of those.
But you bring up a great point.
Another failed ball toss. The next first serve is into the net on this break chance. This is the 7th break point of the night for Muchova, 1 of 6 so far. Second serve here for Venus. She pulls down the toss again, and Muchova takes 2 steps back. Second serve, good, off the service line. Forehand from Muchova, in behind it, volley, touch, dropper. Williams there, but pokes it into the net. So Muchova, yeah, after fighting off a break chance in her last, able to get the break in the next one. So she takes a 4-3 lead into this ball change. And listen, Zena, I do a lot of challengers, right? So that's where I kind of seen tons of tennis over the last 10 years. There was a run for Cam Norrie. It was the Binghamton Challenger around 2016. He was adjusting his toss. That was part of his progression. And he had a week where it was going to be 30 or 40 failed ball tosses within a match. And I can't tell you which player, but one player actually went to the supervisor and said, listen, it's disrupting my rhythm. It's not intentional by any means, but it's consistently disrupting my return rhythm as I'm trying to take these 2 steps back, and I'm not sure if it's coming or not. And it's
now,
a tough
if
one.
someone's doing that and then they're kind of looking over to see which way you kind of lean, that's a different story.
Correct.
But, and then sometimes in the wind, it's just too much.
Of
you know
course.
the one that used to bother me, not the toss, but bouncing the toss a million times.
Yeah, sure.
Like, come on, really?
Yeah.
It's felt like to me, guys, that Venus, she feels as though she needs to be perfect in where the toss is, right?
Yeah, right.
Because that second serve has been such a weakness. We saw it there in that last game. Zena, she wants that ball exactly like when you called it out in terms of going wide or going up the tee. And yeah, is Muchova going to be annoyed by that? I guess we wait and see.
Indeed.
Yeah. And to your point, Nick, she has previously always had, you would see her do the whole toss thing because she does probably want to do correctly. And then sometimes I know for a fact she used to get it out too far out in front sometimes.
Yeah.
And then that would cause the long double fault.
We also have Gil Gross as part of our broadcast team, and he is now settled into Armstrong. Also settled in at Armstrong is Casper Ruud, who's looking phenomenal so far tonight, Gil.
Hi, Mike. Hi, Zena. Yes, he is. He's up a set and a break already. He took the first 6 games to 1, and Offner certainly struggling with his consistency early on. First serve percentage is 35%.
Yikes.
And he's got 18 unforced errors through 10 games now.
And Gil, it's really interesting with Casper. I was doing some interviews with him earlier in the year, and he was talking about how he was trying to keep up with, Jannik and keep up with Carlos, the guys who have kind of taken the men's game to this next level. And he was talking about the need to flatten out that incredible forehand a little bit more. What are you seeing from him lately that might make him a threat this tournament?
It's a good mindset. He knows that in order for him to beat the best in the world, his forehand needs to be the best shot on the court. It needs to be a very disruptive weapon. So I think he's started to shift the mindset off of that wing, take on a little bit more risk, and also try to be more aggressive in his court positioning. So he's also taking time away in addition to ripping the ball.
All right, thank you so much, Gil, as we bring you back inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. It's Muchova serving here 4-3 from the near side with those new balls. We're at 15 all in this service game. Tosses up, serve is good. Williams backhand middle. Muchova inside out forehand just catches the baseline, and Williams misses the ensuing backhand right through the middle, and again takes a long look down at the strings of her racket.
Yeah, Muchova did a great job. That was a nice deep ball. She was backing Venus up. Venus also knows that every point from right here on is very important. You want to stay close in this set.
Muchova serve out wide, gets a return through the middle, forehand from her, running forehand Williams. Muchova in behind a volley, lob from Williams, a good one. Muchova, wow, what an overhead. Off the back heel, big jump, and puts that into the ad corner and gets a couple of game points.
That was just a beautiful move there by Muchova, seeing the opportunity that Venus was just, that ball was going to hold up there. She snuck in, but this overhead was a perfect sizzle kick overhead, good pronation, and off to the backhand side. I mean, just perfect.
Just a fun one to watch. Muchova got game points here to consolidate the break. Serve off the net and long. Williams did not do a lot to get out of the way of that ball. That got really close.
Got hit by that ball.
It did almost hit her, yes.
Second serve here for Karolina Muchova, the 11th seed. Serve is good. Williams backhand into the net, got very tight into the body, and Muchova does consolidate, 1 game away from this first set, 5-3.
Nick, I have got to ask you about Venus's bag, purse, or what is that?
Oh my God, Zena, it's amazing. It's just in front of us. It is, I don't even know how to describe it. It's got a leather brown strap on it, and then it is some sort of faux fur. I don't know, is that real fur? But it looks like sheep wool of sorts.
Yeah.
But you've got the Wilson bag on the left, and then just in front of me is, what is that, Zena? It is iconic.
I was hoping you could help me out.
Whatever
on
it
this
is,
one.
I described it as best I could. The lighter sheep wool. And who knows if there's even tennis rackets in there, guys?
Nick, it feels like if you put googly eyes on it, it could be a Muppet.
Exactly. But come on, the fashion game last night, we had Darth Novak
Yes.
in all black, and tonight Venus looks, she looks dazzling.
Is she a stormtrooper
I
then?
love the classic look. I absolutely love the classic look for her.
I do too. Unfortunately, not classic is the double fault here for Williams, trying to go into the body, misses into the net. Again, that second serve component has been really telling a lot of the story. 3 of 15 now with 4 double faults as well. Serve is into the net once again. That drops her to 50% for the night.
Thank you. Please.
While trying to show a little bit of additional support. Second serve, Williams, good. Muchova backhand cross. Williams goes backhand cross. Muchova slices up the line. Forehand from Williams, cross, great angle. Muchova throws up a lob, just missing wide. I mean, the ability for her to generate pace is just off the charts still.
Well, her contact point is so on point. And when she swings with effort when her to get to the contact point, so that gives her a little extra pace when you don't least expect it.
15 all, trying to keep things tight here in this first set. Serve is good. Ship return is into the net, right off the service line from Williams for 30-15.
Yeah, Venus is actually trying to pump herself up right now. Trying to stay in each point. It's very important. Still only a break. Just hang in there. You never know.
So at 30-15, 3-5, serve is into the net, back to 50%, 17 of 34. Second serve for the very deliberate Venus Williams. Toss goes up. She pulls it back down. Muchova would taken about 2 or 3 big steps inside the baseline. Second serve now up the tee. Muchova forehand short, slice back from Williams. Muchova inside in forehand that she misses by about 6 feet. Up the line into the deuce corner. Game points, Venus Williams.
Venus did a great job there of keeping that ball low. That's what you want to try to do on Muchova. You know, someone that has a little bit of everything, but you know, as you said before, forehand can be very deadly, but it cannot be that deadly below the net.
Yep. Game points, Williams. Serve is long, trying to go into the backhand body of Karolina Muchova. Ball finally gets cleared there from the ball crew. Second serve here for Williams. Ready to rock and fire. Toss goes up. Second serve out wide is wide. Second of this game, 5th of the night for her.
Venus is actually, you can tell, sometimes feeling the pressure to hit a great second serve because Muchova's done a great job of making her pay if she just puts that second serve in.
Yeah, absolutely. Still game point here for Williams, trying to force the issue. Ready to go, 44 minutes in, serve into the net once again. Has now slipped below 50% for the night. And that being such a weapon too, right? Second serve for Williams, 40-30. Good. Muchova backhand cross. Williams has to throw up a lob. That will miss long. We're at deuce.
Once again, Muchova taking advantage of that second serve, keeping the pressure on Venus. When you have someone that starts throwing in a lot of double faults, you want to really start pouncing in on that second serve.
100%. And listen, you take out those 5 double faults, so just leave those out, and Williams is only 5 of 14 on points in play on that second serve. So again, it's just really factoring in, and meanwhile, she's winning 76% of the first serve points. Serve here at deuce, good. Muchova back in through the middle. Williams goes forehand up the line. Muchova gets time, has a backhand, and woeful backhand from her into the net. She had so much time there and just looked befuddled.
Yeah, well, I think she was pretty shocked. Venus got a great first serve in there and hit it. You know, a decent forehand. I think she saw the ball was short. She kind of overhit it.
So another game point here for Williams, who hasn't faced a break chance in this game. Toss goes up. Serve. Williams netted. Serving at 47%. Second serve here for Venus. That is good. Muchova forehand through the middle. Williams forehand middle. Muchova forehand just off the baseline and good, and Williams can't dig it out. Forehand is into the net. Back to deuce we go.
Venus hit a screaming forehand there, but Muchova did a great job of taking that pace and putting it back on Venus very quickly. Venus was not able to handle it.
Now this crowd very quiet. 5-minute game. Serve is long. Muchova almost got that one right into the kidney there after serve got into the body. Second serve for her to look at, with Williams now 5 of 20 on her second serves. That is another double, third of this game. So Muchova finally does get a set point for the night. 2 of 7 on her break chances.
Nick, have you noticed the pressure that's...
Oh, certainly. Yeah, and Venus has gotten in her own head with that second serve, hasn't she?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Throws up the toss here on this first serve. It is good. Tee. And no response there from Muchova. Just barely gets the frame on it to deuce.
That was just sheer, wisdom. Have played so many matches, came back with a strong serve right down the tee. Definitely vintage Venus on that first serve there.
Pulls back her toss again. It's a 55% difference in first serve and second serve effectiveness for Venus. Gets a first serve in, gets a forehand, goes up the line to a backhand Muchova cross. Williams backhand cross, Muchova backhand cross. Williams the same. Muchova backhand through the middle, forehand from Williams rolled. Muchova inside out forehand, perfect. And Williams just barely getting to it, but it's into the net. It's going to be another set point for Muchova.
Yeah, Muchova did a great job of just defending some of those strong shots that were coming off the rackets of Venus. But Muchova definitely knew that she had to stay in that point, did a great job. When she had that forehand, just ripped it down the line. Venus was not able to get over there.
About 8 feet behind the baseline is Muchova for this first serve from Venus Williams. Set point down, serve out wide is long. Williams almost seemingly rolling her eyes there. A little pout of frustration as well. Second serve on this set point from Muchova. Williams serve off the net and long. Appropriate way for that game in particular to end. 4 doubles for Venus Williams, and to some tepid applause from this New York crowd. Karolina Muchova takes the first set 6-3 on the strength of 3 breaks. We're taking a break as well. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Well, Mike Cation, Zena Garrison, Nick McCarville joining you on Ash. Gil Gross will be giving us an update from over on Armstrong in just a couple of minutes on a night where we are celebrating some of the greats of the game. This tournament celebrating 75 years of breaking the color barrier. Zena Garrison has been, of course, so instrumental in that as well. I was really touched when you were talking to Melissa Kobe earlier, the artist who made that incredible design of Althea Gibson for our posters and our programs as well. You know, just the pass down, if you will, from Althea to you, Lori McNeil, to the Williams sisters, now to Coco Gauff, and also Ben Shelton and Francis Tiafoe as well. Those guys, it's, you know, just from an outsider's perspective, it's just so unique for us to get to hear how that history has all just kind of been passed down.
Yeah, it's actually, every time I think about it, and as you said, we have Melissa in here, and every time, the moment I told her that now she's part of a history, we both were about to start crying because I could see her emotion, and it really is, Mike. It's just, to have her honored the way that she's being honored this year, and to pass it down to so many, and I say not just black players, but the fact that she broke the barrier to open it up for us to see so many people come through. And when, you know, barriers sometimes stopped us from being able to do something that we wanted to try.
And Nick, of course, it's so important to continue to celebrate this as well, because, you know, I don't know about you, but just walking through the crowd here tonight as we were getting ready for our broadcast, I just found myself kind of paying attention to how many people of color were out here watching, you know, to watch Venus here tonight.
Well, and that's been a big push in our sport, right? This last couple of generations, and the woman on court tonight, Venus, is responsible for a huge part of that. And, you know, Zena, you were in the generation that came before her. Venus and Serena then carrying that torch. And then, guys, it was special today. A huge crowd during practice. I mentioned Muchova and Venus practicing, but Coco was on court, Coco Gauff at the same time. And there's another generation, and all the young, of course, black kids, but young kids all over the world who are looking up to these global superstars. And this sport has done a great job of carrying on that tradition for black women, for black athletes. Look at Francis Tiafoe and his win. And Mike, I'm sure you would have seen the video of Francis taking his mom to Fifth Avenue, and his face is plastered 5 stories high on Lululemon. I mean, that is going to shape futures. It's beautiful.
It really is. Also beautiful right now is seeing Venus have some opportunities here in this second set early. It's Muchova serving from the far side. Love 40, serve long. 3 chances here for Williams to grab an early break here. It's been a very streaky match so far in this one. Muchova's second serve. Good. Williams goes cross. Muchova throws up a lob. Williams waits. It bounces into the forehand side. Muchova there, and Williams misses the bunny right on top of the net, and just wasn't expecting that ball to come back. And great defensive effort there from Karolina Muchova.
Well, I actually think she thought it was going to come back, but she's just a step, just not picking it up quite. She did everything possible standing inside, taking advantage of that second serve, but you're absolutely right. It was a bunny right there on her racket and was not able to basically make it work out for her.
15-40 in the Muchova service game. Serve, tee, and it's not going to be back from Williams. 30-40 now as Venus moves to 1 of 4 on her break chances here tonight. Both players taking a long look at the strings on their rackets right now before this third break chance for Williams. Again, Muchova in the all-purple on the far side. Williams in an all-white number on the near side. 54 minutes in. Third break chance for Williams. Muchova, serve, tee, good. And gets a freebie off of the frame of Williams. We're at deuce.
You know, I was just thinking about what Nick said, and was well said, everything you said, Nick. One of the great things, there's so many people just in this match today, they just want another glimpse at her. And I actually just got a text a minute ago, and someone was asking me, what's wrong with Venus? She hasn't played in 2 years. But, you know, they still see her. And I even find myself still seeing her, expecting her to hit the same shots as she hit before.
She can, but just not as consistently. That happens to all of us with age, right? Second serve here for Muchova with Williams inside the baseline. Return goes through the middle, off the baseline, and good. Short here. Williams has to pick it up. Muchova backhand up the line, misses well long. Probably had an opportunity to throw up a lob with a lot of space going cross court, but instead just rockets a ball to the back tarp, and it's another chance for Williams.
Guys, Muchova really upset about that ball that she had to pick up from the baseline, but I saw it inside the baseline. She's telling the chair umpire she sees a mark beyond the baseline, but here's another break point for Venus.
She is 1 of 5 so far, has missed out obviously on 3 in this game. Add out with a noticeable buzz in this crowd right now as Muchova ready to go. Serve, misses long. She's 4 of 12 on her second serve points. Both players struggling in that regard. Second serve here for Muchova. She pulls down her toss. Tries again, second serve, good. Williams goes cross. Muchova backhand up the line. Running forehand for Williams lands, good. Muchova forehand cross. Williams forehand up the line. Sliced back from Muchova, lands good. Williams backhand cross. Muchova backhand cross. Williams goes back in through the middle. Muchova gets a forehand and misses it into the net to the delight of this crowd on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Venus Williams starts set number 2 with a break. She leads 1-love. Second set has come to a close over on Armstrong. For an update, let's go to our Gil Gross. Gil?
Yeah, we're ahead of you guys. Already 2 sets down, and it's in Casper Ruud's favor. 6-1, 6-2 in just over an hour's play. Sebastian Offner has the physio out right now. It's Physio Frank, as a matter of fact, working on, it's hard to see from my angle, either the right hand or the right wrist. Sometimes you guys in the studios actually have a better look on those monitors, but so far so good for Casper Ruud, who is on a streak of 14 slam opening round wins in a row. The last time he fell first round at a major, Wimbledon 2021.
Yikes, that's pretty impressive. But again, it kind of shows how consistent he has been over the last several years. It's been remarkable to see him fall out of the top 10 as he has been trying to make some adjustments that we were talking about a little bit earlier. But I give him a lot of credit for just being aware of where he stands in the big picture.
Well, I was excited that he played the mixed doubles. I wanted to ask Gil, have you seen anything that might have helped him a little bit coming out of the mixed doubles?
Gil, have you seen anything in that side? Has he been moving forward a little bit more tonight?
Well, maybe on the return of serve, taking it a bit earlier, he has not backed up to the fence on the return. But quite frankly, Offner hits every ball a million miles per hour.
Right.
So it doesn't give anybody much of an opportunity to come forward. Ruud has built this lead off of, well, I don't want to say just defense, because obviously behind his serve, he's been able to use his forehand and dictate. But there's been a massive consistency gap in all of the ground stroke exchanges.
Okay, thank you so much. And we should point out Sebastian Offner working his way back. He's been dealing with right wrist issues through a good chunk of 2025, so that would make sense that the medical timeout is indeed on that right wrist for him, but that's not going to help him in this particular matchup. Should also point out that Karen Khachanov, finalist in Toronto about a month ago with a 2-1 lead over the young American Nishesh Basavaredi, and also has a break in that 4th set. Elena Svitolina on the verge of getting bounced in the opening round. Bondar 6-2, 5-3 there on grandstand.
Muchova is really doing a great job. Anytime she has a ball to move forward, she's coming straight for the Venus backhand and then hitting back her volley to the open court. She's doing a great job of that.
8 of 11 so far on net points won, and that doesn't also account for the errors that have come when Venus can't get to the approach. Forehand from Muchova to a Williams forehand. Up the line to a backhand up the line from Muchova that misses by about a foot. Muchova, just 3 of her unforced errors. She's got 10 of them on the night, 3 of them on the backhand wing, 6 of them on the forehand side. 15-30 in the 1-love service game for Venus Williams.
I can't help but laugh because I'm sitting here looking at Venus. Venus is really taking her time. Nothing's rushing her. No clock, no nothing.
Nope.
She's walking 2 miles an hour and then playing 100 miles an hour.
I'm pretty comfortable with the 2 miles an hour everything I do at this stage. Williams continues to find a lot of joy and success on the first serve point, 77% for the night, 17 of 22, 30 all at 1-love. Serve good. Muchova forehand into the net. And a game point here for Venus. Full box for Venus here tonight inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Yeah, 3 of 3 on firsts, 0 for 2 on seconds here in this game. Serve out wide, good lob return. Williams swinging volley left into the deuce corner, and we see Venus with that energy. She gets it to 2-love, consolidating the break.
You absolutely gotta love it. Venus came in for the signature, hit a great serve off, saw that ball high hanging there, came in, swinging volley there by Venus. Absolutely beautiful. And that little shuffle she did at the end was so much energy.
Yeah, Nick, it just felt like that was something you and I watched.
Of course. I watched that on TV about 20 years ago, 28 years ago, like you said, Zena. I mean, and this crowd, this could start to be a factor here as she consolidates the break. It feels like if they get their chance to have a say in this match.
Yep.
And I still don't think Muchova has really completely settled. She misses a forehand there. She's got the set in hand, obviously, Mike, but it does feel like she's still a little bit on edge, the Czech.
I think that's pretty natural, right? I mean, she does have experience against Venus. It was 5 years ago, but as they alluded to in the pre-match interviews, no crowd on hand. That was the COVID year here at the U.S. Open, so it's a completely different atmosphere. This packed stands with a legend on the other side, that's a tough ask. Backhand from Williams up the line, misses just long on the return for 15 all.
Well, it's interesting, just the whole dynamics of it. I don't care who you play or what or when you played them. Once you've played them, you have a win over them or you had a loss, you're always going to be thinking about the shots that they possibly could hit.
Yeah. That was 6-3-7-5 during that 2020 U.S. Open. Muchova here, love to, 15 all. Serve is long, trying to go backhand body. Good chunk of her serves have been into the body, trying to avoid Venus getting those arms outstretched. Second serve here for Muchova. Good. Williams forehand cross rolls in. Muchova forehand to a Williams backhand cross. Muchova there. Backhand through the middle. Williams inside out forehand to a Muchova backhand that is off the net, stays on her side. Trouble again for Muchova at 15-30.
Venus did a great job there with a nice deep ball by Muchova, but Venus just stayed. Her balance is really good in this match. Keeping moving forward, has her body weight going forward.
So a big stretch here if she can get a little greedy. Grab a second break in this second set. Considering some of the issues she's had on serve, that would be quite beneficial. 15-30. Serve out wide is an ace for Muchova. Fourth of the night. First here in the set to 30 all.
Muchova did a great job. Really good pronation out to the ad court there.
Hour and 3 minutes in. We are at a snail's pace. I think it's safe to say here. Nothing wrong with it.
No,
Venus can go at her own pace.
She's going, taking her time, but hey, it's working for her.
She's earned that right. Missed return here for Williams again. It was a backhand body serve that drew the return error. So game point here for Muchova. From the near side, black headband for Muchova. With the game point from the near side. Toss goes up. Serve into the net. Solid 62% on the serve percentage for Muchova here tonight. Now finally ready with this second serve for Karolina Muchova. That is good off the service line. She gets a forehand, goes inside out. Williams tracks down a backhand. Muchova inside in, forehand clean winner. So down at 15-30, but comes back, gets that hold to 2 games to 1. Andrei Rublev is moving on into the second round. Rublev 4-4 and 4 over. She's asking for a racket restring. Muchova looks that way. Indeed she is, but Rublev is into the second round. I believe he gets Tristan Boyer in the second round. Kachanov hanging on with a 3-1 lead in the fourth set over Neshesh Savaretti. Anna Bondar did get through Elena Svitolina 6-2, 6-4. So second pretty big upset on the women's side today, right? Madison Keys falling earlier today to Renata Zarazua. That was a tough watch, seeing Madison Keys hit 89 unforced errors.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, because it was funny. I was out watching a match and people just started talking about the errors in 89. Yeah. I'm like, who are you talking about? And it's like Madison. They said she lost. That's a lot of errors.
It really is. I mean, it's 30 points per set.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot. I don't know the math of it, but I think you would lose 24 points if you're 6 games right there. So
exactly.
Giving away 6 games plus in each of those sets. It was a tough one to watch. Obviously hampered with her mobility in that one. Left leg was pretty heavily strapped.
I was going to ask you that, but I have this thing about, I don't know if I'm right or wrong anyway, but it just seems like Madison, when she comes out with the heavily strapped, The more stress she's under, it seems like then that's when the injuries kind of start plaguing her a little bit.
Yeah, that's a really interesting component to it. I you know, obviously so much she talked about how she was just in joy at the beginning of the year, right? In an Australian Open win, all of the success at the beginning of the year. It has felt like it's just kind of worn on her as the year has progressed. And you know,
doing commercials and all. It's a whole nother world.
I just go back to this, you know, this big picture discussion we're having in the world of tennis about just trying to find some natural breaks for players more and more nowadays. And I think, especially as you get a little bit older in age, and by no means is she older, but she's been in tennis for a very long time. I think those natural breaks would be very, very beneficial for her. I think that would be the way I'd phrase it. Drop shot here from Muchova. Williams gets to it. Lob from Muchova. Williams there, puts it away into the deuce corner. Starts this 2-1 service game at 15-love.
Wow, Venus got some air up in that shot there. Great get here by Venus. Beautiful slice backhand, but that lob, she really got those feet off the ground on that.
At least 3 inches. At least.
Obsessed with Air Venus tonight.
15-love here for Williams. Serve good. Muchova forehand goes through the middle, well long, taking a massive cut at that return.
When Venus does get that serve, and when she gets a good toss, the tosses that she's light, she's really been using that body serve today.
Yes. Yeah, she really has. It's a big target there. Serve from Williams. She pulls down her toss once again. We'll try again here for Venus at 30-love. 2-1 here in the second set. Serve good. Muchova backhand middle, lands good. Williams backhand is into the net. Just you've complimented her balance. That one felt a little bit off balance, leaning away from it. Just got very tight to the ball.
Yeah, she hit a great serve, but she didn't expect for the ball to come back. That one down the middle is very, very hard to hit. You have to move your feet and you have to be ready. It was almost as if she was looking for an ace or something. The ball got back on her too quick.
Return goes through the middle again. Williams forehand inside out, catches the baseline. Now she gets the forehand, goes inside out again. This one not near the baseline. Misses by a good 10 feet, and trouble now at 30-all.
She did not like that. If you could see her face, it was a lot of grimace in her face. She was frustrated that she had that opportunity. The court was wide open and just overhit it.
Yeah, in fact, a scream from Venus after that miss. So 2-1, now 30-all in the Williams service game. Toss goes up, serve, good. Muchova can't track it down, really good off pace there at 84 miles per hour, but hit the target perfectly out wide.
Now that's the way to come back. It's to hit a serve like that. Venus really carved the outside of that ball, making Muchova actually almost put her in the sideline.
Serve up the tee, good. Muchova inside out forehand missed wide, and Williams stretches the lead to 3-1. That's a really important hold here for Venus, isn't it, Nick? Just the ability to continue staying out front and allows her to try to get a little bit more aggressive in these return games.
Yeah, and 2 really smart serves there, weren't they? From Venus, little change up there out wide on that 30-all point. And that goes back to, you know, point construction. Of course, we think of rallies, but Zena, that can also start with the serve. And I felt like Venus has been taking her time tonight, as we've discussed, but she really locked in. That felt like a veteran move there from her to know, I've got to get this, got to keep this break lead in the second set.
Right on it, Nick.
Return miss here from Williams off the backhand wing. Really smart backhand body serve again from Muchova. Indeed, V is ready. I don't think anybody needs to remind her. She's got this one. So 15-love here. Muchova serving 1-3 from the far side of the net. Serve goes out wide. Lob return's going to miss wide from Venus. Puts her hand on her hip. When I dip, you dip, we dip.
Yeah, Muchova did a great job. Didn't kind of rush Venus, but she kind of rushed her. She hit a good, quick first serve and was looking to come in, and Venus was not able to handle it.
Yeah, on the other side, Muchova desperate for a pretty quick service game herself right now. Serve up the tee, gets a return miss. She is the one who needs to flip the script here in this second set. Average rally length in this match is below 3. Zena, that is exceedingly short.
Well, I see Muchova's really trying to get a lot of first serves in here, and she has done a great job. She's looking for an opportunity.
She does just that. Slider ace up the tee. So in about 48 seconds, Karolina Muchova gets a quick hold to love. We're midway through this second set. Williams up a break at 3-2 on US Open Radio. Presented by American Express. Mike Cation, Zena Garrison, Nick McCarville is courtside. Nick, I noticed it was snack time there for Karolina Muchova in our changeover there.
Yeah, it's still quite humid out here, Mike, for the conditions. And we saw some, well, we thought maybe even some cramping last night from Lerner Tien towards the end. So I think she's well suited to make sure that, and Venus has been pounding the water, guys. Stay hydrated, everybody.
Indeed, and I think the other big note for tonight's action is we're heading also towards Opelka and Alcaraz here on Ash. The fact that Carlos Alcaraz has shaved his head, Nick, I am absolutely flabbergasted by that choice.
Mike, and the text messages I've received about that the reviews are not great.
No, not great at all, except for one positive review from our own David McPherson. He's thrilled.
He's glad somebody joined him.
Yes. Outside of that, it's not going well for him. But
come on, Carlitos. What happened to the barber that he flew to Paris for the French Open?
Our friend Ben Rothenberg actually was able to. I just saw he has a quote from Victor the Barber here, so we'll have to get into that here in just a little bit as Williams comes up with a big forehand into the ad corner for 30 love here in this 3-2 service game.
Yeah, what a great forehand down the line from Venus. When she really gets behind that ball in her contact point, it's effortless. It looks like she's barely swinging the racket.
30 love on the Williams serve. It is good out wide. Muchova forehand to Williams. Goes inside out forehand. Serve +1. Big difference here. Zena, in this second set, she is now serving 73%, 11 of 15.
The biggest difference is she has not stopped and caught her toss over and over. She's going right, 1, 2, 3, getting up and serving.
Serve out wide, lob return. Williams swinging volley right at Muchova, pops it in. Williams misses the volley. Venus went right into Muchova, who just stuck out the racket. Look what I found.
Didn't quite get up to that ball. She knew that it was going to be a high ball, but she didn't quite get up there where she could get around the ball, so she just kind of had to take it where it was. Put it right back down the middle, and Muchova made her pay for it.
At 40-15, still has a couple of game points, does Venus, and again, taking her time right now. Serve is good. Muchova through the middle. Williams has a forehand, goes inside out. Muchova guessed the wrong way, and that is, again, really, really quick and clean for Venus Williams to 4-2.
Yeah, Nick, she's really doing a 1-2 over there. That's what it looks like to me. Good serve.
You know, I'm trying to remember exactly when it was, but Venus went over to Diego Ayala, and they just had a short chat a few games ago about the serve. And that seemed to, I don't know if that gave her the confidence, but that just felt like a poignant moment. And she has taken her time. And Mike, just great shout on the serve stat has made a huge difference. She is locked in this second set. It has helped leak into the rest of her game, that serve confidence.
Absolutely right. Back into backhand we go right now. Williams up the line. Muchova steps into a forehand. She pulls that into the tram lines. Love 15.
Well, I can say this for sure. That was definitely a nervy forehand there. She had the whole court wide open and pulled it very wide.
It was a wild forehand.
Yeah. Love 15. Muchova, 6 winners, 6 unforced errors here in this set. Still positive for the night, 16-13. Serve T, good. Williams rolls a return. Muchova forehand inside out to Williams backhand. Slice back from Muchova, lands good. Williams backhand cross. Muchova comes over the top. Perfect on that backhand line. That is beautiful. It's 15 all.
That was a great redirection backhand from Muchova, but after she hit that backhand down the line, she kind of bent over a little bit, like she kind of, her knee went the other way or something. Did you see something, Nick?
Yeah, she shook out that knee a couple times, rubbed just above the kneecap, so we'll keep an eye on that, Zena.
That is a woman who has been cursed by the injury bug over the last several years. It's not only been the 2 wrists, also ab issues, ankles, backs as well. Not backs, just a singular back. There's not 2 of them. She's got a forehand, and she's yanked that both wide and long. 15-30 now.
Venus is doing a great job of really pushing her back. Even though that ball's going right down the middle, she's taking away the angle from Muchova, but great depth there by Venus.
Absolutely. And with some pace into that body, there's not a lot that can be done on
to
a
get
shot
out
like
the way.
that.
That's
yes. Didn't get hit. I guess that's the one positive there. But the negative, she's in a 15-30 hole. Serve for Muchova up the tee, well long. Williams inside the baseline will likely take one big step forward, too, as Muchova makes contact, which is coming right now. Tosses up. Serve is good. Williams goes backhand cross. Dug out by Muchova. Just caught the baseline. Now she has a backhand up the line. Williams can't track down that backhand. Goodness, if that was good for Muchova by the thinnest of margins.
When I say athleticism, she was off, had her feet like above herself, just leaped into that backhand. Absolutely beautiful redirection of Muchova.
Another big spot. It feels like we've had a lot of 30-all moments here in this second set, haven't we? Serve for Muchova, just long. Williams again, right on top of the baseline as Muchova is in preparations. There will be one step forward here as well on this second serve, which is good. Williams goes backhand middle. Muchova digs out a forehand. Williams backhand cross. Muchova backhand cross herself. Dug out by Williams. Muchova backhand up the line. Off the net. Good, but short. Williams inside out backhand. Lob Muchova. Williams backtracks, and can go no farther as that lob misses long. Williams, break chance. 1 of 4 here in the set.
Venus moved up to that ball. It was a net court. It hit the top of the net, bounced up, and as soon as Venus saw it, she literally just ran up there. And it just was so funny to me because I thought about all the time she would hit left-hand forehands to get that on the outside of that ball with that backhand. She really used that left hand on that one.
30-40. Break chance Williams. Muchova near side, serving out wide, misses wide. Williams could put this set out of reach. Again, takes a big step forward. Muchova, 6 of 17 on her second serve points tonight. This second serve at 30-40. It's good to a Williams backhand middle. Muchova backhand through the middle. Williams forehand cross. Muchova rolls that up the line. Williams backhand cross. Clean winner. Venus Williams. 5-2 with a second break, and she's going to, Zena, serve for the set.
And it's funny, Venus's fiance is up there, and he is literally on his feet. He is so excited. And she mentioned that he wanted to see her play, and he's really getting an opportunity tonight.
Yeah, let's go over to Gil Gross here for just a moment. Get an update on what's happening over on Armstrong. It's a bit more competitive here for this third set.
A little bit. Offner has settled down, and it's 3-all now in the third. I was getting a little bit nervous for a couple of moments there where Offner was shaking out his wrist. And I know, Mike, as you alluded to, Offner has missed a lot of time. He's actually playing this U.S. Open on a protected ranking, because currently he's world number 140, but didn't have to go through qualifying because he's got that protected ranking. But well, right now it seems Offner's going to battle through and try to give as good an account for himself as possible in this third.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much, Gil. And Nick McCarville, I mean, you were watching, I could see you were keeping an eye on that box for Venus Williams. I mean, what's really been interesting is Venus talking over the last several weeks about how she's just trying to enjoy herself, but you know, it seems like it's the same for her camp right now.
Oh, I mean, Zena called it out too, Mike, and Andrea Preti, her fiance, on his feet. There were high fives, and then all of them. Isha Price is front row. One of Venus's sisters, Diego Ayala, her coach. But they are locked in, guys. We saw them on the practice court this afternoon. They were out there for a while, and actually, I do want to point out Victoria Hugh, who has been Venus's practice partner this tournament. Oftentimes we don't see the women practicing with other women, and Victoria, a 23-year-old former collegiate player, has been Venus's practice partner for much of this Open. And how about Venus serving for the second set?
Indeed she is. Yeah, Victoria Hugh is actually still a player herself at just 23 years of age, playing in a lot of the ITF events through the year. Venus just realized as she was bouncing the ball that it's a new ball. She shows it to Muchova, now ready to go from the near side at 5-2. Serve is wide, trying to go out wide. Second serve here for Venus. This 5-2 service games. This is just the 5th second serve for her here in this second set. It's good. Muchova, forehand cross. Williams digs out a forehand. Muchova, forehand inside out, pushed wide.
Venus is doing a really good job of defending those strong balls that are coming back on her side. She's staying with it. She's keeping her eye on it. And her contact point is just like on point tonight.
Indeed it is, and it's been such a clean set from her, just 3 unforced errors as well. Serve good, Muchova back in through the middle. Williams rolls it back into a Muchova backhand cross. Williams backhand middle, Muchova backhand inside out. Williams barely able to track that down, and that's what I keep thinking about. You know, it's maybe a little bit of drop off here from Muchova, but this has been as good as it gets from Venus.
Yeah, it's been good. But one thing I like, that Muchova is not going away, so she comes back. That redirection backhand down the line, she hits that better than most people, and is absolutely just right on point.
So 15 all here in this 5-2 service game. Williams serve, good. Muchova backhand punch to a Williams forehand up the line. Muchova inside in forehand to a Williams forehand cross. Boom. Yikes.
Can we say back at you? That was definitely classic Venus forehand. She really lined it up and laced it to the other side. That was definitely classic Venus there.
My word. I feel like I've just gone back to 1999. We're preparing for Y2K. 30-15, pulls back her toss, does Williams. 2 points away from this set. Toss. Try it again. Serve into the net. It feels like every time she's pulled down the toss, she's then missed the first serve. So practice not making perfect there. Second serve here for Williams. It's into the net. It's her first double of this set.
Actually, that toss was so low. She should have actually caught that toss and started over again.
100%. You can hear this crowd. They are anxious to see some more tennis from the legend. 8th double fault of the night. 30 all at 5-2. Tosses up from Williams. Serve is good into the body. Gets the backhand as Williams. Goes inside into a Muchova backhand cross. Williams backhand cross. Muchova backhand cross. Good angle. Williams digs that out, but it's into the net. It's the first break chance of the set here for Karolina Muchova at 30-40.
It is absolutely amazing. I'm getting so many texts from players, and they're like, go V, go V. You know, she's just taking us back to all those great championship matches that she's played, or all those good matches, and New York is behind her tonight.
100%. Break point down. Williams gets a ball into the body. Muchova misses the forehand return. Deuce now. Quiet hush there inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Williams now ready to go. Serve for Venus, good. Muchova forehand misses long. And this crowd rises.
Great wide serve there by Venus. She looks over on the other side, gives you that Venus stare right before she serves.
It is a set point for Venus Williams from the near side. Toss goes up, serve, Williams just missing long. Again, very deliberate with this second serve motion. Tosses up, she pulls down the toss. You get worried about this momentum going into a third set potentially. Second serve, good. Muchova, forehand inside out, clean winner.
Yeah, that was just a nice little soft serve there, and Muchova made her pay for it. Venus is shaking her head. She's not happy with that. She knows she set it up. She can't do that.
We felt the energy from the crowd all night, haven't we? And I haven't mentioned this to you guys, but it is, remember the days of the first week of the U.S. Open? Maybe it was half full on the upper deck. It is absolutely packed, and this place is going to explode if Venus can close out this second set.
She pauses once again in her motion, serve, and now she pulls down her toss. This has not been an issue through this set, and now it's here at 5-2, at deuce. Serve good. Muchova forehand is into the net. Set point number 2 for Williams.
Actually, Venus did a great job there. That was just kind of a very flat serve right into the forehand of Muchova. Was not able to handle it, and we are at set point.
Tries again with the first serve. It's good. Muchova through the middle. Williams forehand inside out. It's into the net. She didn't get up to it. Back to deuce and a little smile on the face of Venus Williams.
She knows that she missed that, and she should have moved forward. Actually, it was a beautiful little smile from the former champion, trying to steal this set here.
1 hour, 27 minutes into this one. Serve, good. Muchova backhand through the middle, and it's good. Williams forehand cross. Muchova can't track that one down. That was again laced on that forehand side. Set point number 3 upcoming.
Venus did a great job there. Even Sharapova is loving this. Did you see her?
6 minutes in this game. Set point number 3. Pulls down her toss again. Yes, indeed. Sharapova getting honored with her Hall of Fame ring here tonight. It will be happening in between matches. Serve here for Venus. Good. Muchova forehand middle. Williams inside in forehand. Muchova right there with the forehand. Williams forehand inside out. Muchova backhand up the line. Misses long. Venus Williams puts one finger up into the air. She's snagged set number 2. And a decider is upcoming.
And you gotta love it. Venus got the strut going on. The Venus strut. Absolutely a fabulous set there.
It really was, and we are in for a real treat. A third set decider upcoming. Venus Williams and Karolina Muchova coming up on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York, this is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Mike Cation, Zena Garrison, Nick McCarville here, getting prepared for a third set. Seems like there's been a little bit of drama here in this changeover. I know Karolina Muchova has left the court for a wardrobe change, but Nick, it seems like Venus might be a slight bit agitated right now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I wish I could have more clarity to the situation. I can tell you what I know. She was having a chat with Kasia Radvan-Cho, who's in the chair, pretty experienced chair umpire. I believe they were discussing as to when Kasia has been hitting the countdown clock, but I don't think that has really been an issue for Venus tonight, right? The serve clock. But there were some expletives exchanged from Venus Williams, obviously frustrated at whatever the little situation is that she's bothered by, but maybe just getting out some of that competitive energy as she sits here on court and waits for Karolina Muchova to return to court, and her box giving her some positive vibes. Coach, sister, fiance, and Venus is locked in here, guys. Not sure exactly what that exchange was, but some frustration there to the chair.
Yeah, Nick, if she was having some expletives, did she receive a warning? And I actually don't think she can get that warning until her opponent's back out on court, even if there was.
Kasia didn't respond to the final statement that Venus made, so I guess we will find out, Mike, when Karolina walks back on court. Will Venus get a verbal warning? I don't know.
Well, Nick, for more important things, as Venus was doing her little wave or waving her hand to the umpire or whatever, did you get a chance to get a glimpse of that beautiful ring?
The ring?
Yes.
I haven't seen the ring, but
oh my gosh,
now my eyes are fixed, and
absolutely gorgeous.
I will tell you, it has just been. This place has turned into party vibes. DJ Triz on the tracks tonight. And, man, this crowd is going to be locked in for the third set. It feels like, Mike, up to that first serve percentage from Venus. And also, how does Karolina Muchova comport herself in this moment right now, too?
Yeah, that's the real question. She's going to be the one serving first to start this set. We should point out that Venus looking for her first win here in New York since 2019, 6 years ago. Serve for Muchova, good. Williams back in, is into the net. Her last deep run, she made third round in 2018 before falling to her sister, and then that last semifinal was in 2017 before falling to Sloane Stephens.
Oh, wow. The semis,
yeah.
Yeah, that was a great match.
15 love. Muchova's at the far side of the court. Crowd is hushed back down here for the moment. Muchova backhand cross. Williams throws up a lob. Muchova has to retreat. Forehand inside out to a Williams backhand middle. Muchova forehand rolled. Williams backhand cross. Sliced back from Muchova. Williams runs around. Forehand to a Muchova forehand middle. That misses by about 2 inches. It's 15-all. And this crowd quite partisan right now here in New York.
Yeah, Venus did a great job there, just staying in the point, making sure that she kept some depth on those balls, not giving Muchova the opportunity to step in and rip one. Good work there by Venus.
Muchova waiting, a little bit of disturbance in the crowd there, so she pauses just for a second. Now ready to go here. 15-all, opening game of the third set. Serve good. Williams misses the return into the middle. It's been interesting following Muchova. We've obviously been talking a lot about Venus tonight, but Muchova just kind of settling on what she wants to do with her wrist. She has explored whether there's more surgery on the way for her. Obviously seeing her come over to the top.
And it's both of them.
It's been both right and this year the left.
Oh, wow.
And that one obviously prevents her from hitting that backhand that she's known for over the years. Forehand for Williams, forehand for Muchova up the line. But she's got a ton of points to defend here over the next couple of months, Zena, as she has an opportunity here with game points. This semifinal, she's got a final in Beijing, a semifinal in Ningbo. I mean, that's a lot of points. Right now, she's at 19 in the live rankings. I mean, she could fall to about 40 and be outside of seeding in Australia.
Yeah.
So really difficult time here. So it's a big moment. Missed return there from Williams, missing long. So there's a lot at stake for Muchova right now. Obviously, you know, the opportunity to play Yes, a legend of our game, but somebody who doesn't have a lot of matches under her belt. She needs to get through this match.
Well, that's a great point, because a lot of times people outside of tennis don't realize when you have a great year the year before, you got to come back and defend those points. And if not, you can go down very quickly. And there's so many things. And even, you know, some of your sponsorships, or, you know, depending on how much money you will receive, different things. It's a lot that goes on.
Yeah, the bonus structures for a lot of those contracts, you know, deep runs, especially at slams, and then where you end up year-end ranking. It's a lot of weight there. So a lot at stake for Muchova, along with Venus Williams here, who's now on the far side in the all-white kit. Serves here at love 1. Serve good. Muchova back into a Williams forehand inside in. Muchova tracks it down, forehand middle. Williams forehand off the net, good. Muchova forehand inside out, caught the baseline and good. Now has a forehand up the line to a Williams backhand netted. That ball from Muchova, again, by the thinnest of margin, caught the back of the baseline.
It caught the back of the baseline, and for somehow, Venus was able to pull it out the first one, but the second one got a little bit too far in front of her, and she was reaching to the ball.
So first bit of trouble is on the Williams serve, and it's not a lot of trouble yet. It's love 15. Muchova made all 5 of her first serves. Williams 1 for 1 so far. Now 1 of 2. Misses that one into the net. Again, the second serve has been quite vulnerable tonight. 8 of 29, just 28% here on the evening. Second serve pulls back her toss. It was well out in front of her. Had to make a step forward into the court just to grab it. Second serve into the net. It's a double fault, number 9 on the night. And now this trouble magnified at love 30.
Yeah, actually.
Sorry, Zena, can I jump in? That one was strange to me, though, because the toss was good. The shoulders just collapsed on it. There's not a confidence in that motion again.
Yeah, good pick up there, Nick, because I was going to say she was backing up as she was hitting the ball.
And pulls down her toss once again. And you remember the first 7 games, you know, there were 3 service games in that second set where it looked completely clean, kind of fell apart in the 5-2 game. Backhand from Muchova is going to miss wide to 15-30.
Venus is one of those players, because she's so long, you know, actually all of them are long now, but she's so long that she really has to focus in on her balance. When her balance starts to move out of place, the arms start to go, the legs start to go a little bit. So keeping everything balanced, moving forward.
Forehand from Williams, chipped back from Muchova. Williams forehand middle. Muchova inside out forehand. She's pushed that well long. For the first time, you see some visible frustration from Muchova, shaking her head. It's 30 all.
Yeah, Muchova did not like that fact, but Venus did a great job, as I was talking about the balance. She held her balance and was moving forward. Even when it looked like she's moving backwards, she still had great balance on there.
Williams in her 25th U.S. Open. In a dogfight here in the third set. Serve long, well long.
And toss just way too far out in front.
Second serve here, 30 all. Williams rocks, fires into the net. Her second double of this game, and a break chance for Muchova, who's 3 of 10 on the night.
Venus is talking to herself.
And you think back as well to the agitation in between the second and the third, right? Just not, maybe a little bit too much on edge. Break chance, 30-40. Williams, serve, good. Muchova backhand, good depth. Now Muchova steps into a forehand inside out, perfect into the ad corner. And Muchova grabs the break early here in the third set. It's 2-love.
Muchova did a great job of stepping up, noticing that that ball was a little bit shorter, just right behind the baseline, and she really put that in the corner of Venus's backhand.
9 of her 21 winners have come off of that forehand side for Muchova, especially with that inside-out forehand. That has been a real weapon from the ad corner for Carolina, who now serves from the near side at 2-love. Serve is long, trying to go backhand body. That has been her favorite target here tonight.
Venus has got to try to stay close, because this can actually can get away from her very quickly.
Indeed. Second serve here for Muchova. Good. Williams back in middle. Muchova back in through the middle. Williams goes back in inside out and catches the top of the tape. Bounces back onto her side. Hand on hip. Stares up at her box once again.
More interaction, guys, here from Diego Ayala than I've seen from him all night. Really giving her some instruction on that backhand. And then also she was looking up to him through a lot of those serve struggles in the previous game as well.
15-love. Muchova. Serve, T, good. Return is not. Off the frame. 30-love.
You know, and a player like Muchova, and, you know, has been, you know, a top player for, you know, quite some times now. She also knows these times when you need to pick up the pace, and she's doing a great job right now of seeing the possibility of, you know, getting a couple of quick games because Venus is not playing well.
Yep. 30-love, serve good. Williams back in inside out, misses long, and game points here for Muchova in very short order as well. And Williams now, that was a death stare towards her team. The crowd will back her no matter what, understandably so. Love serve out wide. Lob return is going to be short. Karolina Muchova, dominant performance early in this set. She leads 3-love on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Down to just 3 courts in action here. Just a couple minutes past 9 o'clock local time out on court 12, a match we haven't mentioned yet. Split sets early for actually my dark horse on the men's side, Gab Diallo, 31 seed, splitting so far with Damir Jumhur from Bosnia. Jumhur also does have a break early in that third set. It's been a really interesting couple of weeks for Jumhur, whose coach has actually been denied a visa to come into the state, so he's been kind of piecing together some coaches over the last couple of weeks, but good to see him in a good mindset. Again, split sets with Diallo, up a break in third. Also, Offner and Ruud in a second set tiebreak. Gil Gross watching that one for us. Venus Williams here on Ash, serving at love 3, pulls back her toss. Once again, it has been a recurring theme. Now first serve is good. What a slider. Lob here from Muchova way off the court. Swinging volley good. Muchova there, but can't really get much of a string on that ball. It's into the stands. 15-love.
Yeah, whoa, she really got some spin. That was a knuckleball for sure. Off that serve, really carved the outside of the ball.
Yeah, almost ran into Jake Garner, a tournament referee who's down in that corner. I don't know, is that an infraction if you literally run into the tournament referee? I
don't think I would want to do that.
No, I don't want to find out. Second serve from Williams off the net and good. Jake's already, you know, he had some drama last night that he had to deal with.
Oh, I fell asleep on it. When I woke up, I did see the IGs.
All I know was I'm walking home and my phone starts blowing up last night. So Muchova goes return through the middle. Williams blisters a forehand into the dude's corner. There was a lot of anger in that swing, and it was Beautiful.
I mean, Venus just roared on that forehand, and when I say roared, you heard it just go through the entire crowd, but that pace was just amazing, and she stayed there and just screamed.
Statement swing for Venus that she's still very much in this match. 30 love, serve out wide, again off speed at just 83 miles per hour, but so high in the box, it's an ace.
Whatever the building frustration has been for Venus the last few minutes, she's channeling that into this game, into her tennis. She needs to do more of that.
So with game points here for Williams, misses into the net. Second serve here. 40 love. Again, love 3 here in this third and final set. That's good. Muchova, little drop shot attempt that doesn't even make it to the net. Venus is on the board. 3-1.
Nick, you have got to love Venus's face when she's showing determination. It's like no other.
She means business out here, Zena, and that was a must-hold game, wasn't it, for Venus, but just really has to continue to go after her shots and then wonder or hope if Muchova, if you're a Venus fan or if you are Venus herself, that level drops off from Muchova, because it's been a roller coaster match on Carolina's side as well.
Yes, sure has.
All right, so an important return side game here for Venus, who only has 1.1 on the return side here in the set. Muchova served T-ace, 6th of the night.
Yeah, Muchova's doing a great job. She's doing a great job of really using that T serve. I mean, from both sides. She's really pouncing on it.
9 of 10 first serves here in this set, contributing to what has been a dominant service performance in the third so far. 3-1, 15 love for Muchova, who's at the far side of the court, serving into the ad corner. Pauses for a second, a little bit of a disturbance right behind her for a moment. Now ready to go. Serve, good. Williams forehand up the line. Muchova tracks it down. Williams goes forehand up the line to a Muchova slice on the backhand side. Slice from Williams, but right into the middle of the net. Bites her nails. Not happy with that decision. Didn't get anything underneath it, just a line drive. It's 30 love.
She's probably frustrated that she didn't quite. She had a great forehand down the line, short ball, didn't quite get up there. She needs to get her feet moving just a little bit faster to that ball. Dumped it in the net.
Hour 48 into this match. We're going to hit the 2-hour mark. Serve from Muchova is pulled down on that toss. Tries again here at 30 love. 9:06 local time. Serve is into the net. A rare first serve miss for her in this third set. Williams one step inside the baseline. Now actually backs up to the baseline for the second serve, which is long. Double fault, second of the night for Muchova. 30-15 now.
Aren't we just having so much fun, guys?
Yes.
Isn't this crazy?
Yeah.
Venus Williams is in the third set on Ash on the second night of the U.S. Open. The year is 2025.
We're in Groundhog Day.
I mean, it's incredible.
Serve here for Muchova is long. It's pretty remarkable to think she played here in the first year of Ash. First year of Arthur Ashe Stadium.
That's crazy.
1997.
That's crazy.
Second serve. This is actually a pretty big point here. 30-15, but a second serve for Williams to look at. She goes backhand through the middle. Muchova digs out a backhand, catches the baseline. Williams inside out forehand to a Muchova backhand middle. Williams steps into a big forehand, catches the baseline, draws the forehand error out of Muchova, and here we go, 30-all.
I am loving the fact that Venus is understanding how important that point was, but more than anything, she started moving her feet a lot quicker, getting prepared for that ball, and when she sees the opportunity, she is going for it.
Yeah, this is a massive moment. First threat here from Williams, down a break early in the set, needs to get something going. With time starting to run a little bit short. 3-1, 30-all, serve, T good, and the return misses into the bottom of the net. And again, some visible frustration for Venus Williams.
Well, rightfully so, but Muchova, you got to give her credit. She's serving when she needs to serve, and extremely strong. That was a great serve right down to the tee of the backhand of Venus.
So game point here for Muchova. Tosses up, serve is good out wide. Return just clears. Muchova backhand into the net. She was trying to slice it up the line into the deuce corner, but just couldn't quite get there. That return by the thinnest of margins clears the net.
When you say the thinnest of margin, it definitely, I didn't think it went over, but it just was enough. And it had enough angle on it that made it a little difficult to hit. I mean, but just think about it. Practicing with one of the best serves in the game, her sister at all times, I mean, this is nothing.
Yeah, that's true. Serve here for Muchova at deuce. Good up the tee. Backhand miss again from Williams. That has been a recurring pattern, that backhand body serve.
But Muchova's doing a great job, and they're nice and deep. That's what I think is giving Venus the problem. It's skidding through the court. Get close to those lines, it's actually skidding off the line.
Yep. So a game point here for Muchova, the 11 seed, two-time defending semifinalist. With the game point serve tee, and that is a clean service winner from her off the frame of Venus Williams. So she fights off that first push here from Venus in the third set and gets it to 4-1. Muchova waits for Williams to, I think Venus, Nick, I don't know if you could hear that. Did she just ask to use the bathroom?
I believe so, and yeah, Venus is walking off court. It wasn't an ask to, it was I'm going to the facilities, and off she goes.
This is not, she doesn't get bathroom break, this is just changeover time bathroom. Correct?
No, looked like she's going to the bathroom.
Yeah, but she doesn't get extra time. It's not, you can't take a bathroom break in the middle of a set.
Well, let's see what Kasia does with our clock here. She did just tell Carolina that Venus has left the court.
I mean, I've seen this happen at Challengers quite a bit, and you are within the changeover time, and then you start accruing time violations from there.
No, but Mike, I am seeing a toilet break clock on the court clocks here just across from me. So I think it's a WTA rule, and maybe it's different in the Grand Slam. I think it's that you have to take the break before you're serving, I believe.
Fair enough.
So anyway, 2:23 on the clock.
Well, I'm sitting here looking very puzzled because I thought you could, but on the other end of it, how can someone tell you can't go to the bathroom?
Yeah, well, that's been a discussion, especially on the women's side, that they've pushed for a while. Huh?
Yes. Huh. Fair enough.
Well, I will say, if I can jump in again, guys, the frustration, I can't pinpoint it. I wish I was better courtside reporting for you guys, but something has irked Venus, and she's already back on court, so that took, what, a minute, 20 seconds? Something's irked her from the after she won the second set, and it stayed there. Now she's used that frustration at times rather well in this third set, but you know, looking up at her box, and there's just an edge about it. And maybe, Zena, it's just the weight of the occasion. She wants to win this tennis match.
Well, I think she's also frustrated with some of those balls that she's missing, but I agree with you. It's something with the way she looked at that umpire, like she told her what I'm going to do, not you tell me what. So I think it is a little, something irritated her when something was said. That's the way she looked up at the umpire.
So regardless, it is 1-4 here for Venus Williams serving into the net there. She is at the far side at this stage of this third set. We're closing in on the 2-hour mark. 1 hour, 54 minutes. Second serve here for Venus. Good. Backhand from Muchova. Williams goes back in middle. Muchova slices that one short. Williams has to slice a forehand into the net. Love 15.
Muchova is also one of those players that can hit a little bit of everything. That was a nice change of pace there, making Venus have to come up to the ball. Venus tried to hit the slice back off the forehand, was not able to.
So at love 15, important first serve here for Venus Williams. Toss goes up, serve, tee, just misses wide. She takes a long look at the mark there on the other side of the net. Second serve upcoming.
As long as Venus has been playing, that has to be really weird, this whole no service, no umpire out there.
I know. Yep. Second serve here, pulled down her toss. Serve is good. Forehand through the middle. Williams forehand to a Muchova. Drop shot off the back inside. Williams backhand up the line. She missed it. Muchova was frozen in the ad corner. She missed it long in the deuce corner. Love 30.
Venus was really upset with herself. She actually started moving forward before that ball was hit. Actually ran into the ball and overhit it. The crowd is trying to keep her in this match.
Love 30 serve. Williams, good. Muchova forehand through the middle. Williams forehand middle. Muchova forehand inside out. That ball stayed so low from Venus Williams. Muchova, no chance there.
Yeah, it's weird because it hit right on the service line and it's sliding through the court, but good point there for Venus.
At 15:30, Williams, toss goes up. Serve into the net, trying to go out wide. A look of frustration there from Williams. Pouting lips. Second serve. Good. Muchova backhand up the line. Williams forehand to a Muchova forehand middle. Williams backhand cross, catches the line. Slice back from Muchova. Williams backhand slice middle. Muchova backhand up the line. Williams running forehand goes cross. Muchova running forehand cross. Williams forehand up the line. Muchova slices that off the backhand. Williams backhand line winner for 30 all. Fist pump from Venus. Big spot here.
Nick, I don't know about you, but that was definitely a Venus backhand down the line. That fist pump and everything, definitely determination. She's doing everything that she possibly can to stay in this match.
One of the best points, Zena, I think that Venus has played all night and right when she needed it, guys.
That was also the longest rally of the night at 13. 1-4. 30 all. Tosses up, serve, good. Backhand from Muchova. Williams backhand missed it into the net. It looked like she almost overran it, Zena.
Yeah, that was a great serve, but not quite ready. That's what I was saying before, Mike. You have not played in almost 2 years.
Yeah.
Those are certain points that you just cannot replicate in practice.
This is a virtual match point here. The break chance from Muchova. Already up a break for 1. Now Williams serving here 30-40. Pulls down her toss for the umpteenth time here tonight. We'll try again. Serve netted. Trying to go body. Second serve here for Venus. Second, good. Muchova inside out forehand. Williams digs out a backhand. Muchova slice drop shot. Williams gets there, pokes it through the middle. It misses long. And this match might have just come to a close as Muchova grabs her second break. It's 5-1.
Muchova did a great job of disguising that drop shot right to the end, catching Venus on her back feet.
Well, this crowd, you can hear it there. They are certainly appreciative of getting a chance one more time to watch Venus. We all don't know if this is the last time she plays here on Ash. It's up to her. She gets to decide that.
I think we're very clear not to say what she's going to do because we don't know.
No.
And I think Venus likes the fact that we don't know.
I agree with you. It's Muchova serving for the match, 5-1. Serve good. Williams misses the return off the backhand side.
15 love.
Good serve into the backhand of Venus. However, in this last set has served extremely well.
Yeah, this has been 15 of 18, 83% here in this set. Serve, good, but it's a let. Yeah, it is increased from about 60% at the end of the second set to 68% now at the close of this match. That is a pretty drastic improvement for Karolina Muchova. Serve up the tee for an ace. Her 7th of the night, 2nd of this set.
Great slice down to the tee. She has a very deceptive serve. It looks the same right into that last second.
2 points away is Karolina Muchova. Quiet crowd now. Serve out wide, and Williams hits the return into the pole. Match points, Muchova. This crowd rises one, potentially last time for Venus Williams within the match. At the 2-hour mark, match point Muchova. Serve out wide, good. Return will be short. Swinging volley from Muchova right through the middle. And Karolina Muchova survives a big push from Venus Williams into the second round. 6-3, 2-6, 6-1. Venus with a big smile on her face, shaking hands. Muchova rules the night. Thanks this crowd who has been very much on Venus's side. And we'll hear from her in just a couple of minutes, while also just absolutely loving the performance that we got out of Venus Williams here tonight.
Yeah, it was really, I mean, if you came out here to watch Venus, you had an opportunity to see some of her vintage shots. She did a great job being out here. I didn't expect her to go to a 3 sets.
I didn't either.
But she actually stood in there, and it was very, but I have got to give it to Muchova. The third set, she played flawless.
Yeah, Nick, you can speak to it as well. I actually see you on my monitor right now. You look lovely once again, but you know, it's one of those things where we evaluate in different ways, right? And you're going to hear a big pop from the crowd, but yeah, here goes Venus.
Well, big wave here from Venus as she walks off this stage, and wow, what a beautiful moment. Looking up to the rafters, giving a full farewell.
Did you say a full farewell?
I just mean to the moment, Zena. Trust me, I just mean to the moment. And what a moment it was. Karolina Muchova making her way out onto court to speak with Katie George. Guys, that was a moment, and Venus comported herself, Mike, so well tonight. Really cool for us to witness that.
Yeah, we're actually seeing it. Venus paused for a moment, actually was going down one hallway and then changed her mind. But now let's hear from our winner, Karolina Muchova.
Karolina, that was a battle against a legend, no less. What was it like competing in this first round match?
I was stressed. You guys make me stress. No, it was unbelievable atmosphere. I mean, she's such a legend of our sport. I understand. It's so nice to share a court with her, and I'm just glad that I was lucky to win today.
Venus found her rhythm.
Sorry.
Venus found her rhythm in that second set, but you played so clean in the third. What did you think of your ability to respond in that final set?
I just tried to block the noise, just be focused on myself. I thought I was doing a lot of mistakes, played a lot to her. She is such a bomb, so I was a little bit lost in the second set, and I'm happy I got collected in the third, and that I was able to catch a start and win my serves. I was focused more on serves, and yeah, just glad I pulled it out.
Congratulations. Best of luck moving forward.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Karolina Muchova.
Yeah, she talked about, I mean, she did look a little bit lost there when Venus made that push. That was a very big rise of level from Venus in that second set. And the way that Karolina Muchova came out in that third set, focusing on just the basics, making that big first serve, getting the returns back in play, as simple as that sounds, just allowed her to turn the tide.
Yeah, I mean, the way she played that third set, she should actually, you know, be thankful that Venus pushed her that for the first set, because she really came out and had to up her game. But more than anything, I would say the serve, Muchova's serve at the end was the biggest difference. She never allowed Venus to get into the match. Once she had an opportunity, she served extremely well.
Well, Nick, your final thoughts from seeing that one courtside. I mean, I think we all know just how lucky we are to see Venus playing at this level again. Your just final thoughts there.
Yeah, sorry, I just had my mic off there, Mike. You know, I want to give credit to Karolina Muchova. You guys just did that as well. I mean, she's world number 12, right? This wasn't a pedestrian. Venus wasn't playing the world number 80 tonight. This was a player that's been to a Grand Slam final, 2 semis here, the Australian Open semis, and she showed that tonight. And I said it mid-match, and I meant it. What a moment for all of us to see Venus come out here, play in 3 sets the way that she did, and played. I mean, if Venus wants to do the Asian swing, Zena, she could go play in Wuhan, and I feel like she could really, really start to settle herself in. But just what an awesome moment. Tonight, Venus Williams, we're celebrating Althea Gibson this year at the US Open. It is so special, the Williams sisters, to our sport, and they continue to do things their own way, and Venus showed us that again here tonight on our Thrash Stadium. It was awesome.
Why aren't we talking about the Olympics LA 28?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, get the sisters together.
She won't be 50 yet. Why not?
But knowing her, she's probably thinking about it and just not telling us. But I mean, there were spurts in there where Venus was like definitely vintage Venus and just hitting that ball so clean. It's the points to go back to back, those long points sometimes, and then having to come back and try to stay in there, I think really took her out.
Yeah. Well, Nick, thank you so much, as always,
thank you guys.
courtside.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Zena, it's been a real treat on such
Always.
a special night. Also finishing up a match moments ago was Casper Ruud, and our own Gil Gross had the interview.
Gil Gross with Casper Ruud on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Casper through to the second round with a straight set win over Sebastian Offner. Casper, thanks for joining us. How would you assess your preparation coming in? I know a lot of practice coming into the tournament, and your performance today.
It's been good. You know, I've been here for just over a week or almost 10 days now. You always like to come in a little early here to New York. I also played the mixed doubles last week, so that was fun. But in terms of the conditions, it's been a little shift. I mean, it's typically really hot here. The last days hasn't been, and for the next days it's not supposed to either, but actually it's been quite a lot of wind, so a little bit to adjust when it comes to this. But all in all, happy with my preparation and happy with today's win. It was a straight set, great match, so looking forward for the next match.
Return strategy, you're pretty far up on the baseline. You're trying to drive your returns for the most part, to my eyes. Can you break down that approach and why you think it's the way to go?
Yeah, first serves, I mean, it's I feel kind of dead if I'm not staying closer to the baseline when I'm too far back. Something I do more on clay. I tend to run too much, and I don't get to the balls. It's easier to ace me, so I have to go in on the first, second serve. Is a little easier for me to stay back. I like that form of play where I let the ball drop a little and try to play a heavy shot and take it from there. But I'm trying to mix it up, but mostly in on the first serve, which was working quite well today. I mean, still some improvement to be done, but all in all, very happy.
That's really insightful. Rory McIlroy in the box. Yeah. How's that relationship come about?
Oh, well, it's maybe, I mean, not random. I love golf, but he's in town. I met him last year in the Olympics. It was really fun to get to watch him up close, and I know he follows tennis. I follow a lot of golf, so asked if he wanted to come watch, and he did. So that was really fun. I mean, he's a legend in golf. He's won all 4 majors. He got his Grand Slam earlier this year at the Masters. I think he gave most golf fans a heart attack at the final round of the Masters. But really, really fun to meet him again here. And he's a big. I'm a big fan of his.
I was sitting across from him. He looked impressed.
Okay, that's nice to hear. You know, he's had a phenomenal year. After the Masters, I understand that it was tough for him to keep it going, but he won the Players, he won at Pebble, he won at the Masters, so he's had a phenomenal season, and he will have some rest now after Ryder Cup. You know, maybe he can head over to Bethpage and do some scouting for Ryder Cup.
I know you can talk golf all day, but we'll let you go rest. Thanks, Casper.
Thank you so much.
Well, I think it's a bit of an understatement to say that Casper Ruud follows golf. We all know that's what he's doing every other second when he's not on a tennis court. All right, we've got some more great tennis upcoming for you over on Armstrong. Alicia Parks and Mira Andreeva have just gotten started, and on Reilly Opelka and the newly bald Carlos Alcaraz. We will have Russ Thaler and David McPherson take you home here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome back to night 2 of the U.S. Open main draw in 2025. Russ Thaler and David McPherson taking over here as we get set for the second match in Arthur Ashe Stadium between Carlos Alcaraz, the number 2 seed, former U.S. Open champion, and Reilly Opelka, the big American, looking to pull the upset tonight. And we also have Nick McCarville, who will be on the sideline for that as well. At this moment in Arthur Ashe Stadium, they're having the International Tennis Hall of Fame ring ceremony, the induction ceremony last week in Newport, Rhode Island, and David McPherson, former coach of the Bryan brothers, up there helping induct his guys into the Hall of Fame last week, and now they're out there on Arthur Ashe Stadium getting their rings. What a surreal week you must have been having, Macca.
Oh, Russ, my goodness. Yeah, we're watching it on the screen right now. It is like a dream. I was very nervous that night, but somehow we got through the introduction. The boys gave an amazing speech and then capped it off with a chest bump, and then Serena introduced Maria. It was just all too much to take in.
So the Bryan brothers and Maria Sharapova are going to get their rings, and Blair Henley is conducting the ceremony at Arthur Ashe Stadium right now. Let's listen in a little bit to the ceremony.
25 International Tennis Hall of Fame inductees, Bob and Mike Bryan. Congratulations, Mike and Bob. And now let's take a look at our other honoree.
Tonight is my honor as her former rival, her former fan, and now her forever friend to welcome Maria Sharapova into the International Tennis Hall of Fame. Congratulations.
She forgot to give me the trophy. God forbid Serena gives me the trophy. The world recognizes the trophies, the Grand Slams, the fanfare, the center court glory, and I'd be lying if I said that stuff didn't matter, because let's be honest, I wouldn't be here without them. But in hindsight, my favorite moments were always the quiet victories, the ones only a few people beyond my inner circle could see. Those small triumphs stacked up and became the foundation that steadied me in moments when everything was on the line. In giving my life to tennis, tennis gave me a life. And what a remarkable, remarkable life. Thank you.
Please welcome 5-time Grand Slam champion, Billie Jean King Cup champion, Olympic silver medalist, 2006 U.S. Open champion, and now 2025 International Tennis Hall of Fame inductee, Maria Sharapova. Congratulations, Maria. And now it is time for the presentation of the International Tennis Hall of Fame rings. And Bob and Mike, we're going to start with you.
Yeah, the Bryan brothers just got their rings. Let's listen in to Mike and Bob.
Beautiful emerald. But it's great to be back here. We're just so humbled and honored to join this group of incredible legends in the International Tennis Hall of Fame. The last 3 days in Newport was a celebration we'll never forget. And thanks to Dan, Kim, the whole staff at the Hall of Fame for making that experience so special. It was great to share the class of 2025 with Maria. Huge congrats to her and everything she's done for the sport. And we were inspired by watching our heroes play right here at the U.S. Open. And I remember coming through those gates for the first time. It felt like a dream. And somehow this court became home to some of our biggest victories in our career. But there was nothing like playing for the New York fans. You guys carried us, the energy carried us through so many matches here. It's an honor to be here again with you guys tonight, and thanks for the memories.
Thank you, Bob and Mike.
Congrats, you two again. And now, Maria, Kim will present you with your International Tennis Hall of Fame ring.
So Kim Clijsters is there, of course, a Hall of Famer herself. And she's also the president of the International Tennis Hall of Fame. The CEO of the Hall of Fame, Dan Faber, is there, and Stacey Allister, tournament director of the U.S. Open, and the chairman of the board and president, interim co-CEO of the USTA, Brian Bahaley, is also up there. Here's Maria Sharapova.
What a special place and a special court, and you people have made such an incredible impact on my journey and my career. I have had some of the most beautiful moments on this court and some of the most challenging, and you've witnessed me grow up from being a young girl wearing an Audrey Hepburn-inspired night dress to now 19 years later accepting this beautiful ring and this amazing honor. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for making this event so special. Thank you, Kim and Mike and Brian, and congratulations. Thank you very much.
I will say Maria Sharapova was wearing a dress that is similar to something she wore at the night at the U.S. Open years back.
One more time for the International Tennis Hall of Fame class of 2025. Bob and Mike Bryan and Maria Sharapova.
Well, not a large class, but a lot of quality there. No doubters, all of them. Bob and Mike Bryan, Maria Sharapova, inducted into the International Tennis Hall of Fame in Newport, Rhode Island last week, and they're receiving their rings on Arthur Ashe Stadium tonight ahead of our second match. Carlos Alcaraz and Reilly Opelka. Russ Thaler, David McPherson here in studio. Nick McCarville, he is courtside at Arthur Ashe Stadium. He'll be with us all night long as we watch Carlitos and Reilly go at it. But, Macca, we got to talk about the Hall of Famers. And, look, it's just been incredible watching all three of them, their entire careers, and Maria and Bob and Mike tonight getting their rings. But just you have to have so many things going through your mind. You've been through the wars with Bob and Mike, and you've seen it all from the inside out. What to you was the special sauce with those guys?
Oh, my goodness. Well, probably their twin dynamic of pushing each other each day to they were always trying to beat each other in practice, one-up each other in cards. So it really just made them so razor sharp competing against each other because they were both so exquisitely talented. And so when you get somebody that good trying to beat your brains out every day, you end up just being amazing. But another point I'd like to make, I think it's so cool that they're inducted with Maria Sharapova because a lot of times in the slams, Australia in particular, the women's final was on Saturday in the old days, and the men's doubles final followed it. So we got to witness some Serena v. Maria matches while the boys were getting geared up in the locker room for their battle. So I just think it's really special, and also because Maria was so gritty, and she used that word in her speech out of Newport. And I think when I think of Mike and Bob, I think of a lot of grit. Yeah, they dazzled and they were so supremely talented. But at the end of the day, I mean, they were tough.
It takes a lot of hard work to be the best doubles team of all time. And Maria Sharapova, I think, has turned perceptions on their head, even in the last week, in realizing, like, she's really nice. She comes on, like, 'cause she was such a competitor. She's spoken about it, where her job wasn't to be nice. Her job was to win matches and do the best she could. But goodness, she's coming across great.
As it was for Serena, too.
Right.
And that's where I think that there's this wonderful mutual respect now that all the battles are over and they can appreciate each other, as we saw, I think, with Rafa and Roger as their careers went farther and deeper. They started to view each other as sort of brothers in arms, so to speak. And I think we see that a little bit with Carlos and Jannik already. Credit to them so early in their careers, even though they're fierce rivals, there seems to be such a brotherhood.
I think you're so right, because they're kind of two of a kind at this point. There's no one else that sort of understands what either of them are doing. And it seems like in hindsight now a little bit, Maria and Serena are having a little bit of that moment now. Maria asking Serena to introduce her and induct her into the Hall of Fame, and all the battles that they went through. There is a bond in those battles.
It's a beautiful bond between great champions that leave it all out there, that just every fiber of their being is put out there trying to get the victory, and nothing but grudging respect for their opponents.
And just so you remember, getting ready for the second match on Arthur Ashe Stadium tonight, it's the number 2 seed, Carlos Alcaraz, taking on Reilly Opelka of the United States. Soon we're going to get the introductions of both players onto Arthur Ashe Stadium tonight. When those players appear and the interviews happen, you'll hear it live right here on US Open Radio. Thanks so much to all of you tuning in on the US Open app, on usopen.org, TuneIn Radio, Sirius XM, and also watching us on our YouTube live stream on the US Open Tennis Championships YouTube channel. So hello to everybody. Russ Thaler, David McPherson, Nick McCarville joining us shortly. He is courtside in Arthur Ashe Stadium tonight. And also Gil Gross is courtside at Louis Armstrong as the number 5 seed Mira Andreeva takes on American Alicia Parks. They're playing right now in the first set. Parks looking to get on the board still. Andreeva racing out to a 4-love lead. We're going to take a quick timeout. When we come back, introductions of the players, and then our second match of the night session on Arthur Ashe Stadium, Reilly Opelka and the number 2 seed Carlos Alcaraz. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. We're here on US Open Radio, getting ready for Reilly Opelka and Carlos Alcaraz. Opelka is in the tunnel. Let's listen into the interview.
I thought she looked great, especially in that second set. You got to take into consideration she's been out 2 years.
He was asked about Venus,
she's 45 years old, and she, drew the 11th best player in the world in the second set. So, I expect her to have a lot of confidence moving forward from that.
Best of luck tonight.
Thanks.
Reilly Opelka.
Here comes Carlos Alcaraz. Yes, this is in fact Carlos Alcaraz. You're sporting a new look. I have to know what led to the haircut decision.
Well, I just, I guess I need, anything fresh, to start the tournament as better as I can. And I think, in the US Open suits pretty well.
This will be your first time facing Reilly. What kind of challenge does he present?
Well, he's always a really tricky player to play against. Great shots from the baseline. He's always trying to be aggressive. Obviously, he's big serve, out there. So it's going to be tricky. But I'm ready, and let's see how it's going to be.
We dig the new look. Best of luck.
Thank you.
From Spain, 2022 U.S. Open champion, Carlos Alcaraz.
And here we go, getting ready for the second night match of the second night of this main draw at the 2025 U.S. Open. Carlos Alcaraz with a brand new buzz cut. He shaved it all off, looking like David Beckham from 2000 indeed. And 27-year-old American Reilly Opelka, who has had his ups and downs for sure, but he is trending upward at this point, comes in ranked 67th in the world, facing Alcaraz. David McPherson, what's your first impression when you looked at this matchup? What do you think we're going to see tonight?
Oh, it's a fascinating matchup. Well, some of the things I'm interested to see how they develop is where Carlos stands on both first and second serve, how deep in the court. Does he try and play deep like Medvedev and just block returns back and make Reilly try and win all the points from the baseline? And then conversely, if he does that, will Reilly serve volley some to try and end some points quickly with the volleys? Not something that he's renowned for, but something that could be really useful tactically if he can implement it tonight.
Man, tough first-round matchup for both players. Obviously, nobody wants to see Alcaraz, who's never lost in the first round of a major. But I got to imagine Reilly Opelka, he and Giovanni Pericard are probably the two guys you don't want to see because they can take the racket out of your hand, no?
Yes, Russ, top players don't like playing guys with big weapons. I remember the guy that Lendl feared the most was Henri Leconte, and he was a guy who could hurt you. He could serve so nasty with his lefty brilliance, and it's that unknown factor of what Reilly Opelka can bring to the court. Big serving, a lot of winners and power. That's something that when Carlos saw the draw, he would be like, gosh darn it, I wish I had someone more predictable, someone less powerful, less dangerous to get my U.S. Open campaign started.
Arnaud Gabab from France is our chair umpire, and he's just completed the coin toss, giving the last-minute instructions to Carlos Alcaraz, who sprints to the baseline a la Rafa Nadal, as we've seen so many times. Carlitos runs to the baseline. Reilly Opelka takes about 3 long strides, and he's already at the baseline. He's almost 7 feet tall, and you can't teach that. Reilly Opelka's bringing the height. He is a self-professed serve bot, and we'll see. He's going to need a lot of first serves, I would imagine, tonight. That's going to be one of the keys to this match. As you mentioned, too, Malka, the return position of Carlos Alcaraz we're going to be paying close attention to. We were talking about Carlos before we came on here, David. We were talking about how the guy hasn't been in anything but finals since before Roland Garros. I mean, since Miami, we're talking about, is the last time he didn't reach the final of an event. He is in form coming into the Open.
Truly historic, and in comparison to last year, I feel like he's in a great headspace. Last year, he had to go through the emotion of the Olympics and losing that incredible final, getting the silver medal, which to him must have been, at the time, and still feel disappointing, but it was just such a emotionally sapping match that he got to America. He was a little bit out of sorts in Cincinnati, and then he was beaten early here at the US Open and just looked a little bit drained. But I don't get that impression this year. He's in a rich vein of form, and I think he just came to play Cincinnati. He goes and wins Cincinnati, but didn't play any of the other lead-in tournaments, so he should be perfectly primed for a great US Open.
All right, so as we get ready for Carlos Alcaraz and Reilly Opelka over on Louis Armstrong, Mira Andreeva, the number 5 seed, has taken the first set from American Alicia Parks. Let's head over to Gil Gross, who is courtside in Armstrong. What's happening there, Gil?
Well, it took 23 minutes. It's a bagel set for the 5 seed, 6-love Andreeva. She, as you could imagine, guys, barely missed a ball. And look, she is so solid in every area, both wings. When she has to defend, she gets the ball back in the court, even when she's under pressure. She has great depth on her average rally ball. She's got an underrated serve. There's just no weaknesses in Andreeva, and at her age, it's so impressive. But the U.S. Open, the only major that she has not surpassed the second round at. In fact, she's been second week at the Australian Open, 4th round a couple times, semifinal at the French last year, quarterfinal at Wimbledon this year. But this is her 3rd U.S. Open, and so far it's a couple of second-round exits for Andreeva. So I'm thinking that this is probably the year where she kind of introduces herself to this New York crowd for the first time with a nice little run.
Gil, I think it's almost hard to fathom. She's just 18 years of age. And to still think, yeah, I mean, she really needs to do better at the U.S. Open. She was 16 and 17 in her first 2 years. Coco Gauff really gave her a life lesson in the second round at the U.S. Open. Ran right through her, and I feel like Mira Maka has like grown, not only as a player, but physically. She looks like she's getting bigger and stronger by the day.
Yeah, Russ, I mean, she is an imposing figure. Yeah, I saw her up close in Cincinnati, I think, and yes, I was just like, wow, that's a very imposing athlete. A little bit of the same feeling that the only time I ever played Serena Williams was the semifinals of a Roland Garros mixed, and she was young at the time, and I didn't know much about her, but when we were at the coin toss, I was like, gosh, you know, Serena's, you know, very imposing, you know, she's so strong and physical, and Andreeva gives you that impression also.
All right, so Gil Gross will be our eyes and ears at Louis Armstrong Stadium. Let's hope Alicia Parks can get on the board and make more of a match of it. 6-love to Andreeva as they start the second set there. When we saw Mira break in the opening game of the match, we knew it could be trouble because Alicia's got one of the biggest serves in women's tennis. Now we're getting ready to see one of the biggest serves in men's tennis, and that would be Reilly Opelka, who's wearing the pink Fila cap and the gray Fila shirt tonight. Carlos Alcaraz wearing his Nike night outfit, which is an all wine colored affair. Think maroon, a little bit shiny. He's got the full on NBA looking tank top and the same colored shorts as well and shoes. And Carlos Alcaraz and Reilly Opelka are finishing their warm-ups with their serves at this point. Reilly Opelka's had quite the journey where he almost fell out of the rankings a couple of years ago. Was ranked in over 1,000 in the world. He went 4 straight years in the top 50 and then almost lost it all. And here he is back up at 67. He's starting to get the mojo back.
Yeah, Russ, it's been a courageous comeback. I mean, so many things went wrong with his surgery and things set him back time and time again. So there were probably times he was wondering, am I ever going to get back to the player that I was? And it's just been so nice to see him get back this year and pile on the wins and become a force in men's tennis again. And he looks like he's having some fun out there doing it, which is always great, because sometimes Reilly can be pretty hard on himself. And I feel like to reach his truly greatest potential, he gets rid of that critical side of himself and just embraces competition a little bit more like Sinner and Alcaraz do.
All right, and here we go. Reilly Opelka and Carlos Alcaraz getting ready to go. Nick McCarville is on the sideline for us at Arthur Ashe Stadium. He'll be checking in from time to time to give us the sights and sounds that you can only get from inside the bowl. Reilly Opelka will get the ball to serve first as we begin the second match of the night session on night 2 of the 2025 U.S. Open. Reilly Opelka stepping to the line. And away we go. First serve coming from Reilly Opelka into the body of Carlos Alcaraz. Couldn't get out of the way quick enough, and it's a wide return, 15-love.
It was a clever start from Reilly, because he doesn't use the body serve that much, especially when players are playing deep. He normally goes for the ace into the corners, but just as an opening salvo, he sends a shot into the body.
All right, first serve from Opelka to the forehand of Alcaraz, back to the backhand of Opelka. Now Carlos goes to the forehand of Reilly, and Opelka bangs a forehand wide, and it's 15-all.
Yes, tremendous quickness there from Carlos. Another serve aimed right at the forehand hip at the body, but Carlos was quick enough to get out of the way of it. A pretty strong return, which gave him neutrality in the point. And once the point got to equal, it was trouble for Reilly.
First serve at 15-all to the forehand of Alcaraz. Chip return down the middle of the court. Reilly goes inside out to the backhand of Alcaraz. Now Reilly runs around his backhand to hit a forehand, but overcooks it, and it's 15-30.
Twice in a row now, Alcaraz has been able to neutralize the first serve of Opelka, and then in the rally, it was seemingly just a matter of time before Carlos wins the vast majority of baseline rallies.
Let's see if Opelka tries for some width or tries the tee here. He's got body in all of his first serves. He's made them all, and it's still 15-30. First serve at 15-30. Opelka goes wide to the Alcaraz backhand.
Mr. Alcaraz, we can see the replay.
And the ball was called out. I didn't hear the actual vocalization of it.
Well, perhaps the ball was called good, because it was well out to my eye. And Carlos is rightfully challenging it if it wasn't called out.
Yeah, that is well wide.
6 inches wide.
Yeah,
so
there
it's
was
good that
no.
my eyes are okay.
Your eyes are great, and there was no call, so we got it right on replay. Second serve at 15-30. The kick serve to the backhand of Alcaraz, down the middle on the return, but just deep.
Interesting. The first, second serve Carlos gets, he gets inside the baseline, and he actually took that return around about his chest height, trying to stop the Opelka serve from getting too high. Just mistimed it a little bit, but I like the tactic.
30-all now. Opelka winds up and delivers, looking to go out wide as Alcaraz cheated towards the tee. Would have been an ace, but it didn't clear the net. Second serve now from Reilly Opelka at 30-all. And well deep on the second serve. He went for a big one, 124.
Once again, he noticed that Carlos was actually inside the baseline, which he doesn't often see. People are normally retreating and letting the Opelka serve get higher and higher. Carlos's tactics tonight, at least initially, are on second serve, move forward and try and take the bounce away.
First serve at 30-40. Break point for Alcaraz to the Carlos backhand. Chips it deep at Reilly. Serve +1 goes inside out for the forehand winner.
And Reilly's forehand is such an enigmatic shot, but that's the height that he likes it at. If he gets a ball at the chest or the shoulder on the forehand, he can really pop that ball and put it away. That's his favorite height for the forehand. When it gets lower around his knees or his ankles, then it's more problematic.
First serve into the net at deuce, and Alcaraz will have another look at a second serve. Carlos gets a little closer to the baseline. As the toss goes up, Alcaraz moves forward, takes it inside the baseline, down the tee, return to the forehand of Opelka, back to the forehand of Alcaraz. Now Reilly goes down the line for a forehand winner, and it's game point.
And finding the range on the forehand will be absolutely crucial for Reilly tonight. He needs to be lethal with his chest-high forehands, and there's another one that was right at the Fila logo on his chest, and he was able to punish it slightly downward, down the line for a winner.
Now a game point after Reilly Opelka fended off break point. Game point, first serve to the forehand of Alcaraz, returned down the middle, now inside out, forehand winner, first strike tennis from Reilly Opelka, who holds to open this match on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
Tremendous first game from Reilly. He was under a little bit of pressure. Carlos made a lot of returns in that game, but his chest-high forehand really bailed him out. He loaded up on the outside leg a number of times. The backswing was quite compact. I think he's made just a little bit of an improvement on that forehand stroke. It looks a tiny bit more compact on the backswing, just turning the shoulders and using the legs well, and he was able to really hold serve because of his forehand in that game.
Carlos Alcaraz now to serve for the first time in this match at Love 1. First time we'll have seen Carlos since he won Cincinnati on that Monday, and then quickly came back to the U.S. Open and played mixed doubles with Emma Raducanu. They didn't get out of the first round, but they did play together, much to the delight of much of the internet, I do believe, and also to Emma and Carlos. They looked like they had a great time.
Yeah, they entertained everybody, including themselves.
First serve out to the Reilly Opelka backhand. The returns into the net, and it's 15-love.
It's a nice swinger wide, actually, to Reilly's forehand there.
Excuse me, forehand, pardon me.
All right, Russ. But that could be a very highly employed serve tonight from Carlos. That swinger wide to Reilly's forehand, his less consistent wing.
Here comes the first serve at 15-love, down the tee, into the forehand as well, but it's a clean ace, I do believe.
A beautiful amount of outswing on that serve.
Carlos has worked on his serve. It's kind of the one part of Alcaraz's game that everyone from the outside looked at, said there's some room for improvement there. It seems to me over the year, he's really shown some improvement for sure.
I like the shape of that one.
First serve out wide again to the Opelka forehand.
3 swingers in a row to the Opelka forehand with good movement, good tail on the serve. I have felt that tee serve on the ad has never been one of Carlos's best serve. It doesn't go away from the right-handed forehand as much as some of the great servers that I've seen, but certainly that work that he's been doing on his serve looks to be paying off immediately.
40-love now, and down the tee again it goes, and Opelka misses the forehand return, so a quick hold at love for Carlos Alcaraz.
And there's always so much strategy that goes into these matches. I mean, that is no accident that Carlos has directed all 4 first serves at the Reilly Opelka forehand. He knows that Reilly's two-handed backhand is a very solid return, and I wouldn't be surprised if he serves 70-75% of his first and second serves at the Opelka forehand tonight.
All right, so Reilly Opelka, who did face break point in his first service game, now steps to the line at 1-all. Finger out wide to the Alcaraz forehand, and that sails long on the return, and it's 15-love. So both players targeting the forehand side right now.
A lot of respect for with that second hand. There's some extra control on the return, controlling the racket face as the ball comes in at high speed. Now this time Carlos has retreated all the way back to the fence. the JP Morgan sign.
Yeah, he's in the Medvedev return position right now. Return short. Opelka comes in, and Alcaraz's passing attempt cross court into the top of the net. It's 30-love.
So I think the tactics that Juan Carlos Ferrero has employed and David Ferrero have employed tonight is that we will use variety on our stance. Clearly, we saw him taking second serves inside the baseline in the first game. Now in the next service game, he's retreating very deep.
First serve deep here at 30-love from Reilly Opelka.
And back Carlos goes again. Really, really deep, inviting Reilly to serve volley.
Second serve to the backhand of Alcaraz. Return down the middle of the court. Now a slice to the backhand from Alcaraz to Opelka. Deep inside the backhand corner. Carlos takes the forehand, and Reilly nets a forehand, and it's 30-15. That was the most cagey point that we've seen so far.
First time Carlos has been able to employ a little bit of slice in the point, get the ball low, and against the taller players, the slice low is an excellent strategy.
All right, 30-15. Here's Opelka winding up. Big first serve to the backhand of Carlos. That's in, but Reilly takes his backhand down the line for a clean winner.
Reilly Opelka has a beautiful down the line flat backhand, and he's going to play that shot every time he sees a little bit of a gap in the court. He knows he doesn't want long points. If he sees a chance to hit a backhand winner down the line, he's going to take it.
Game point for Reilly Opelka. First serve looking for the tee, just wide. Second serve now at 40-15. Reilly Opelka looking to take a 2-1 lead here in the first. Second serve is deep, and another double fault from Reilly Opelka. That's his second of the match. Still game point.
Very clever tactics once again from Carlos, mixing up where he's standing on second serve return, just giving a different optic to the server, trying to make him just think a little bit about things.
First serve from Opelka into the forehand of Alcaraz. Carlos a little bit actually early on that. Flinched off the first serve, shanks it wide. Opelka holds, and it's 2-1. We'll take a quick break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Gilgross courtside inside Armstrong, where Mira Andreeva opening up her campaign against the American Alicia Parks. It was a bagel first set. The second set is one apiece, but Andreeva with a break point, and you can hear this Armstrong crowd getting behind Parks. You know, one thing I've noticed out here about Andreeva, she slices her forehand a lot, and it makes it really impossible to rush her into that wing, because as soon as she senses that she's going to be stretched or she might not have enough time, she goes to that chip forehand immediately, and she's just very effective at staying unattackable with that particular play and extending the rallies where she's had a consistency advantage. Russ?
Hell of a neutralizer for Mira Andreeva on that slice forehand. Gil, thanks for the insight. We'll be coming back to you for more on Alicia Parks and Mira Andreeva on Armstrong. Meanwhile, back to Ash we go. Carlos Alcaraz serving at 1-2. It's 15 love after a short first point won by the server. Alcaraz kick serve to the Opelka backhand. Now Reilly goes inside out and stands in his backhand corner. Carlos senses it, flattens out his backhand, goes down the line for a winner.
I'll say, yes, I love the way he started the match also from the baseline. You don't want to play too conservatively against someone like Reilly Opelka or John Isner, that you want to make them move, you know. You don't want to just let them unload on forehands or not and get comfortable. So Carlos has got to be brave from the baseline, take a little bit of risk, but as good a player as he is, if he's moving his feet well, he can make these shots into the corners.
30 love to Alcaraz. The points have been short as expected between these two. Their average rally is less than 3 strokes here. 30 love, Alcaraz into the backhand of Opelka. He nets the return, and it's 40 love. Points from 2-all here.
Just a nice body serve from Carlos that time. It was at Reilly's backhand, but just so in tight, he wasn't really able to get extended on it and put full power on the backhand return.
All right, 40 love for Carlos Alcaraz. Serve right into the Opelka backhand. Into the net it goes, and we're at 2-all. Nick McCarville is courtside with us on Arthur Ashe Stadium. He's got a close look at Alcaraz's new do. And the new
gents.
kid as well.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, the aerodynamic Carlitos with that. What do you think, Macca? You guys
Well,
twins?
what I think, Nick, is that, yes, he's my twin right now, but if he wins 6 matches and gets to the final, his hair will probably be as like Djokovic's again. Like, he's that young. It'll probably have fully grown back if he makes the final.
Well, this first point of the 5th game, Russ, just a mishandled forehand from Opelka. And, you know, I was listening to Carlos guys talk about this matchup before, well, in press before they came out, and Alcaraz very aware of the challenge that Opelka offers, obviously with the huge serve, and Carlos is going to have to be, I think, on his A game, because as we saw at Wimbledon with Fabio Fognini, we saw a couple scratchy early rounds from Alcaraz at the French. He can be a little bit vulnerable in the first couple of rounds at majors, as Opelka now, Russ, goes down love 30.
Yeah, shanked a forehand in the middle of the court, did Reilly Opelka.
And guys, the first 2 low forehands that Reilly's been asked to hit tonight, by accident a little bit, but both were down around his knees, and that's the forehand that Reilly has really struggled with in his career.
Big opening now for Opelka, for Alcaraz, love 30, but a big first serve from the big American. Gets the point on an unreturnable, and it's 15-30. Still not out of the weeds just yet. Reilly hard to miss. He is an imposing figure out there on the court. His good friend Venus Williams played on this court just before him. The two of them enjoy, well, a lot of foot fault called on Reilly Opelka. No argument there. They enjoy the art and other things as well. They've been good friends for a long time. Opelka's second serve. Carlos returns with the backhand into the backhand corner. Of course, Reilly runs around it, cracks a forehand down the line. Now a forehand as Opelka moves in towards the net, and he can't handle the low pass attempt from Alcaraz, and it's 15-40.
Tremendous defense from Carlos there. Reilly did such a good job with his 2 higher forehands into both corners. He thought he had an opening to advance to the net there and finish the point, but the backhand pass was so low, right down at Reilly's pink shoes, and that's not where Reilly likes to make volleys or half volleys.
It's a long way down, and it's 15-40. 2 break points. Alcaraz cheating tee, and Reilly goes wide for a clear ace.
Goodness gracious, that was really forehand body, Russ. He guessed so far, so completely to the backhand that a body serve aced him. I don't know if I've ever seen that before.
I guess with Reilly, sometimes you got to guess a little bit, and Carlos was more than leaning there. It's still break point, 30-40. Reilly catches his toss. He'll start again. First serve at 30-40, break point for Alcaraz. Now the first serve off the top of the net, sails long.
Big decision here about the depth of where Carlos plays this second serve return. Let's see, this is a huge point, obviously.
And Alcaraz right up on the baseline, returns it with his backhand into the Opelka backhand corner, but Reilly's able to get around it and cracks an inside-out forehand winner.
It was a fairly good neutralizing return, but Reilly was so quick with his feet, he was able to turn a backhand into a forehand with 6 or 7 quick steps. And then because, once again, it was chest height or above the belt, he was able to hit slightly down on the ball and get the winner.
First serve on Opelka on deuce into the backhand of Alcaraz, and a good deep return forces a forehand error from Reilly Opelka, and it's another break chance.
That one was much deeper. Reilly was a little bit backpedaling. It was in such a deep part of the court, it was hard to hit a winner from that far behind the baseline. Great return from Alcaraz.
3rd break chance here. 4th break point opportunity of the match for for Carlos Alcaraz and Reilly Opelka. He erases another one with a big serve down the tee.
Enormous serve. 134, 216 kilometers per hour, and with some movement too. Reilly can make that ball move away from the right-hander's forehand so prodigiously.
Deuce again, first serve into the net, second serve now as Alcaraz takes a peek.
And retreats to the JP Morgan sign this time.
Yeah, he's back.
Just mixing everything up on second serve return.
And he had his heels on the fence, and Opelka tried to go short and wide and put it in the net. So there's definitely a chess game going on out there.
There's a big-time chess game going on. It's mostly on the second serve. His first serve position has been relatively consistent, but big variances in the depth of where he's standing on second serve return.
And Carlos has gotten into Reilly's head a little bit on second serve. He's only won 4 of 10 points when he misses his first serve. Does Reilly Opelka, and he could really use another first serve here. 4th break chance of the game now for Carlos Alcaraz. First serve is wide from Reilly Opelka. He was trying to go tee, and that thing just veered off to the left. Second serve now. Carlos gets a little closer, and Reilly aces him down the tee. My goodness, what a second serve.
And it was just, I think it was barely on the line. It was definitely not inside the line here. But smart tactics by Reilly. He knows that if he gets into long points against Carlos, it's not going to end well. So he went back to his serve there under pressure.
That was a 122-mile-an-hour second serve ace down the tee on break point down. And now Alcaraz has another look at his second serve, and he's way back up against the fence as well. This time, Reilly Opelka goes with the serve and volley and drops the volley into the net as Alcaraz got the return low below the height of the net on Reilly Opelka.
Love the tactic, just don't love the execution. It was a volley around about at the knees, a little inside-out drop volley. A feather volley would have won the point, but Reilly just not quite the net man that hopefully he one day will become.
Break point number 5, and Reilly Opelka misses a first serve again. He's been playing with fire, missing first serves in the ad court, aced on the last one. What's he got here? Kicker to the backhand. Return to the backhand of Opelka. Now we're running forehand from Alcaraz, cross court into the forehand of Reilly Opelka, and that forces the error. And the break goes to the number 2 seed as Carlos Alcaraz takes a 3-2 lead over Reilly Opelka in Arthur Ashe Stadium. That time, finally, it caught up with Reilly Opelka, missing the first serve again in the ad court.
Yes, and Carlos once again stayed true on the ad side. He realizes he doesn't want the kicker wide high to his backhand to take effect, so he stood in fairly close. This time Opelka didn't go for the ace on second serve, just went with the big kicker to the backhand. Carlos neutralized it, got in the point, and then with one wicked cross-court forehand, got Reilly off balance. And Reilly went for the flat forehand, but his balance wasn't up to the challenge, sailed it long.
What a fascinating chess match we're watching between these two, because for every action, there seems to be an equal and opposite reaction. Wherever Carlos stands, you can see Reilly's brain working on. First, he tried the short wide serve when Carlos was back. Then he said, okay, I'll serve and volley because it's safer to hit the kick serve down the tee. Pretty impressive stuff all around. So far, advantage Alcaraz. Let's check in with Gil Gross at Louis Armstrong Stadium in Mira Andreeva and Alicia Parks. Gil, what's the latest?
Last time we talked, it was 1-all break point for Andreeva. She converted that break point. Now she's got another, so the one-way traffic continues for the number 5 seed. Now 6-love, 4-1, and the standout attribute continues to be her defense. Absolutely suffocating. Her shock absorbing is remarkable. Parks is a power player on the serve and off both wings, and her power is just not having the effect that it usually has against Mira Andreeva.
Gil, I just can't help but noticing how high Alicia Parks' ball toss is. I don't know if I've ever seen someone throw it much higher than Alicia does.
Have you seen Federico Del Bonis?
Oh, yes, good one. Yes, he had a ripper too. And when I use the word ripper very loosely. I'm not a big fan of high ball tosses whatsoever.
Yeah, certainly Parks, she has a very powerful serve. I mean, very impressive on the radar gun, but she can make gains in accuracy. If you look at the first serve percentages and her ability to hit spots, that's where she can improve. And when she's serving into a bad spot against Andreeva, it doesn't matter how hard it is. That ball's coming back.
All right, Gil, thanks a lot. And we'll check in with you in just a little bit. That match could be over in just a little bit, the way it's been going there. 6-love and 4-1 to Mira Andreeva and Carlos Alcaraz in very short order. has jumped out to a 30-love lead as he looks to consolidate the break he just got on Reilly Opelka. Alcaraz serving at 3-2 in Arthur Ashe Stadium. 30-love. First serve now. Out wide to the forehand of Reilly Opelka, and the return is deep, and 40-love quickly.
Carlos is looking really comfortable. Gee, he's come out and executed well, put pressure on the Opelka serve. Even in the first game, didn't quite break through, but broke through in the fifth game. Now he's raced away to a nice lead in his service game, consolidating. Just looking super fresh and super sharp.
First serve into the net. He was looking to kick that short and wide. Second serve now at 40-love. A point for 4-2 for Carlos Alcaraz. Kicker to the backhand of Opelka. And a return long from the big American. And a hold at love, and it's 4-2.
Guys, what I thought was so interesting, if I can jump in on that break game, was the fact that Juan Carlos Ferrero and team kind of just sat there and they weren't giving much feedback to Carlos across those 5 break points. Feels like they're really wanting him to sort things out. It's the first time these two guys have played against each other. And I agree with you, Macca. Alcaraz has come out and looked really sharp out of the gates in this match.
First serve from Reilly Opelka here at 2-4 into the Carlos forehand, who chips it to the Reilly forehand. Now they're down the middle of the court into the backhand of Opelka, and Reilly pulls one wide, and it's love 15.
And I think that return tack that we saw from Alcaraz there was exceptional. A block forehand return, sort of a volley grip. That's a great way to neutralize a big serve to your forehand that when the player isn't serve volley. Now, if Reilly follows that in, that's a fairly comfortable first volley. But if he doesn't have that element of serve volley threat on that wide serve to the deuce, Carlos will be able to just block chip that back every time. Taylor Fritz is a master at that return.
And we've only really seen Reilly try the serve and volley once, and it didn't work. Carlos put the return at his toes. That's a big first serve from Opelka at love 15. Out wide to the backhand of Alcaraz, unreturnable. It's 15 all. That's an interesting thing that you brought up, Nick, because Carlos has been doing a lot of problem solving, as we've been talking about, with his return position, and also with Reilly countering the return position the way he's playing. First serve is returned by Alcaraz down the middle. Here comes Reilly moving forward. And again, Alcaraz puts a passing shot at his toes. He's not going for winners. He's just trying to get it low to the big man's feet, and it's working.
Great observation, Russ. He went right up the middle with that passing shot, but got the ball down at the pink shoes, and Reilly is just not bending to those low volleys. He's just dropping the racket face, so his eyes are nowhere near the ball, and that's something that my old coach, Tony Roach, used to keep imploring us, get your eyes on the ball, eyes to the ball. Reilly really broke the Cardinal Roach rule there.
15-30, second serve now. Opelka deep on his serve, and 2 break point opportunities now for Carlos Alcaraz to kind of blow this first set open. 4th double fault of the first set for Reilly Opelka, and he is under great duress. He's already faced 6 break points. Alcaraz has only been able to capitalize on 1 of them. He's got another one here. Chip return again to the middle of the court. Opelka comes in again. A backhand volley into the backhand of Alcaraz. A short topspin lob, a put away overhead, and it's 30-40.
Finally, Reilly got a couple of good volleys off there. The passing shots were just a fraction higher, enabling him to come down on the volley. A backhand volley, cross court, set up the overhead, and unless you get a winning lob over Reilly, that smash is going to be put away.
And on a second breakpoint opportunity, Opelka with an ace down the tee, and it's deuce.
Clocking in at 129 and with deadly accuracy.
So Opelka now, after saving 2 break chances at deuce, sends a first serve wide. And Carlos will have a look at a second serve. It looked like he was moving back again to return the second serve. He did. And Opelka serves and volleys, and this time it works. He knocks off the backhand volley, short, angling wide. Carlos has nothing to do, and it's game point.
Once again, good strategy. If Reilly doesn't serve volley there, he's looking at a deep return. He's looking at trying to beat Carlos from the baseline, which is going to be very difficult. The trick is, can I execute my volleys? The return was a little bit too high, and Reilly made him pay.
Game point now for Reilly Opelka. Misses the first serve long. Looked like he was trying to go backhand body there. Second serve now coming. Alcaraz steps in to return this second serve. Opelka takes an inside-out forehand and busts it wide, and it's deuce. That time Carlos stepped up for the second serve. Reilly didn't serve in volley.
We're seeing on the ad side, I think Carlos is pretty consistently taking it early. He doesn't want to be kicked out wide, high away to his backhand. On the deuce side, conversely, he's willing to back up, and he knows he's got such strength wide on the forehand.
Big serve out wide on deuce. Alcaraz makes the return, but Reilly with a big follow-up forehand that Alcaraz can't handle, and it's game point again for Opelka.
Good approach shot there, Reilly making the right decision on the short return. Once again, it came up above the belt. He was able to hit slightly down on the ball and approach the net, and he was in prime position to put that away if the chip pass cleared the tape.
Again, a missed first serve, trying to go big, hard, flat out wide. Reilly Opelka, game point for 3-4. Second serve now for Alcaraz, stepping in, and a deep second serve, too deep. Another double fault, and it's deuce.
And this is just perfect for Carlos because he's like thinking, well, even if I don't break here, I'm putting a lot of pitches on Reilly's arm right now. If he was a baseball pitcher, he'd already have thrown 30 or 40 pitches in the early innings, and that's not what you want if you're Reilly Opelka.
Deuce again, out wide, and ace again for Opelka. So this service game very much on the racket of Reilly Opelka. Double faults, aces all around. Reilly has Dennis Kudla, former touring pro, in his corner. Saw him out there working on mixed doubles when Reilly and Venus were practicing their mixed doubles. There's an ace for Reilly Opelka. He finally gets the hold for 3-4. Carlos Alcaraz with a break will serve up a game after they change ends. But at the moment, we're going to head over to Louis Armstrong Stadium, where I believe things are wrapping up there. What's happened, Gil?
It's an early night for Mira Andreeva, despite being scheduled second on court Louis Armstrong. It took 55 minutes. Final scoreline 6-love, 6-1. Final unforced error count 28-5. And that 5 number is pretty impressive for Andreeva. She was so buttoned up tonight. Maka, you tell me which stat is more impressive now. She is 10-1 to start her career in first-round matches at slams.
That's pretty good.
This year, in 2025, she is 14-1 against players outside the top 50. The only time a player outside 50 has beaten Andreeva was Louis Bosson at Roland Garros.
Wow, Gil, I love both of those stats. I mean, it just shows you that she's got a maturity and a consistency at such an early age. She's not taking bad losses. So she's got just a very bright future. She looks like she's a consummate professional, got tremendous coaching staff, and doing the athletic things that she needs to be a great athlete. My goodness, I mean, she could dominate the sport one day.
Yeah, everyone that seems to watch Mira Andreeva feels that she's inevitable in a lot of ways. Physically and her emotional makeup seem to work out really well. She's got that innate court sense that seems like it's hard to teach. She just kind of knows what to do out there.
We're on Grand Slam watch right now with Mira Andreeva. At some point, you know, this here at the U.S. Open could be her time.
She's in that group of players that have the capability to win this, and if it's not this year, there's some thought that certainly in the next few years, Mira's going to nip one and maybe more, whether it's here or anywhere else, because her game sort of translates to all surfaces. Back into Arthur Ashe Stadium, Carlos Alcaraz serving up 4-3 against Reilly Opelka. First serve is returned wide by Reilly, and it's 15-love. He's been cruising, has Carlos, through his service games.
And directed so much traffic to the Opelka forehand return. Once again, the significant points of the game are the first 2 points of the game and then 30 all onwards. And that's when we're seeing on significant points, these first 2 points, again, Alcaraz directing the first serve at the Opelka forehand with success.
Clearly some game planning going on, and of course there is on everybody. Everybody's looking at the stats. Everybody knows almost what everybody likes to do at this level. It's a matter of execution in a lot of ways. And that first serve is deep from Carlos Alcaraz at 30-love. Now it's a second serve, 30-love. Opelka standing on top of the baseline, goes for a big forehand return down the line, but flips the top of the net.
And just Carlos not giving that forehand return any breather right there, even at 30-love. Second serve, instead of resisting the temptation to go to the back, in which you would normally do, the kicker,
serve, yeah.
He went with the cutter to the forehand, and he's really picking on, for lack of a better word, the Opelka forehand return.
This time he serves into the backhand, and Reilly Opelka nets the backhand return And another hold at love for Carlos Alcaraz. His service games have been flying by. That was a minute 15 in total.
I wonder if Nick heard what the conversation was Reilly had with the umpire at the change of ends.
Yeah, I think I felt like that second call on him when he was on the other side, guys, was another foot fault. And so he was just talking to Arnaud Gabas about, well, what's triggering it? So they had a discussion there, but watch the toes, Reilly.
Did he say, well, you're stepping on the line?
You've got some big feet down there, bud.
He does. He does.
He just hasn't found his rhythm, though, right? Has Opelka double fault here, and as we've discussed, Alcaraz is just that perfect sort of level of amped to start this match, and the game planning certainly was done. Russ, you mentioned that heading into this Opelka matchup for the Alcaraz camp.
All right, that's a big first serve into the Alcaraz backhand for 15 all. And Carlos, if there's one knock on him, is that his concentration has sometimes lapped. He's gone on what the Aussies would call walkabout years ago, right? He has a tendency to sort of check out mentally. Let's see how long he stays locked in here, because he's definitely locked in here in the first set.
I think he's so challenged by the Opelka matchup that he's in sort of quarterfinal mode already in the first round because he respects his opponent so much.
All right, so they're into the rally here. A chip backhand from Alcaraz low to the Opelka forehand. Reilly, he looped it over to the Carlos forehand, and Alcaraz just banged a forehand long. It's one of the first sort of true unforced errors we've seen from Carlos.
It might be the first unforced error. There's certainly a routine forehand for him.
And according to the stats, that it was the first unforced error of the match for Carlos Alcaraz. Now, first serve into the forehand of Carlos, chips it deep. Now they're playing from the baseline, and Carlos blocks a backhand long, and it's 40-15.
Did a nice job once again chipping the first serve forehand return. Almost got the point back to neutral. That's a cross-court backhand that he would expect himself to make 9 out of 10.
A game point now from Reilly Opelka to the forehand of Alcaraz. The return is wide. And Carlos Alcaraz will serve for the first set when we come back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Night 2 at the U.S. Open continues. Carlos Alcaraz serving 5-4 for the first set against Reilly Opelka, opening with an ace.
And once again, out wide to the forehand. This is a big game, and he's going to go to his best plays on big points. Great swinger out wide to the forehand. Reilly actually didn't even touch that one. It was so accurate.
So here's Carlos Alcaraz, 3 points from the first set. Big first serve. Nice and wide, serving and volleying, and a Sampras-esque flying overhead winner from Alcaraz.
Good one, Russ. That did remind us of Pistol Pete, just soaring through the air on the serve volley. Reilly actually mixed up his return tactics there, playing very deep. Carlos saw it and said, okay, you play deep, I'll serve volley wide. And that was a thing of beauty. That'll probably be on the posters.
All right, so it's 30 love, return into the net. 3 set points now for Carlos Alcaraz. Russ Thaler, David McPherson in studio. Nick McCarville is courtside at Arthur Ashe Stadium on night 2 of the main draw, the 2025 U.S. Open. And Carlos Alcaraz, the 2022 U.S. Open champion, with set points against Reilly Opelka. First serve into the forehand. As we've seen all first set, that forehand return is long. And Carlos Alcaraz has the first set 6-4 over Reilly Opelka.
Yes, definitely winning the tactical battle, winning the body language battle. I think he's winning the outfit battle with that BlackBerry outfit he's got going on, looking very sharp. Reilly doesn't look too bad himself with his little, kind of pink
it's a pink
accents.
and gray fila.
Yeah.
It's a
Reilly
good
looks
outfit.
good. I take that back. Both guys look great.
They look terrific. Carlos dominated pretty much in every statistical category. In the first set, it was 6-4, but Alcaraz really controlled that play, no?
He just seems so switched on, Russ. I mean, this is often great players play themselves into Grand Slams.
A la Novak Djokovic, we saw it last night.
Yes, he certainly was far, far from his best, and I'm sure he will build on that performance. But I think the respect for Reilly Opelka as a dangerous threat, a clear and present danger, he's come with his A game on night one here for him.
Carlos gets to make the first statement this year. We'll see Jannik Sinner in singles action for the first time tomorrow on Arthur Ashe Stadium. I'm sure he'll have a reply of his own. I suspect Sinner will be locked in from the first point of the U.S. Open this year. These two guys have really separated themselves from the rest of the pack. What do you think it is that has separated them from everyone else?
Oh, they're just these generational talents, as we saw with Rafa and Roger, and then Novak joined the fray. I mean, we're just so blessed to be in. Well, tennis is just amazing. We've had so many incredible champions with Pete and Andre. These rivalries are just, and I think great rivalries, they spur each other on to even greater heights. They know that unless I keep improving, I'm going to have a losing record against my great rival. And so that's why we're seeing Sinner and Alcaraz just produce tennis that it's just mind-blowing what they're doing out there. They play so aggressively, so incredibly aggressively, and yet with margins. They don't make many unforced errors despite blistering the ball in every way possible.
It is incredible to watch, and we are so lucky that so shortly after the end of the great triumvirate, even though Djokovic is still out there competing for majors, but right after Roger and Rafa go away, suddenly Sinner and Alcaraz, it's like they appeared out of the ether, and we know it didn't happen like that easily, but here we are, and we get two more all-time greats we get to watch in real time from the start of their careers, and hopefully for a long, long time. Reilly Opelka now serves to start set number 2 after dropping the first 6-4 to Carlos Alcaraz. Big boomer down the tee for a service winner to start us out in set 2 for Opelka. It's 15-love.
Yes, Reilly needs to reset here, and the key to that obviously is some beautiful ball tosses, some great spots, get through an early service game with a minimum of fuss if he can.
All right, first serve from Opelka into the backhand of Carlos, into the middle of the court, and probably left it up a little bit too high and slow, and Opelka jumped right all over it for a forehand winner.
That was the theme of the first set, wasn't it, Russ? I mean, Reilly had a number of forehand winners. It's just that when Carlos got the ball deep or low, that's when the unforced errors flowed from the Opelka forehand.
5 forehand winners in the first set for Reilly Opelka. That's a service winner into the body from the big man. Carlos couldn't get out of the way of that one, and it's 40-love. This is the easiest and quickest service game that Reilly's had all match so far, by the way.
He needs more of these so he can start focusing on return games.
Opelka is deep on the first serve offering here. Second serve now at 40-love. First game, second set. Alcaraz took the first. Second serve into the backhand of Alcaraz to the forehand of Opelka. Big looper into the forehand corner of Carlos, and Alcaraz can't handle it. Fires it wide. Opelka holds it love for 1-love in the second set.
Guys, they were flashing up the stats between sets, and how about Carlos Alcaraz hasn't lost a point on serve? Full stop, 20 of 20. He only missed 3 first serves in the first set. I mean, that's a stat maybe we would expect for Reilly Opelka, but I just can't say enough courtside of how this feels like a quarterfinal. I think, Dave, you said that quarterfinal Alcaraz. That's the vibe I'm getting from him. And just out of the chair quickly and ready to go. He wants to take care of this in straights tonight.
Just playing with a ruthless energy, isn't he? Tactically so switched on.
Well, here we go. Alcaraz serving at 1-love, and again to the forehand, and doesn't even put all into it. He took a little bit off of that just to make the first serve into the forehand, and Opelka was 108 out wide. Opelka obliged, just
He's
cracked the
just
forehand
sniffs
long.
blood with that forehand return, and he's preying on Reilly's weaker wing.
First serve at 15 love. Again, down the tee to the forehand. Return off the tape. It sits up for Alcaraz. And even with that time, Carlos puts the forehand into the net. A rare unforced error from Alcaraz.
It's always such a shock when he misses a forehand because his technique is so beautiful. And we see normally just winners and great shots flowing from that side. But it was only a year ago at the US Open that forehand betrayed him in his third round match.
First serve again to the Opelka forehand, return in. Here comes Alcaraz moving forward towards the net, and Opelka puts one into the top of the net that hits the top, goes up, and comes back onto his own side. It's 30-15, but Opelka at least got the forehand return in the court there. That's a start.
It's a start, yes. If he can just start, getting the forehand return off the sweet spot, get them back, aim up the middle. Don't try and get too cute. Just try and get some good, clean timing on that forehand return.
All right, 30-15. Alcaraz into the body. I'm wondering if Opelka, we've seen Carlos chipping the return from Alcaraz. I wonder if we'll see Reilly chip any first serve returns off the forehand. He's been taking full swings. This is a backhand return into the backhand of Alcaraz. Now Reilly runs around his backhand and tries to go inside out, but he goes too far out on the inside, and it's wide, 40-15.
Yes, I mean, he may elect to just block a few chips, but of course, when you chip, you're really giving the server a chance to dictate to you. And in general, that's not what Reilly wants to do. He doesn't want to be like run around the court by the Alcaraz forehand.
This time Alcaraz goes into the backhand of Opelka, into that left hip of Reilly, and he cracks a backhand into the net, and Carlos holds for 1-all.
It's been a serving masterclass, hasn't it? Serve +1. And just the tactics of on the bigger points, which include the first 2 points of a game. I can't stress that enough, how important those first 2 points of every game are. That's when you go with your best plays to get the lead. And when you have the luxury of being up 40-15 and 40-love, that's when the great players elect to go to their opponent's strengths sometimes.
Carlos way back now to return the second serve of Reilly Opelka, and Reilly again double faults. And I can't stress how many times Reilly has double faulted when Carlos has stepped way far back, which I find interesting.
Yes, well, I feel like he's thinking, oh dear, there's no way to get an ace. And because he's reluctant to serve volley, he feels like, oh, this is a bad situation for me.
That time Reilly put the first serve into the Carlos backhand. Alcaraz got Reilly in an uncomfortable position and had an opening and blew that forehand into the net.
There's a couple. It's just a little forehand warning watch there on the Carlos forehand.
Again, that's the one knock on Carlos, is that his level has a tendency to drop as his attention goes away from time to time during matches. We know that Reilly Opelka really only needs one opening. He needs one break of serve, and you could be in big trouble. It's 15-all. Reilly's got to hold on to his serve, though, to make that even a possibility. 15-all. And way long and wide on the first serve to Alcaraz. And Carlos is going to step back again. He's way back, almost near the clock that shows how fast the serves are, and instead he still hit a return long somehow from back
That's
there.
a good effort to hit it from one end of Arthur Ashe to the other. If you could swing a baseball bat, you could barely get it as deep as he hit that backhand.
Should have been over at the Met Stadium across the way where the Bryan brothers threw out the first pitch to each other earlier tonight. And an ace down the tee for Reilly Opelka.
Yes, it wasn't Bob's most accurate pitch, just a bit outside there, and Mike, the catcher, just didn't really lay out for him.
I'm sure Mike let him know.
Yeah, Mike's like, no, I'm not going out for that.
An ace that clipped the top of the tee. It's 40-15. Reilly Opelka looking for a 2-1 lead here in set number 2. Carlos Alcaraz took the first. Reilly's got 7 aces in this match so far. He almost had an 8th, but that was a let, so he'll re-rack first serve right into the body of Alcaraz. Plays a little self-defense, chips that forehand return long. Opelka takes the 2-1 lead in the second set, and we take a break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back on Arthur Ashe Stadium, Reilly Opelka and Carlos Alcaraz. Russ Thaler, David McPherson in studio, Nick McCarville courtside on night 2 of the main draw of the 2025 U.S. Open. This is the number 2 seed, Carlos Alcaraz, serving up a set and 1-2 on serve in the second set to Reilly Opelka. First serve is deep. Number 1 ranking in men's tennis on the line. Should Carlos outmaneuver Jannik Sinner in this tournament? His result is better than Sinner's in any way. He will overtake Jannik for the number 1 ranking. And these two have been battling it out. Sinner's been the best player of the year, even though he missed a few months. Still been the best player on tour this year. Had all those match points against Carlos at Roland Garros.
What an epic. I mean, they're just remarkable, both of them.
It's amazing to think that Sinner could be playing for the calendar slam right now. Don't want to mention that too much to Jannik. I'm sure it could keep him up at night if he really thought about it. A little serve and volley from Alcaraz. Nice return from Reilly Opelka right at the toes of Carlitos, and it's 15-all.
Yeah, that's the first time he's gone away from serving to the forehand in the first 2 points of the game. Yeah, so just it's been such a disciplined, concerted attack on the Opelka forehand return. It's a little surprising to see him go 2 backhands.
I was surprised he served and volleyed to the backhand.
Exactly, yeah, because Reilly can really get that backhand return low.
And he just did. This first serve is wide. So Opelka must be thinking, okay, this is a bit of an opportunity here. Second serve look at 15-all. Opelka goes way back to the fence to return this second serve. He'll take it on his forehand side, really try to take a big cut at it, maybe too much. It's long.
Yeah, I don't love the tactic. When you play deep, he's really losing any threat of hurting Carlos on that second serve return. He took a huge backswing and tried to pull off something spectacular, but its chances of success were 1 or 2%.
30-15 for Alcaraz. Will he go down the tee? He does. He tried to go down the tee to the forehand, just a little bit wide.
Reilly getting back in a little bit more offensive position for this second serve return and draws the double fault.
First double fault of the match for Carlos Alcaraz, and it's 30-all.
Yeah, for me, if Carlos misses a first serve, Reilly needs to get up on that baseline and forehand or backhand, just really stay short, stay compact, but really commit to striking it clean like a doubles return. And that way he could be impactful on the second serve return.
Opelka way back to return this first serve at 30-all. Carlos goes into the forehand. Reilly, a fine return, deep return, probably his best forehand return of the day, which Alcaraz replied, and Opelka obliged with an error off the next ball. But he's got to feel good about making that forehand return, really, for the first time.
He did time that one as well as he has all night. It's just that he was so far back that Carlos had time to absorb that forehand return and redirect it.
Game point for 2-all now. Alcaraz into the body of Opelka, and Reilly can't get out of the way. Well done from Carlos Alcaraz. That's probably the toughest and tightest service game he's had in quite some time. He pulls through for 2-all.
Definitely looking just completely impenetrable so far on serve, Carlos Alcaraz. And Reilly sort of just in a battle, just fighting for his life right now, trying to get his holds. He's thinking, if I can just keep holding, get it to a tiebreaker, win that with some clutch shots, then I could be at a set all and the momentum would be completely switched.
All right, 2-all. First serve from Reilly Opelka out to the forehand of Alcaraz, just long on the return, and it's 15-love.
Once again, Carlos trying to block that return. It wasn't really a topspin forehand. It was more of a volley grip attempt. I don't think he's as good at it as some players. As I mentioned, Fritz, as fearsome as Taylor Fritz's forehand is and forehand return on second serve, he's a beautiful chip forehand returner off pace.
All right, second serve into the backhand of Alcaraz. Now a backhand from Opelka, deep to the backhand corner. Now Carlos gets to set up for a backhand, goes down the line into the Opelka forehand, and back behind Reilly Opelka, inside in forehand winner and a fist pump from Carlos Alcaraz.
Such a sharp angle. That was like a mirror image. That was a right-handed Rafa Nadal forehand, wasn't it?
It was.
When it was so heavily spun, wicked shape on it. Oh my goodness, it's just like Rafa in a mirror.
Inside in, it landed inside the service line from zero angle pretty much. A chip return into the forehand of Opelka. Now a backhand to backhand. Now Opelka goes to the forehand of Alcaraz. Bad move. Carlos comes forward, and Reilly bangs a pass attempt long. and it's 15-30.
Yes, if Carlos gets that sort of block forehand return going where he denies Reilly the free point, then his speed and superior ground strokes really can take effect. To me, that's a tremendous play. Rather than trying to be too aggressive on the forehand return, just use that block chip. Reilly's not serve-volleying, so he's no threat to end the point with a volley.
15-30. Opelka's going to re-rack. Didn't like the toss. He'll try it again. 15-30. Alcaraz knocking on the door. Opelka looks for a big first serve out wide. Hits the net. Second serve coming at 15-30.
Carlos pretty close to the baseline on the ad side of the court.
Takes the backhand return to the backhand side of Opelka, who goes to the forehand of Alcaraz. Back into the forehand of Carlos. Now to the backhand of Reilly. Down the middle of the court they go. Backhand down the line from Opelka. Alcaraz whips one to the forehand side, gets Reilly moving. Now Reilly goes down the line to the backhand of Carlos. Longest rally so far that we've seen probably. Carlos comes in on the inside out forehand, into the net backhand volley, into the forehand of Reilly. Top spin lob winner from Reilly Opelka. It's 30-all. Point of the match so far.
Oh, what a beautiful point. I mean, Carlos did everything right. His volley off the approach shot was top-notch. It was a good passing shot. Well, perhaps not top-notch.
Too much air under it,
Just
maybe.
a little bit too much air, which gave Reilly a chance to track it down. But the on-the-run, top-spin forehand, down-the-line lob was very high skill. Top shelf from Reilly Opelka.
Gorgeous
point, guys. I mean, that's the point of the night so far, and that was a pivotal point for Opelka.
No doubt about it. And a big first serve ace to back it up from Reilly. And it's 40-30, perhaps confidence rising a little bit.
That felt to me like some of the best hitting we've seen off the ground from Opelka tonight, too.
I think it was. I think it was the best point of the night. I think you're right, Nick, for sure. And now it's a game point for Reilly Opelka to take a 4-3 lead. Big first serve into the backhand of Carlos Alcaraz. Returns wide. Reilly Opelka holds. It's 3-2 in the second. We'll take a break on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Get ready for the next star to shine. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And here we are in the night session as Carlos Alcaraz won the first set from Reilly Opelka on serve here in set number 2. First point at 2-3. That's a big first serve in the court that Opelka can't handle, and it's 15-love.
As the match has progressed, I sense Reilly's gotten deeper and deeper to return serve, trying to perhaps make a few more because he's missed so many forehand returns in the early going.
First dropper of the night, run down by Reilly, and Carlos goes for the topspin lob, and Opelka's speed wins the day, or at least the point, and it's 15-all.
Reilly is so quick. I mean, for 6'11", this man moves like a gazelle. He was well behind the baseline when Carlos played the drop shot, but he was so fleet of foot, he got to the drop shot comfortably and then set up the easy overhead.
Almost shocking that we are a set and a half into this match. That's the first drop shot that Carlos Alcaraz has attempted. Part of that is because we haven't had that many rallies to get to the drop shot position, and now at 15-all, Against a guy like Reilly Opelka, it's so hard to break his serve that even at 15-all, like, you have to start feeling a little bit of pressure, even though Carlos has served so comfortably all night. But this time he double faults, and now it's 15-30, and this may be the first time Alcaraz has been behind in a service game.
Yeah, what an unnecessary double fault there. Reilly was so deep, and of course, when Reilly goes deep, unless he hits a winner, he's not in a great position against Carlos. All Carlos has to do is make a solid second serve and then use his superior ground stroke game to exert his influence. But a double fault there was just unforgivable.
15-30 and a first serve long from Carlos Alcaraz. So Reilly's going to have a look at his second serve. Will he do the comfortable kick to the backhand or try the tee? He goes comfortable kick to the backhand, and that's back-to-back double faults. Here's a little bit of the walkabout that we kind of talked about at the beginning of this match from Carlos Alcaraz. He looked so locked in, and in a split second, he's got 2 break points down, hasn't faced a break point all match.
Yeah, the second serve really betraying him here. Let's see if he can be resilient enough to find a hold from this 15-40 trouble spot.
Our first breakpoint opportunity for Reilly Opelka. A chance to take a 4-2 lead. Opelka way back to return. Hits the forehand nice and deep, and Alcaraz finds the open court with his forehand. Serve +1 from the world number 2, and it's 30-40.
Nick, did Reilly break a string on that return?
Yeah, I'm not sure, guys. He just went out and switched frames, so not happy with something there.
I gotta believe he broke a string, even though the return came off pretty clean.
Reilly's going to
No way
step
you're changing
way back.
rackets there on break point.
Well, he's got another break point, and he's way back to return again. First serve from Alcaraz into the body. Forehand return from Reilly. Now a forehand from Alcaraz into the open court, and Opelka's passing shot clips the top of the net, and it's deuce. That was very close to being big trouble for Carlos, because it was going to be in a tough spot if it got over the net. It just was a couple inches short.
Really good thinking from Carlos. He went body there at 30-40, didn't try and get an ace, didn't want to have to hit a second serve on break point, and just set up the forehand, and the forehand went to work.
All right, first bit of a little crisis serving for Carlos Alcaraz. Gets him to deuce. First serve to the forehand of Opelka, and back to the well he goes as Reilly misses a first serve return on the forehand wing, and it's in.
Back to the well is definitely a good way to describe it, Russ. Reilly so deep that even if he makes that forehand return, it would be a miracle if it would hurt Carlos with his speed.
From 2 break points down, now game point for Alcaraz, looking for 3-all here in the second set. First serve into the net, second serve coming. Reilly Opelka stands closer to the baseline now to return the second serve of Alcaraz. It's in, big kicker to the backhand, return to the backhand, and now a down the line backhand from Reilly to the forehand of Alcaraz, and a forehand from Reilly Opelka goes into the net, and Carlos holds, pumps his fists, and Vamos is right to his box. An hour into this match, it's 3-all in set number 2.
Yeah, certainly a little window of opportunity there for Reilly, but I thought Carlos just played the big points really well. He made first serves, he was fearless with his first shots, and he snuffed out that little spot fire.
Now a change of frames for Carlos Alcaraz.
On the ball change. A lot of players change frames every ball change. 16th game.
And that's interesting, too, because Reilly might have popped a string and changed his racket. Did he change his racket before serving on the ball change, or did he just say, you know what, I just picked up a new stick, hit 3 balls with it, I might as well stay with it here?
Yeah, same one he had just grabbed.
All right, here it is.
What, 2 shots with it?
Yeah, exactly. First serve into the net. Second serve now. First point at 3-all. Into the Carlos forehand. Deep return to the forehand of Reilly Opelka, and Reilly misses that forehand long, and it's love 15. This is an interesting game here for Reilly. He had 2 break chances against Alcaraz in the last game. Now he's dropped the first point of his service game. Little danger lights go on at this point, no?
This will definitely test his mettle.
Carlos's first real test coming in that last service game. He passed it with flying colors. Big first serve from Opelka. Elicits the return long from Alcaraz, and it's 15-all.
Yeah, Reilly's success rate when he's made first serves to the ad court in particular has been really high. When he hits that wide one to the Alcaraz backhand, I don't think he's lost a point there when he's executed that first serve wide on the ad side. And he certainly aced him, Carlos, quite a bit up the tee.
Opelka ace up the tee on the deuce side this time. And it's 30-15, 9th ace of the match from Reilly Opelka. And he's serving a lot more efficiently here in the second set than he was in the first set. He's won 11 of 12 first serve points here. Here's first serve to the backhand of Alcaraz. Return to the forehand of Opelka. Now Carlos has Reilly running to his forehand side, and that works as Opelka dumps the forehand on the run into the net. It's 30-all.
Yeah, that time Reilly didn't get much width on his first serve. Carlos was able to get two hands on the return, struck it quite sweetly. And then once again, if he gets neutral in the rally and whips one of those forehands and gets Reilly on the run, even though Reilly's so fast for a big man, that's when the forced, semi-unforced errors will flow from the Opelka forehand.
Could be a pivot point here in set number 2. 30-all, second serve now coming after Opelka puts the first serve into the net. Alcaraz steps way back to the fence to return this second serve. Opelka goes serve and volley out wide, and Alcaraz puts a return into the bottom of the net. It's 40-30.
I think he was very surprised that Reilly had the courage to serve volley there. He was looking to just hit a high shot deep and then try and take control of the baseline point. So fantastic tactical maneuver from Opelka there to follow a second serve into the net.
All right, so game point now for 4-3. First serve down the tee, block forehand return is long. Reilly Opelka gets out of a little bit of a jam and holds for 4-3 in the second set. And we'll be right back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Live here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Nick McCarville courtside with you, and you could argue it's been really the perfect lead up to the US Open for Carlos Alcaraz. That title in Cincinnati took out Sasha Zverev in the semifinals, and then Jannik Sinner, of course, not able to finish that final. Carlos made the quick turnaround, flying to New York, playing the mixed doubles event alongside Emma Raducanu. And guys, I would argue that maybe it's been the perfect lead into this final major of the year. Carlos has been here a week, got a little timeout on Arthur Ashe Stadium a week ago with Emma Raducanu, and has looked truly settled in tonight. A set up on Reilly Opelka.
15-love, first serve from Alcaraz into the Reilly Opelka backhand. Now Carlos again goes for the forehand drop shot, and this time he puts it into the net.
Yeah, Nick, I completely agree with what you said. I think he's confident and yet still, much lighter than last year. The mix was a light moment, even though they didn't win, and but he had plenty of days to rest after that title in the mix. So I just feel like he's in a really good spot right now.
All right, so Alcaraz serving at 15-all at 3-4. Return deep from Reilly Opelka. Again, an error off the forehand return. And Nick, to your point, I think a lot of players might be keeping an eye on the singles players who played the mixed doubles, seeing how they perform during the main event, because all of them got to play real matches with some stakes in front of a big crowd on Ashe without exerting a ton of energy. And if they play well in this event, you know those top players are going to be saying, hey, I'd love to do that next year.
A lot of the time, Russ, the players talk about conditions, right? As how is the court playing? How does it feel to be out there? And that mixed doubles event, in a lot of ways, of course, there was more at stake, but it ticked a lot of those boxes, too. I think it's really served Emma Raducanu very well as well.
No doubt Raducanu cruising through her first round match. Carlos Alcaraz cruising through that service game, and it's 4-all. And I would also say that Casper Ruud, who made the finals with Iga Swiatek, also looked great in his first round match in a straight set win over Sebastian Offner earlier tonight on Louis Armstrong Stadium. We'll get a chance to look at Iga Swiatek tomorrow. Iga and Carlos shared a plane provided by the USTA to the players who were in the finals after the Cincinnati event and came right here, and both Iga and Carlos showed up. Not only showed up, but showed up ready to go. And Iga and Casper made it all the way to the final in a match tiebreak before losing to Vavasori and Irani in a spectacular mixed doubles showcase on Wednesday night at Arthur Ashe Stadium. 4-all, first point, and a return deep from Carlos Alcaraz, and it's 15-love.
Carlos would be kicking himself there. He got the second serve opportunity. I think the one serve volley play from Reilly was really valuable because he needs to put that threat of am I coming or am I staying back in Carlos's mind on the return to make him a little bit uncomfortable.
Second serve now, look, for Carlos Alcaraz, it's 15-love. Opelka serving and trying to go into the forehand of Alcaraz, or maybe the body. Went for a lot on that second serve at 131, but it's his eighth double fault, and it's 15-all.
I think Carlos would be just looking to try and block this one back if he goes to the forehand.
First serve into the forehand, and he blocks it back to the middle of the court. Reilly goes inside out and moves forward, and a beautiful low volley from Reilly Opelka sets up an easy overhead. Well done from the big man, and it's 30-15.
Yeah, great job by both players. Good block return, and then a low passing shot, but that time the Reilly Opelka volley was up to the challenge. Got down lower to that. He got his eyes to the ball, as I like to say, and then that set up the overhead. He's going to need 20 to 25 really good low volleys if he's going to win this match, in my opinion.
Got the knees down on that one. First serve wide and deep from Reilly Opelka at 30-15. So Alcaraz has another look at a second serve. This time he steps up closer to the baseline to return the second serve at 30-15. Kicker out to the Alcaraz backhand, and a beautiful deep return from Alcaraz forces an error from Opelka. It's 30-all.
Yeah, that was a strange one. It wasn't the perfectly timed return. I think for a split second, Carlos thought that return was, Reilly thought that return was going long, and he didn't really move his feet until the last minute, and it led to an unforced error.
Landed right inside the baseline, 30-all. At 4-all in the second. Big first serve down the tee, but Alcaraz gets to it. Reilly sets up for a big forehand in the middle of the court, which Alcaraz gets to, but Opelka moves forward, knocks off a backhand volley, and it's 40-30.
And once again, we're going to need those volleys. Carlos is so fast. You can't hit winners all day, ace him all day. We're going to need some polished finishes at the net. Just showing a little bit of signs here of getting some dominance at the net, Reilly Opelka. If he can build on that, start putting volleys away on the transition, we could have a different story on our hands.
40-30, another missed first serve, looking to go wide and flat outside in the ad court. Now a second serve, and again Alcaraz right up on top of the baseline to return that second serve. Backhand return to the backhand of Opelka. Now a backhand to the backhand from Carlos. Now a forehand to the forehand of Opelka. Reilly runs Carlos to his forehand side, and now Alcaraz backhand cross court to the O'Reilly Pelka backhand, slicing it into the backhand corner, and Carlos tries to take it inside in. Instead, he takes it into the net, and Opelka holds for 5-4. We've reached the business end of set number 2. Quick break, and we'll be back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
This is where barrier breakers meet dream chasers. This is where tradition meets trending, and every moment, history. The US Open, spectacular awaits.
Deep in set number 2, Carlos Alcaraz took the first from Reilly Opelka 6-4, and now Alcaraz serving at 4-5 on serve. Just one break of serve in this match, though Alcaraz has had more opportunities. Right now, Carlos needs to hold to stay in this second set. Reilly Opelka ranks 67th in the world. Carlos Alcaraz, number 2, first serve down the tee towards the backhand of Opelka, which is a bit of a change up, and it's long, so a second serve now. Reilly's very deep to return the second serve, and Carlos tried to go big, hard, and wide and put it into the net inexplicably. A double fault in the first game of the 10th game of this second set.
It is really inexplicable is the word. I mean, these guys are so solid and safe normally with their second serves. It's just like 99 out of 100 you can make a second serve in the box when you know that that's really your only goal. You don't have to be that accurate.
Well, love 15, first serve into the forehand of Opelka. Big forehand return from Reilly, and a backhand that sails long, and Carlos is down. Carlos is down.
Reilly doesn't realize.
All right, Nick McCarville, what'd you see?
No, that was actually a pretty hard fall for Carlos Alcaraz. I believe he just completely caught his shoe on court. His racket went flying, kind of shaking out his wrists.
He actually got lucky. He nearly turned his ankle.
Yeah.
And when you break your fall with your wrist, guys, on a hard court, that can be bad news. That happened to John Isner one year. Had to default in the next round. He had a fall like that late in the match. Was able to finish with a badly sprained wrist. But it was virtually at match point when that happened. So hopefully the impact wasn't too severe on Carlos's right wrist there.
And by the way, that was on an out ball. It's 15 all right now. So first serve into the forehand. Now Carlos goes to the dropper on the second ball and misses the drop shot again. And it's 15-30. Starting to get very interesting now, as Carlos's confidence, his buttoned up play, is starting to come undone just a little bit here late in the second set. It is 15-30. 8th unforced error of the second set for Carlos, who only had 1 in the first set. First serve into the backhand of Reilly Opelka. They're into the rally, and Reilly misses a rally backhand, which I'm sure he would like to get back.
Oh, yes. Reilly's backhand is normally so solid, so reliable. That he wasn't trying to do too much with that one, just trying to strike it strong cross court, and then perhaps the next one he might have gone for the winner up the line. But so that was once again a chance gone begging there.
Big moment here. 4-5, 30 all. First serve from Carlos Alcaraz is down the tee. It's almost like he's been setting up that serve all match with how often he's gone out wide to the Reilly Opelka forehand. Reilly now grabbing his left hip and back. And that is not a great sign from the tall American, who's had all sorts of health issues over the last several years.
I think maybe Reilly got a shot off the board there.
Oh, my.
Oh, like a rebound off. Oh, no. Oh, no. We just saw the replay. Yeah,
shaking it up.
Yep.
Been there, done that. Doesn't feel great.
Yeah.
Both these guys taking it up.
40-30. That was an unexpected turn.
That's a wince I should have remembered.
All right, first serve at 40-30 is long. Second serve coming. By the way, that's good news. That's a lot better than a hip issue. This one will go away in time. Second serve now. Kicker to the backhand. And a forehand down the middle from Alcaraz right to the forehand of Opelka. Now Reilly's coming forward towards the backhand of Carlos, who finds the line for a winner. And it's 5 all in the second set.
Boy, that was a great backhand passing shot from Alcaraz. Reilly played a good point, a fairly good approach. But that was Ivan Lendl type precision on the backhand down the line. In my opinion, he had the best backhand down the line pass I've ever seen.
Ivan Lendl, as we celebrate the 40th anniversary of Lendl's first U.S. Open title. Ivan Lendl's going to be handing out the men's trophy this year at the ceremony 2 Sundays from now.
Very cool.
Guys,
Great
both guys going to their corners, chatting with their teams. You called it out a few minutes ago, Russ. We are at the business end of this set, and they both know how important the next 15 minutes are.
All right, first serve from Reilly out wide to the Carlos forehand. Return to the forehand of Opelka. Now Carlos moves forward, knocks off a high forehand volley, and takes the opening point of the Opelka service game.
spectacular forehand return. Very short backswing, but it wasn't a block as much as a little snappy, had a little bit of overspin on it.
There was a little Agassi in that one.
Wow.
And all the work was
Great
done with the
call,
wrist.
Russ. Yep, that was very much like an Andre forehand return.
All right, love 15. As Carlos goes back, but not as far as he's been. Now he takes another step backwards to give himself more space. Opelka's first serve is into the backhand of Alcaraz to the middle of the court. Big forehand from Reilly, but it's run down from Carlos, who slices one deep. Now Opelka comes in and can't handle the short pass again. It's the low volley that again lets Reilly Opelka down, and it's love 30.
Just incredible flexibility and defense from Alcaraz to even make Reilly play that low volley. Reilly thought he had won the point twice already, but Carlos is elastic in his court coverage, and once again the low backhand volley exposed there as he was coming forward.
Carlos just motioned to his team that it was the haircut that allowed him to get to that last ball, guys.
That's right, the aerodynamics.
Very cool. Shows you he's in a good
headspace.
headspace.
Waking up this New York crowd too.
All right, big first serve into the backhand of Alcaraz. Blocks it down the middle. Backhand from Reilly into the forehand of Carlos, who forces another error off the Reilly Opelka forehand wing. Danger time now for the American at love 40, as Carlos Alcaraz has won 6 straight points now, and he's looking to give himself an opportunity to serve for the second set.
He's pacing like a lion, isn't he? He's prowling. He's just on the hunt right now to break serve.
So up against it, Reilly Opelka. First serve into the body, backhand return from Carlos Alcaraz, and another forehand error, and a big fist pump, a low fist pump from Carlos Alcaraz. He gets the break of serve. They'll change ends, and Carlos will serve for the second set, and we'll keep it right here because, again, this second set is hanging in the balance. We're not going to take a break before it ends, but what a level raiser from Carlos Alcaraz in that return game.
Absolutely. The first forehand return was just such a ripper. Like it was a good first serve, but he hit an Andre Agassi type short power return, and then he just went from strength to strength. Incredible defense in the second point to expose the volleying of Opelka, and then he fought off the breakpoint return. Another big serve, got the return back in play, and just did enough to force a forehand error and broke at love. You don't often break Reilly Opelka at love.
Hey, Nick, always a tough proposition for an American player playing against an icon, and Carlos is like, who's the crowd behind here?
I mean, to be honest, Russ, they're for Carlos.
Right.
I mean, I think the New York crowd, they recognize sporting greats, and Carlos already is one. The fact that he is, as we were talking about earlier, the fact that he and Jannik Sinner have really put air between themselves and the rest of the men's field. And those last few points, I think, also important for Carlos just in this match in total, because he got to have a little fun, got to play a little free, and it's been more technical this match so far. So I feel like that's what the crowd is responding to there as well.
Yeah, this match feels like it's been played, and because of the way Reilly played, it's played in like tighter quarters. There isn't a whole lot of breathing room in this match. And maybe to your point, Nick, that's what kind of has Carlos, sort of on point from point one, because there really is no way to play yourself into anything with Reilly Opelka. You have to be on your game from point one. Carlos has been, and now he serves for a 2-set lead. Here comes Carlos Alcaraz. First point at 6-5 in the first set off the top of the tape, and long. Second serve coming. Reilly Opelka steps back to return this second serve. Carlos Alcaraz winds and kicks one into the middle from the backhand of Reilly Opelka. Now a forehand down the line to the backhand of Reilly and forces the error, and it's 15-love. That time, Carlos not taking any chances on the first point second serve like he did in the last game, where he went big wide and missed it. This time just kicked it in, and it worked to his advantage.
Just relied on his forehand on the first shot. Tremendous footwork, crystal sharp footwork, beautiful timing. Went on the offense right away.
Alcaraz, sensing blood in the water here, has a chance to serve out the set at 15-love. First serve to the forehand of Reilly Opelka, and another return error off the racket of the American. It's 30-all. 30-love,
And that really wasn't such a great serve from Carlos. It didn't have any away spin, and that's the T serve to the ad that I think still could improve, because great servers make that Sampras, that so famous for acing you to the forehand. Carlos still has some improvement there, but Reilly's forehand return wasn't up to the challenge.
That time, Carlos comes in off a first serve to the Opelka forehand and hits a scoop forehand slice volley high in the air that lands just inside the baseline, and Reilly misses the pass. That was something different.
You
What is
described
that?
it pretty well, Russ. I've never seen a shot like that in all my days. Nick, how would you describe that forehand volley?
The scoop worked, Russ. I loved it.
That was incredible. I don't know how he kept the ball in play like that. And it's 40-love, set points. Second serve coming. Reilly Opelka standing deep to return. Kicker to the backhand. Reilly tries to go down the line on the return. Right into the net it goes. And just like that, Carlos Alcaraz has taken a 2-sets-to-love lead over Reilly Opelka on Arthur Ashe Stadium. You're listening to US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Night session on night 2 at Arthur Ashe Stadium on day 2 of the main draw of the U.S. Open in 2025, and the number 2 seed, Carlos Alcaraz. In an hour and 23 minutes time, has taken a 2-sets-to-love lead over American Reilly Opelka, 6-4 and 7-5 in the second set. Took Alcaraz all the way to 5-all in the second set to find the first break of the set, and then he held for 7-5. Russ Thaler here in studio. Nick McCarville courtside. Macca is here too as well. Yep.
Russ, we're having a good time in Ashe. And how about those last few points in that second set? You guys, don't you just think that that's where Alcaraz shows how he separates himself? Just plays the best points with his best tennis.
It's what we've seen for the last 20 years out of the big three, and what we're seeing now from our new 2.
New 2. Do we think it's sticking? New 2? Are they new still?
Not anymore. It's going to have to change. Like, you can't be little or young anymore, you know? Like, but then again, Jimmy Arias is still Jimmy.
Twin Peaks?
Twin Peaks, but they're not that tall, right, Macca?
Well, one of them is, right? Sinner's pretty tall.
Not like, Isner, Opelka tall.
No, that's not true. I mean, that's true. I mean, not true.
I think we should hold the challenge for ourselves, shouldn't we, here on US Open Radio?
To find the right nickname?
The new 2, I'm like,
We need a new nickname for the new 2. I think the new 2 worked like 6 months ago.
Yeah.
You know, but now
Let's take it to another level like they do. They keep improving. We've got to get better ourselves.
That's right.
At naming them.
By the way, it's 15-all as Reilly Opelka is serving in the first game of set number 3. And that first serve is long. So Carlos Alcaraz will stand back in Medvedev territory to return, and Reilly blows the serve down the middle, and Carlos misses the return long. I actually thought that serve might have been going long until it landed.
Very aggressive second serve, but Reilly has to be. He can't let Carlos get to neutral too often in the rallies, otherwise that superior speed and ball striking will take effect.
First serve from Reilly to the backhand of Alcaraz. Now a forehand inside out. Carlos kind of sold out to run to the forehand side on that one, and Reilly recognized it pretty quickly.
Yeah, Reilly's high forehand, by and large, has been excellent tonight. 95% of his high forehands have really found their mark. He's been lethal when he's had those opportunities.
And a quick hold for Reilly Opelka. And take the first game of set number 3, and he knows that any slip up here could be the end of his U.S. Open run.
Definitely a tall task, if you'll excuse the pun, for Reilly Opelka to come back from 2 sets to love against Carlos Alcaraz in this type of form. But it all starts with one hold, and then you just, game by game, you just keep going. That's the only way to go about it.
Despite the relatively short rallies and the big serving from both players, it really has been fascinating to watch both of these guys try to figure out the best way to get to the other. And as Nick McCarville pointed out earlier, I love that actually, Nick, that Carlos's box sort of wasn't saying anything to him early, allowing him to sort of work through it himself. First serve to the forehand of Reilly Opelka. That's been the most effective serve that Alcaraz has had all night. It was just 110, nice and safe. Out wide, makes the first serve, and Opelka doesn't handle the forehand return particularly well.
No, it's a bit of a glaring hole in his game. If you can hit a good quality wide serve out to the forehand on that do side in particular, that really gives Reilly some trouble.
All right, first serve at 15 love for Carlos Alcaraz, who has yet to be broken in this match. He has had to save a couple of break points that happened in the second set. It was kind of the moment that Carlos raised his game in general. They're into the rally here. Forehand to backhand for Alcaraz, and now a backhand down the line. Carlos, that was a 2-punch combination from Alcaraz that worked to perfection.
Just lethal accuracy with the backhand down the line.
He hit a forehand deep into the Reilly Opelka backhand corner that pretty much pinned him there. He had the open line backhand and just crushed it down the line.
With a short backswing. It's just so... It's so beautiful with these great players generating so much power but without a big backswing, and that's something that amateur players can learn from. As big backswings often lead to deceleration on impact and wildness. If you can just turn your shoulders and accelerate through impact, that's where the spin, the control, and lots of power can come from.
First serve into the backhand of Opelka. The return went deep, so it's 40 love now for 1-all in the third. Alcaraz has served down the tee to the Reilly Opelka forehand. It's into the forehand of Alcaraz. Now they go forehand to forehand. Huge forehand from Reilly Opelka that Alcaraz can't handle. And it's 40-15.
Yes, great tactics from Reilly there. He got his legs set underneath him. The ball was above his waist. And he certainly wasn't going to play conservative from that situation. He can do a lot of damage when he gets that forehand up around his chest.
So another point for 1-all in the third set. Carlos Alcaraz serving to Reilly Opelka into the body. The backhand returned into the forehand of Alcaraz. Down the line, that forehand gets Reilly on the run. Opens the court. But Alcaraz just misses that open court with the forehand.
It really is. It's hard to pinpoint why Carlos misses just a few forehands here and there. It's such a great shot. But I would say their forehands at rough are hardly ever miss. You know, like I feel like Carlos has just sprinkles in a few inexplicable misses on the forehand.
It feels like that's one of the minor differences, super small, minute differences between him and Jannik Sinner. I feel like Sinner doesn't miss those forehands that often.
Just sprinkles in a few that, and you wonder why.
Second serve at 40-30. What was a routine-looking service game becomes a little bit tougher as Opelka returns that second serve, and Carlos misses a backhand long, and from 40 love, it's deuce.
Here's a loose game, guys. That forehand miss that 2 points ago. Carlos didn't expect that. Reilly tracked that ball down really well. Carlos didn't expect it. And then the feet, Mako, were not set for that backhand whatsoever.
Yes, lost his balance, and the backhand sailed long. Once again, he has to steady the ship here, rely on a good first serve, probably using the swinger wide, I would think.
And he went for the swinger wide and put it into the net. Just at 89 miles an hour, he was really just trying to make that first serve and missed. Let's see what he does with the second serve. Goes with the safe, well, tried to go for the safe second serve kick down the middle and blows it long. And out of nowhere, as Nick McCarville said, a loose service game here from 40 love, a break point now. Carlos Alcaraz throwing in some double faults. He's up to 5 in the match. Could we have a turning point moment here early in the third set. Break chance for Reilly Opelka. First serve into the forehand of Reilly, who makes the return. Now Reilly Opelka slices to the Carlos forehand in the backhand corner, and then the forehand from Carlos elicits the miss from Opelka, and it's deuce.
Reilly did such a great job with the forehand return. He got back to neutral, and then just when I felt like he could have pressed up into the court and got some body weight into his backhand, he sort of retreated and hit that backhand off the back foot. Really feel like he had a chance to sort of transition in on that break point opportunity.
Opelka makes a backhand return. Now Alcaraz with the forehand into the forehand of Opelka. Now backhand to backhand they go. Reilly goes down the line. So Carlos whips a forehand cross-court into the Opelka forehand, and Reilly misses trying to go down the line into the net, and it's game point for Alcaraz.
I would characterize that as a good miss. Like, he played a good point. He saw an opportunity to go down the line. It was in his strike zone. Might have been just a fraction too far beyond the baseline again, but it certainly was a ball that was there to be hit.
Reilly is hardly going cross-court 2 times in a row. He changes directions as much as he can. Carlos Alcaraz gets out of it with a first serve into the body of Reilly Opelka. Alcaraz holds for 1-all. It's crisis averted.
Yeah, certainly Reilly's put on a little bit of pressure here late in the, or midway through the second, and now early in the third. He's not far away from getting a break, which would just change the complexity of this match.
Juan Carlos Ferrero now having some words for Carlos Alcaraz as he uses the towel in between games here at 1-all, not changing sides.
Look for Carlos to pounce here, right? Having fought off those break points.
One would think Reilly could use some big first serves. He gets one, but Carlos returns it well onto the backhand side of Opelka, who can't handle the reply, and it's love 15. Made his first serve, probably didn't hit the spot he was looking for because it was right into the strike zone of Carlos Alcaraz's backhand. Love 15, first serve deep now from Reilly Opelka, missed wildly there. Second serve coming. Nick, you might be onto something here. Second serve. Oh, what a beauty of a kick. Alcaraz makes the return, but Reilly with a forehand behind Alcaraz. That was an Isner-esque kick second serve.
Wow.
That looked like your guy.
That was one of the nastiest second serves I've ever seen. I can't believe Carlos got that back. He reached out with one hand and controlled the racket face on the stretch. That was just incredible.
All right, so it's 15-all. Opelka goes wide into the forehand of Alcaraz. The return to the middle of the court. Reilly forehand approach. Now a backhand low volley. Gets it deep to Alcaraz's forehand side. A good stick volley low from Reilly, and it's 30-15.
Definitely one of Reilly's best volleys for the match there. The approach shot was solid. Another quality pass from Carlos Alcaraz, but the technique was really solid there from Reilly. He got his knee down, knifed through the ball with just enough slice on it to control it without letting it float.
And that was a nasty ace down the middle that had so much side spin on it that it ended up in the deuce court after it hit down the tee off the ad side. That was absolutely unreturnable unless you had a partner waiting for it on the other side of the net, on the other side of the court. Incredible. 11th ace from Opelka. It's 40-15. Big banger down the tee. Alcaraz just puts it in the middle of the court, and Reilly blows a forehand in the middle of the court just wide.
I'm glad Reilly blows that forehand just wide because it gives me a chance to talk about that serve. Again, it moves so far away from Alcaraz's forehand. It's just, he moves that ball in such prodigious fashion. No one can move it like Reilly Opelka on that particular ad side tee serve.
That thing had teeth. 40-30, game point again for 2-1 from Reilly Opelka. Trying to go wide in the ad court and into the middle of the net. Kind of an ugly swing there. Second serve now for Opelka at 40-30. Carlos backhand return down the middle. Reilly tries to go behind Alcaraz. Now Carlos goes for the dropper and misses off the backhand win. Reilly Opelka holds. They'll change balls, they'll change ends, and we'll take a break on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Into the third set we go with Carlos Alcaraz leading Reilly Opelka 2-0 on serve through 3 games of the third set. Russ Thaler, David McPherson in studio. Nick McCarville courtside at Arthur Ashe Stadium as Carlos Alcaraz in the all-wine night outfit, new balls, steps to the line to serve at 1-2 in the third. An hour and 40 minutes into this first round match. We're closing in on an hour 40. We're at 1:39 to be exact at this point. Second serve from Carlos, and get another double fault.
Just so many double faults tonight, way more than you normally see. But I did love that outfit description. It's just like a nice claret color, maybe a Syrah. Really, brilliantly
Perhaps
named
a
there.
Pinot.
It's got a deep purpley color. It's hard to describe it. It's fantastic.
All right, first serve at love 15 is long. His serve's going off the rails just a little bit here.
Not getting much away movement on that tee serve to the ad, right into the strike zone of the returner. Really feel like he needs to improve that.
Second serve kicker to the backhand, now down the line, serve +1. Opelka tried to run it down, didn't quite get there. Well done by Alcaraz, it's 15 all.
Yes, quick footwork and a lethal inside-in forehand there from Carlos. The cross-court backhand return from Reilly would have got him in the point against most opponents, but Carlos so quick moving to his left and lethal with the inside in.
I'll tell you something, Opelka did a good job just trying to run that down and showing that he's going to go for it, because it'll make Carlos think, I got to hit a really good ball down the line. Even though he didn't get it, the big man was close enough to at least put a thought in Carlos's head. It's actually a good thing for all tennis players to understand. Even if you can't get to a ball, get as close as you can, because it'll make your opponent think they have to hit maybe better than they have. It's 30-15. Kicker to the backhand on the first serve from Alcaraz. Played it safe there, and it worked.
Yes, well, right now we're in a situation where Reilly Opelka is standing really deep to return first serve. So Carlos is like, well, I'm just going to take you wide. I'm under no threat that you're going to hurt me on the return, and then I have the better ground strokes and the superior speed. So I don't need to take any chances on my first serve.
Oh, this is fascinating. Opelka was deep to return the first serve, and he's staying deep to return the second serve here. It's 40-15 for Alcaraz into the forehand of Reilly. And again, Opelka misses a forehand return long.
Nick, what do you think?
Well, I that was just a slap forehand. Like, he almost gave up on that ball. I mean, it's 40-15. You have a look at a second serve. I don't know. I mean, maybe Opelka's just locked in now, guys, on holding serve and putting pressure back on Carlos each time, but that felt, it felt a little confusing to me, to be honest.
A little wasteful, even from Reilly Opelka. Well, it's 2-all, and he's certainly putting the pressure on himself to hold serve every time. And Alcaraz with a great chip forehand return that stayed beneath the knee level of Reilly Opelka, and he missed the forehand. What Maka was talking about all night, actually, about Reilly's forehand.
That's the key. If you can get that ball skidding in low to taller players' forehands, that's where you can get those unforced errors.
Big first serve into the backhand of Alcaraz. Big forehand as Reilly comes in. Backhand volley as Carlos puts up a lob and Reilly knocks off the overhead. Not an easy one. He went short angle on the overhead put away with a high degree of difficulty. It's 15-all.
Reilly's volleying game is starting to pick up a little bit, showing signs of life. It wasn't a difficult volley, but he did enough with it to set up the smash, and that's happened quite a bit now. A backhand volley hasn't been a winner, but it's set up a winning smash on a half dozen occasions.
First serve is out at 15-all. Second serve is Alcaraz now hops all the way back to the baseline to return this second serve as Reilly Opelka comes in, serves and volleys, knocks off the first volley, and it's 30-15.
Oh, I love that play. If he could just execute that more when he sees Carlos go super deep. It's not that difficult to do. You just big kicker, get that volley up high around your chest, and the opponent's so far out of court. If you've got that good volleying technique, that's an easy way to win a point.
Classically done by Reilly Opelka there. 30-15. First serve into the backhand of Alcaraz, who puts the return into the net, and it's 40-15.
Reilly hanging tough here. Certainly he's in a big hole, 2 sets to love down, but all he can do is just keep holding serve, try and stay in touch. You never know when an opportunity might present.
Well, there's an ace for Reilly Opelka, his 12th of the match, and he takes a 3-2 lead. On serve in the third, Carlos Alcaraz of 2-0 as we take a break on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back on Arthur Ashe Stadium, on serve in the third, Carlos Alcaraz has taken a 15-love lead at 2-3 in the third set from Reilly Opelka. Russ Thaler, David McPherson in studio. Nick McCarville joining us courtside in a beautiful forehand drop volley winner from Carlos Alcaraz, and a nice fist pump to his team after that. It's been the first time that Carlos has really been able to use his touch to great effect in this match. He's tried a bunch of drop shots that haven't really come off.
Yeah, it was a nice backspin drop volley the previous point. Wasn't quite as sexy as the Taylor scoop that we saw in that
was crazy.
Previous game, but it had a lot of backspin on it. He's so skillful. He can make the ball dance.
30 love to Alcaraz here as he tries to level this third set at 3 games all. First serve after the let. And here it comes. Down the tee. Opelka can just flip a backhand high in the air. Carlos in the middle of the court. Knocks off an overhead, and it's 40 love.
And that's great serving tactics right there. At 30 love, now's the time to go for the ace to the Opelka strength, the backhand, and he executed it beautifully. But he's really been consistent. When the chips are down, when he needs a point, he's really picked on the weakness, gone to the slider to the forehand, the Opelka forehand so often.
And that first serve is just deep at 40 love. So a second serve coming. Points now for 3-all. And Reilly Opelka again returning very deep for this second serve. Kicker to the backhand. Opelka returns to the middle of the court. And Carlos Alcaraz has a momentary lapse of reason and shanks a forehand about 15 feet long.
Reilly had gone so deep and was pulled so wide by the kicker. He had given up. He had hit the backhand return and thought to himself, I'm not going to run back for that. Or Carlos literally could have poked the ball into the open court.
All right, so it's 40-15, another point for 3-all here in set number 3. Out wide to the forehand. Opelka doesn't even take a step. That's an ace for Carlos Alcaraz. 4th of the match, 1st of the set. It's 3-all.
Yeah, I'm just a little disappointed tactically with Reilly for playing so deep, so consistently here. I just feel like, yes, standing up closer, he's going to miss his fair share of forehand returns, to be sure. But if he caught a game where he caught those returns flush and clean, he could make an impact on the Alcaraz service game. I just don't see how he's going to break from that far back.
Reilly Opelka serving now at 3-all. Carlos Alcaraz about halfway between the baseline and the back of the court to return this first serve on the backhand side. Opelka comes in off a backhand. Doesn't need to do anything else because he had a clean winner from the middle of the court.
Beautiful transitional footwork there. Nice compact backswing. He's got such light feet, Reilly. Really, really beautiful mover for such a big man.
For as long as he's been around, it still comes off as a little bit of a surprise at how quickly he can move his feet at his size. 6'11". First serve down the tee. He's got Alcaraz on the run. Sliding forehand. Now here comes Opelka in. Didn't do enough with the first ball. And Alcaraz whips a short angle backhand cross-court winner. And it's 15-all.
I'd say his best passing shot of the match there. Reilly had established pretty dominant net position there. But as Russ said, the approach had a fraction too much topspin on it. Sat up just enough for Carlos to generate the cross-court angle.
Carlos coming through with that left hand to whip the backhand across and find that short angle again. A deep return from Alcaraz off of first serve. Now a drop shot off the forehand side. Opelka's in. Alcaraz goes for the pass down the line. Reilly Opelka's there and wins the point at the net. It's 30-15.
Terrific job there from Reilly, just digging out a tough backhand volley. That forehand pass down the line was pretty nasty. I don't think Reilly hit that volley that cleanly.
No, that was a thank you very much,
actually. Came
actually.
off the throat of the strings and just found a happy home over the net.
If he hit it any better, Carlos would have been there for the pass, actually. So it was a fortuitous shank from Reilly Opelka, 30-15. First serve into the forehand of Alcaraz. Chip return. Now Carlos has Reilly on the run. Deep to the backhand. Now he tries to go in the open court to the forehand, and Alcaraz misses. Played a perfect point, just didn't execute into the open court.
Just one of those inexplicable misses that you probably wouldn't get from Sinner in that situation. Jannik isn't quite as loose as Carlos can be at times. That was a good opportunity for him to extend the point, keep Reilly moving, win the point, and also take some oxygen out of Reilly's lungs.
And there's an ace down the tee. And it's 4-3 for Reilly Opelka. We'll take a quick break and come right back to Arthur Ashe Stadium on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Nighttime's the right time at Arthur Ashe Stadium. It is 11:45 in the p.m. in Queens, New York, at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. This is night 2 of the US Open 2025 main draw. The number 2 seed, Carlos Alcaraz, up 2-0 on Reilly Opelka, serving at 3-4 on serve in the third. Russ Thaler, David McPherson in studio. Nick McCarville courtside on Arthur Ashe Stadium. And the second serve coming from Carlos Alcaraz to Reilly Opelka, standing deep to return. Backhand return down the middle and long. It's 15-love. Macca, your face belies your true feelings about the return position of Reilly Opelka. You are not happy with that, it seems.
Yeah, I just feel like we need to go on the attack here. If we get a second serve, we need to go on the attack. And it's hard to do that from so far back when you're the inferior ground stroker and mover. Great as Reilly moves for a big man. He's no match for Carlos in speed.
Nice return down the line from Reilly Opelka. A venture towards the net, and Reilly can't get clearance on the backhand volley. Nice pass down the line from Alcaraz, and it's 30-love.
Certainly a volley that should have been made, though. If you get our attitude growing up as Australians is if you get your racket on the ball, you should win the point as a volley. And
sure,
that's the sort of mentality that we were taught to have.
It's similar to the American football theory, with a receiver who gets his hands on a football should catch it.
Absolutely.
Now we're into the point here at 30-love as Reilly Opelka goes down the line to the Alcaraz forehand, eliciting an error from the world number 2, and it's 30-15.
Blistering backhand down the line, one of Reilly Opelka's best shots. He's so deadly with that backhand down the line.
Reilly Opelka can be very dangerous once they get into baseline rallies because you know it's not going to last long. Reilly's going to do something, whether it's change direction or try to flatten things out to cause something to happen. A lot of errors, but also forcing errors off of the Alcaraz racket. 30-15. First serve off the top of the tape and long. Opelka will get a look at a second serve, and this time stands right on top of the baseline to return the second serve in the ad court. Here comes Alcaraz's second serve. He's going to kick it to the backhand of Opelka. Backhand return to the backhand of Alcaraz, and Carlos whips it wide. It's 30-all.
Well, that was a good example of getting the ball on the server a lot quicker than he has been. Carlos probably made the mistake of giving it to his favorite two-handed backhand, and he was perfectly happy to rifle it cross-court. Carlos didn't have much reaction time and made the forced error.
All right, so this is the most duress that Alcaraz has been at here in the third set at 3-4, 30-all. First serve to Opelka's forehand. Going back to the old trusted out wide, but he misses it wide, and now Opelka goes back again.
Let's see what happens here, but he's going to have to hit this return awfully well to impact Carlos.
Right, backhand return from Opelka into the middle of the court. Now Carlos goes into the backhand corner of Reilly Opelka, and Opelka misses a backhand long.
Yeah, that's the pattern. He was so deep on second serve return that it didn't really hurt Carlos at all, and Carlos won the baseline rally in pretty quick fashion. I'd just like to see Reilly impact the Alcaraz second serve as much as possible.
He's been more keen to do that in the ad court. Here it is, and game point now for Alcaraz. 40-30 into the backhand of Opelka, and now a chip forehand from Alcaraz elicits a chip reply from Opelka. Now Carlos has him on the run, playing him on the string with his forehand, and Alcaraz forces the error from Opelka, and it's 4-all.
Yeah, that was the perfect point for Carlos, because not only did he win the point, but he moves Reilly side to side 3 or 4 times, so he puts some miles on the tire of the Opelka tires.
It ended the game, but those are the kind of points where you feel like it have residual effects points afterwards on Reilly Opelka. It's almost like Carlos would love to get it so Reilly can just get to the ball and keep it in play. Make him run one more time across the court. 1 hour, 55 minutes into this match on Arthur Ashe Stadium, level at 4 games apiece in the third set. Reilly Opelka serving volley to the forehand of Alcaraz, makes the volley. Alcaraz misses the pass, and he's really mad at himself. Carlos Alcaraz is berating himself at the moment after missing that open passing shot. He's still yelling at himself.
Because I think the strategy coming into the match was, if Opelka comes to the net, for whatever you do, don't miss the pass wide. Let's keep the ball low and make Reilly prove that he can hit the winning volleys. And I think he just forgot that for a split second, tried to make the perfect pass shot. And I think that's why he's so irate, because he went against the game plan.
And Opelka follows it up with a big first serve, and now it's 30-love. And again, deep in the set. It was at 5-all in set number 2 that Alcaraz got the only break of that set. Right now it's 4-all in the third, and Alcaraz has a look at a second serve from Opelka. Carlos way up on the baseline, inside the baseline, returning with his backhand. Now Opelka coming forward again. A slicing backhand volley, and Alcaraz hits an incredible, improbable forehand pass off his shoelaces that has everyone in wild wonder on Arthur Ashe Stadium.
That's one of the greatest shots I've ever seen. Nick, what was it like in real time?
Hello, shot of the night, guys. What a dig from Carlos, and he's been waiting for a shot like that, too. Again, he wants to pounce here.
Sliding with his right foot, whipping his right hand across the ball. Last split second wrist action flick pass winner, and it's 30-15. Second serve return now, as now Opelka misses a backhand wide, and that forehand pass has changed the complexion of this service game. At 4-all, it's 30-all.
No justice for Reilly. That was probably the best backhand volley he hit all match, and I thought he'd done enough to win the point, but the athleticism and the skill to be on the stretch, that stretched, and to still snap that forehand.
Like Novak Djokovic before him, there are 1 or 2 or 3 points in a match where Carlos Alcaraz makes a get that seems impossible, and it can change the tenor of everything. And here we are, 4-all, 30-all. Opelka misses the first serve, looking to go out wide to the Alcaraz forehand, and Carlos is back up close to the baseline to return this second serve. The kicker to the backhand, replied down the middle, and a backhand error from Reilly Opelka, and a break point that feels a little bit like it could be a match point.
Absolutely.
The way Carlos has been
brave
serving.
Second serve return. He went up on the baseline and just absorbed Reilly's pace of second serve. Got the ball on Reilly quickly. Reilly didn't have very much time at all to prepare himself for the first shot.
First serve out to the Alcaraz backhand, and a much needed first serve from Reilly Opelka erases the break point, and it's deuce. Carlos frustrated with himself because he was on it but missed it.
He got enough strings on it that he felt like he should have made that one. It was a good serve, but yeah, definitely that was a huge opportunity.
All right, 4-all, deuce, and a big first serve ace from Reilly Opelka. That's 14 for the match. And a game point for 5-4.
These are the types of mental games that you have to play against the great servers like Isner and Opelka. When they snuff out break points with their incredible serving, you have to resist the temptation to get irritated.
First serve is deep from Reilly Opelka. It's a game point for the American. Down 2 sets to love, looking to take a 5-4 lead here in set number 3 as we've hit the 2-hour mark on Arthur Ashe Stadium. Second serve to the forehand of Alcaraz. Chip return deep, and it's good. And now Opelka slices to the forehand of Alcaraz into the backhand of Reilly, and that backhand sails long off the racket of Opelka, and it's deuce. The longer these rallies go, the higher percentage that Carlos Alcaraz has in winning them.
Yes, and that's where if Reilly can improve over time his serve volley game, if he can add that element to his arsenal, I feel like he'll be a better player for it, because it puts more doubt in the returner, and it just gets him out of unnecessary longer rallies when the returning is starting to have an effect on him.
Here's Opelka's first serve offering at 4-all deuce, and it's into the net as he tried to go tee. And now Carlos Alcaraz will step up closer to the baseline to return the second serve from Reilly Opelka. It's into the forehand, a chip return from Alcaraz into the middle of the court, and a big forehand into the top of the net from Reilly Opelka. Maybe trying to do a little bit too much with that, and it's a break chance again for Alcaraz.
Well, he's been pretty consistent that he's gone after those chest-high forehands. That one was a little unusual because it had underspin on it. It was a chip return that floated. Looked super easy, but because it had a different spin on it, Reilly misjudged it and overcooked it into the net.
Opelka had to put all of the pace into that shot because it really had none. And he overswung on it, looking to keep it in. A foot fault from Opelka, and it's a second serve for Alcaraz now at break point here at 4-all. And Opelka blows that second serve well wide and long. An incredibly untimely double fault from Reilly Opelka, and Carlos Alcaraz will serve for the match when we get back on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Reilly Opelka still sitting on his chair as the chair umpire calls time. stands up knowing that he's going to need to break the Carlos Alcaraz serve for the first time tonight if he wants to stay in this match. Alcaraz up 2-0. He now steps to the line, serving for a place in round 2 at the 2025 U.S. Open. Russ Thaler, David McPherson in studio, Nick McCarville courtside at Arthur Ashe Stadium on night 2 of the 2025 U.S. Open main draw. Here's Alcaraz. First serve is into the net.
Let's see if Reilly goes on the attack here. No, he's still very stubbornly playing deep.
Opelka standing back towards the fence to return this second serve with his backhand into the Alcaraz forehand. Now a backhand from Alcaraz to a forehand in the middle of the court from Opelka. Backhand to backhand now. A slice from Opelka that doesn't clear the top of the net. And it's 15-love.
Once again, there was nothing wrong with the return. It was a played deep, a solid return, got to neutral. It's just that you feel like neutral isn't a great result for Opelka v. Alcaraz from the baseline for a second serve.
15-love. 3 points from round 2 for the number 2 seed. Carlos Alcaraz down the tee into the forehand of Reilly Opelka, and has been the pattern for most of the night. The forehand return not good enough for the American, and it's 30-love.
Certainly there's been just a lot of points won with that pattern. Just a good slice serve, hard cutter into the Opelka forehand, and he has really struggled to make Carlos play.
First serve again into the Opelka forehand, and now 3 match points for the number 2 seed Carlos Alcaraz.
Thank you. Please.
First serve into the backhand, a return into the forehand, into the open court it goes, and a forehand winner, a clinched fist, firing a ball into the stands, and Carlos Alcaraz in straight sets, 2 hours and 5 minutes, takes out Reilly Opelka in straight sets. A congenial hug at the net, a big smile from both players, a very friendly shake of the hands, a shake to the umpire, and Carlos Alcaraz will give thanks to the fans here in Arthur Ashe Stadium, and he's mirroring his golf swing as Rory McIlroy, I imagine, is the one he's looking at, because Rory's been around the grounds the last few days. There might be some other golfers too, but Rory's the one I know has been around. And Carlos showing off the golf swing.
And not a bad golf swing. An air swing, of course, but looked like a very accurate little 6-iron.
Nick, quick thoughts from you from what we've seen before we hear from Carlos?
Yeah, great stuff from Carlos tonight, guys. I actually thought he navigated this match really well. There were challenges from Reilly Opelka. We knew that was coming from the serve. As Opelka makes his way off the court, I thought that was a really strong start to this U.S. Open for Carlos Alcaraz, and the fact that he was able to come through this match in straight sets. It was always going to be a challenge taking on Opelka. We've seen, I said it earlier in the call, we've seen Alcaraz sort of struggle the last couple of Grand Slams in the first couple of rounds, but I don't know about you guys, but I thought this was he got an A tonight for Alcaraz and the tennis game out on court, and I love that golf swing at the end. That shows you he's feeling good out on the court.
Yes, Nick, I couldn't agree with you more. He looks a great combination of focused but light. He doesn't look like he's weighed down by any pressure at all, like he's in form and just enjoying his tennis. You know, he had some light moments there where he made those miraculous gets and sort of made point of his buzz cut, making him faster, I think, to his box. I mean, he was just having fun and letting it all hang out, just full of confidence right now, and serving notice to the rest of the field that, look out, I'm going to be tough to beat.
Tank top is off, the wine-colored track jacket is on, the match shoes are off, and the post-match shoes are on, and here comes the sponsored watch, and now the interview with Jamie Sire as we listen in on U.S. Open Radio.
Carlos, first round matches can be tricky. You were so efficient tonight. What did you think of your overall play in this first round match?
Well, today was a really difficult one, you know, and really it's a great and a really tough player, you know, with that serve. I couldn't get the rhythm that I wanted get, you know, in the match. But just really happy with everything I've done today. I think the return was one of the best things I did today, and then I just tried to play my best tennis, tried to be focused on the serve. So I just in the overall, I think I just did a really great performance today.
Riley's
Apologies,
obviously
by the way.
an
This is
incredible
Katie George
server.
interviewing
What's it
Carlos
like trying to
Alcaraz.
break a
Apologies,
big
Katie.
server like that?
Well, it's, I mean, it's, you feel like nothing depends on you. It always depends on him, you know, on the way he serves, on the way he plays from the baseline. You just have to be focused, put as much return as you can in, trying to be in the rally, try to play and win, you know, the points that he led you, you know, playing from the baseline. So it's just really difficult when you're playing against someone that doesn't let you play your game. So it just was, I mean, it was really difficult the first round.
You looked faster out here. Was it the haircut?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a new thing again. I mean, I gotta ask the people, you know, if they like the new haircut or not. Did you like it, guys? I think they like it.
I think they like it. Congratulations, Carlos Alcaraz.
Thank you.
Katie George on the interview with Carlos Alcaraz, who knows exactly what he's doing. He asked the crowd if they liked the haircut. He knew what he was going to get in response. This is a man fully in control, even if he admitted that he's not fully in control, and no one is when Reilly Opelka's on the other side of the net. How do you feel, Maka, that Alcaraz handled his opening match this year?
Yes, I'd give him an A also. I thought tactically he won the strategical battle there. He mixed up his return depth. He picked on the forehand return relentlessly when he was serving. He went on the offense whenever possible to keep Reilly moving, didn't play passively. I just think he ticked all the boxes strategically. And, yeah, what a showman there. The fans love him, and he is a real joy and a treat to watch.
Just after midnight here on the East Coast, and Carlos Alcaraz puts an end to day 2 at the 2025 U.S. Open with a straight set win over Reilly Opelka, 6-4, 7-5, and 6-4. For Nick McCarville and David McPherson, I'm Russ Thaler, and our entire crew here at U.S. Open Radio. Thanks so much for joining us all day today. We re-rack and do it again starting at 10:30 in the a.m. later this morning, taking you all through final ball tomorrow night on Arthur Ashe Stadium and Louis Armstrong Stadium. Thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you checking us out online and also on YouTube with the video stream. Have a great night, everybody. We'll see y'all tomorrow.